Thanks. Hello, 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 everyone. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Let's get this party started. Sorry for the slight delay there. Just getting things going. It's only a few minutes till the campfire chat. I was just trying to sell some stuff in preparation for tonight's giveaway. Pyro, how are you doing? Zoya, how are you doing? Thank you so much for being here. I know it's a little bit earlier than my usual time slot, but I want to watch the campfire, so we're not actually too far out from there now. There we go, let's get the music down. And get the, because they're streaming now. I guess this might just be a prep thing, right? 3,000 people watching? Okay, yeah, it's just, yeah, we don't want this, we just want the, that is the live one, isn't it? Let's double check this. Should be. There we go, that's what we want. Just going to check how loud that's coming through the stream. One sec. Yes, I've noticed that. I'm just going to quickly sort this out. I don't know what's going on. Bear with me.
Once you've already completed your build and
been added in this season that is going to challenge players that feel that they have largely maximized their build.
by pushing into more difficult tiers of the pit, you're going to be able to unlock rarer crafting materials to masterwork your gear even further.
You're gonna have to play some of the hardest content in
Okay, chat, we sorted it. Sorry.
if you're successful, you can go
Lesson learned for next time. Alright, let's get the laptop turned down as well. Nice. Right, okay, you should be able to hear it now. And yeah, sorry, Pyro, I will play your sheep scream again in a bit. I only set those sound alerts up for the earlier screens.
The first of which is a doubling down and rise of the cultists' presence throughout the tide. You're going to be running through the Helltide, seeing the cultists just conjuring up swarms and swarms of demons, adding to that sense of manic and chaos.
I think this is just a rerun of what Season 4 was, right?
The other archetype that we're adding is the presence of the Doomsayers, who were unfortunately...
You can hear it all now fine, yeah? Pyro, and can you hear me okay above it? Or is the let me know if the sound between me and the stream is wrong or...
Rounding out the new activities are just the inclusion of the Iron Wolves. They're finally joining the fight. They could no longer stand in the sidelines.
Also, how is everyone? Let me know how you all are.
Intensify their assault on Sanctuary. As Season 4 players engage and progress through the Call of the Wolves seasonal activity...
What, the stream's a little quiet?
...with the Iron Wolves, unlocking
all right, one sec.
a vast assortment of rewards
we're at 26.
accompany and empower your Season 4 journeys. In the updated Helltide, for players who are able to stay alive long
all right,
enough,
2 seconds.
they'll be paid a visit by the Hellborn, former heroes of Sanctuary who have aligned with the forces of Hell to attack the allies they once aligned with. Players who are able to take down the Hellborn will be acquiring the materials they need to engage with the new premier Helltide activity, the Accursed Rituals. Located in the Helltide, these Accursed Rituals are pretty much just botched rituals from the cultists that players will be kickstarting for themselves, drawing the attention of all the nearby Helltide monsters in this kind of all-out battle. One of my favorite themes for these ambushes is the Hellworm. It's literally a giant
Is that better?
slug beast that emerges from the ground and it spews out a whole bunch of mobs at you. If you're able to survive that, you'll be paid a visit from the Blood Maiden, our brand new...
Okay, I'll turn it out just a tiny bit more because I'm actually quite loud.
Challenges in the new experience.
It's 12, that should be... There we go.
So I think I'm
all right, cool.
actually
Let's
most
get it going.
excited about this season because of what you're able to do with your old characters.
There we
how
go.
they can integrate with this new item game and take them to new levels of power with this system.
I think that the best part of this update is that you're going to be really empowered to build the character that you want to play. You're going to be able to pick custom affixes and enhance your character in a lot of new and interesting ways.
Nice, I'm interested to see what they're going to do with this. I am.
Happy Friday, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. I am Adam Fletcher. I'm joined here by a very familiar face, Mr. Adam Jackson.
Hello, hello.
The Adams have invaded. We've taken over. We have taken over. We actually are joined by one additional person.
People that actually are good to be on these channels.
Tuning in, patching in. I mean, I don't know what the phone
The guy on the left, he's actually quite good. I don't mind him in these.
And that's Mr. Dan Tangway. Dan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure thing. Hi, I'm Dan Tangway, and I'm one of the lead seasons designers for Diablo 4. And yeah, we've got a lot of exciting stuff to share with you.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to it.
Great
I'm excited.
To hear from Dan. Dan is kind of like melting in Albany. I believe it's very, very warm up there. It's actually warmer there than California, which is kind of crazy. But
it is, yeah.
Look at this. Adam and Adam.
Ooh, I love it.
We did it.
No more Joes.
Yeah, no more Joes. Where's Joe Pipora? Not here. He's actually on vacation, so that's the reason why he's not here. But we have a lot to talk about today. We are actually going to be talking about Season 5 and the PTR. And we do want to, there's been a lot going on with Diablo 4 over the last couple months.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah,
Season 4 has launched. We had
Give me the Season 5. Give me the news.
Last week we introduced pets.
Give me the candy.
Which is really cool.
Random update,
Just
pets,
no one expected it, but we did introduce pets within Season 4. And at the same time, we also had our release date announcement for Vessel of Hatred.
Sure did.
Oh, yeah, we
October
did.
8th.
Yep.
So lots and lots and lots of cool stuff that's going on with Diablo 4. And we have more to share today. But of course, with PTR, we do need to talk a little bit of the housekeeping stuff to make sure that players are aware of it and when it's going to start. Currently, we have Season 5 PTR actually starting next Tuesday. And
Yeah,
that
I
is
figured
on
it's
the
got- I told you it's
25th.
gotta be
It will
soon.
run for 1 week, similar to the Season 4 PTR.
Okay, 1 week.
It is PC Battle.net only again.
PC
it is just
Battle.net.
easier for us to be able to get builds up and get things out and get feedback in really quickly when we have it on PC Battle.net. So
Nice,
that
you'll
will
have to
be
show me that
going
later,
live
Pyro.
next Tuesday. Everything that we're talking about today will be
Very
in
nice.
a blog that will go live after the stream, as well as patch notes will be going live after the stream, and they're pretty beefy in themselves or in it. I don't know. It's Friday, you guys. We haven't done a Friday stream in I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a long while. For feedback though, we will be opening up our PTR forums for players to actually be able to submit feedback.
he's still rocking the Damage on
Diablo 4
Tuesdays
forums will have
t-shirt.
a special section for PTR. And then separately, if you do want to leave feedback on other avenues, such as like Reddit or the Community Sanctuary Discord, places like that, we most definitely end up combing through all the different various ways of players being able to provide feedback specifically from that end. For this PTR, we will note that This one will be a little different than Season 4 in regards to how you can start off characters. There will still be character boosts like what we had with the Season 4 PTR. I believe it's actually moved to a different city. I can't recall. I think we had it in Kyovoshad before, and I believe it's in a different city, and I don't recall which city it is. It's in the blog, though. But all that information will be there after the stream.
Prepared, I see.
Separately, we did incorporate a character copy feature, but we initiated this character copy already. No one knows this, but as of yesterday, characters were copied from your accounts over to PTR, so
Nice.
it gives you a little
That's
bit of
awesome.
variety of being able to take over some of those characters that you've already built out.
That's interesting.
Or,
Hey, Omer,
you
how's it going?
If you want to, you can still use the character boost. I will note, we do want players to be experiencing it in like a variety of ways, like whether using your other your current
Hey,
characters
Emil,
that we're
how's it going,
copying
dude?
over, or if you're using some of the character boosts, we do recommend, or if you want to level up from level
leveling up
1,
too,
like that's another option as well. It allows us to get feedback from all different aspects, so we do recommend, trying it out in different ways and providing feedback of like how things feel, how things flow within the PTR itself. So that is all kind of like the general housekeeping notes that we do have. And I will say that I believe we actually did.
Everyone make sure you enter the giveaway, yeah.
That Codex of Power reset thing as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, I remember that was plaguing some people last season. We did
Hey,
correct that,
Lock P-Dog, how's it going,
I
mate?
won't reset
How you
it, 'cause
doing?
Every single time you end up like creating a new character or boosting a new character.
Come
I
on, give us the
believe.
candy, guys. I want the
And then
candy.
separately, on the forums, we will have a known.
Too much talking, not enough candy.
Because they're, it's PTR, it's an early build, so we want to make sure that people are aware of that. And with PTR, when we take in feedback, it's great for players to be able to like provide all various forms of feedback. I will say by the time Season 5 launches, we will try our best to get as much of that feedback in. If it's something that's like a massive, like a huge overhaul or something like that, I wouldn't expect it in Season 5, but it is good to hear that feedback because it might be something that we end up incorporating maybe in the future for like a future season from that end.
Fair enough.
Very useful. So
But
we'll
Not
get
a lot of
drive
time now
feedback
between
decisions,
now and
we did-
Season
we did a
5,
lot
so
of reaction to PTR feedback
there's only so much they'll be able to do from
we did like a whole lot on March.
the end of the PTR to the release of Season 5. But what I'm interested to see is what is their direction of Season 5? Is it going to be class overhaul?
I note is because players have probably
We'll see.
seen when Season 4 is ending, which is currently in early August. You can see that kind of like on your character select screen when you're jumping into the game. I will note that Season 5 is a little bit shorter of a season than what we've had beforehand.
Couple of months
Season
rather than
5
3.
itself will run until that October 8th date with.
I think that's
Vessel
fine.
Hatred,
Most people
because
are done
Vessel
by a few
Hatred
weeks
is
in
actually
anyway.
The start of Season 6. So we did want to at least clarify, make sure, because we've heard a lot of those questions. Of
I think
like,
that's
hey,
fine.
it's like,
8 weeks is long enough.
Is Vessel of Hatred hitting in the middle of Season 5? Things like that. So we did want to note that from that end. But
Not much. Doing some drinking with
enough
some
of the
friends for
housekeeping
Midsummer
notes. I
Celebrations.
know a lot of
Nice.
players wanna
Hope you have a
hear
great
about,
time.
Season 5 in itself. And so Mr. Dan Tangway from the sweltering
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Let's see what they've got for us.
Albany will be walking us through Season 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's dive into the new features on PTR for Season 5. Just to give you a little bit of context, we did some early brainstorming for Season 5, and we knew that, we needed to build out the end game. So end game, we've heard
That's a
y'all,
good
end game is
sign.
very
That's a good
important.
start.
And Season 4, we added the pit into the end game, and some people have been playing Helltides into the end game, but we still want to expand the end game a bit more, right?
That's very
So
encouraging.
it's an in-game activity. We definitely need something that's rewarding and very replayable.
Yes.
We also wanted to make something with a lot of monsters. I mean, monster
Yes.
density and just entering
love
that,
to slap
that
those
feeling
monsters.
of flow state's really important for players. We needed something that had stakes, and we wanted players to push their luck. And finally, we really wanted to return to hell. Previous Diablo games let you return to hell after you defeat the big boss, but Diablo 4 hadn't done that yet. And so with all those goals in mind, let me introduce you to the Infernal Hordes. Now,
Infernal
let me give you
Hordes.
a quick summary of what the Infernal Hordes is. It's a wave-based gameplay mode with survivor-like choices in between the waves, and it'll culminate with an all-new boss encounter. And then the rewards build on top of itemization 2.0 that came in Season 4. So, now how do you go about confronting the internal hordes? How do you get back to hell? I think we can queue up some footage, and then I'll talk you through some of the ways you get back to hell. All right, first off, you're going to unlock, the activity for hell with a brisk eternal quest line starting at World Tier 3 in Zarbinzet. That's where you need to go in the PTR. Now you need a new type of key called a compass, which you can see down in the inventory below here. And like Nightmare Dungeons, the compasses all have a starting monster difficulty and a number of revives. And there are 8 levels of difficulty with escalating challenge and rewards. As you can see, it's a very Nightmare Dungeon-like flow here. And then compasses can be upgraded to higher tiers with all new consumables called Abyssal Scrolls. So you'll get a chance to play with all these new features when you're in the PTR.
Interesting.
But let's really talk about the gameplay itself. And I think we've got some footage of the wave-based play that we can show off here. First off, going to have a lot of monsters. Now, you have one monster here. This is the start of Wave 1. And so you defeat this Aether Fiend, and it's going to drop something called Burning Aether, which is a new currency. Now, this new currency is specific to Hell, and you use it to unlock the spoils of Hell at the end of a run.
Okay, that's interesting.
And at the end of each wave, there's going to be what's called the Infernal Offer. So let's get through this wave.
And me of what they did in Tiny Tina's.
Now you see these hands reaching out from hell itself, and they're tempting.
Choose modifiers, and then when you get to the end, you've got like a loot room where you can spend your currency and get loads and loads of loot.
A boon and a bane that
which was actually quite a good system, to be fair. It worked quite well.
And so now you've chosen a boon and a bane, and that's going to modify the gameplay that comes up next. And so here you're jumping into one of the new activities that also unlocks Aether in this. And this is a Soul Spire. It's pretty similar to a Hell Spire that you'd see in Helltide. And you have to kill a number of enemies within that ring in order to be able to earn an Aether. And you can upgrade Soul Spires from the Infernal Offer as well, if you like. And then finally, what you need to do is complete the number of waves in order to be able to confront the boss. And so you see in this particular run, you're at 5 of 5 waves. So you are just about ready, once you defeat this wave, to go confront the new bosses for the Infernal Hordes. So we'll finish collecting our Aether here, find our last number of enemies, and I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. So let's take a look at our new bosses. I think we've got some cool art to share here. So
he looks cool.
These are the Fell Council. They're going to be some familiar faces for Diablo 2 players. They are resurrected versions of the council members from Diablo 2. Now, for those of you who didn't play Diablo 2, the council members were former high priests of the Zakarum.
Yes, they were.
And they had promised to basically take care of Mephisto after he
Hellhunter. Yeah, it's good. Thanks. Good. Thanks. We're watching the current PTR.
And Karast and
for the Camp 5 PTR 5. How's your day been? You good?
Mephisto corrupted them, both in mind first and then their bodies, and they became demons who are just zealous and serve him without question. And so we thought it was going to be really cool to be able to resurrect them and bring them back for Diablo 4. And
I like the fact that they've integrated some lore there for the old school fans.
Their power sets a little bit to fit the D4 combat system. So we gave them new titles and new looks to really reflect their combat specialties.
Yeah, it's incredibly awesome to see these guys come back. It's giving very nostalgic vibes of doing a bunch of Durance of Hate runs for Mephisto and doing Meph runs and everything like that. So yeah, it's really awesome to see him back in Season 5.
Yeah, I agree. Diablo 2 is certainly near and dear to our hearts here out in New York. And yeah, we're really glad to have him back, and we hope to see hopefully more returning new faces in the future too. So let's take a look at that boss encounter now. So I showed you a number of members of the Fell Council here. We've actually built 5 of them in total, but you're only going to fight 3 at a time. Now we keep 2 in the hopper basically, and we do that because we want to have a whole bunch of replay associated with this boss fight. And because we're only using 3 of the 5, there's actually 10 variations of this boss fight you can fight randomly as you do your Infernal run. And so we're gonna basically kill them off. And once you defeat one, the fight will actually escalate. Actually, it probably escalates even if you just take down a certain amount of health, if I remember correctly. And it escalates. Basically, their attacks become more powerful, and then they start really getting even more powerful kind of room clearing attacks towards the end. But we've defeated them here, and this is the reward moment I actually wanted to talk through with you, because this is something that really ties into itemization 2.0. You've got several chests here, and you've got a choice of the rewards you get at the end of
Yeah, it
your
does. It sounds
infernal run.
interesting. It
You can
reminds me
choose
of
from a
Tiny
chest that
Tina's,
contains all new legendaries and uniques.
what's they call them,
You can
Chaos
choose from a
Sanctuary,
chest
or the
that contains all
Chaos
sorts of crafting
room
materials,
you go in.
including masterworking materials, so you don't need to
Wave after
go to the
wave.
pit
You
anymore
choose boons
exclusively to
between
get
that
masterworking
are good and
materials.
bad. And
You've
you
got a
you
chest that
kill a
allows you
boss,
just to get a whole bunch of gold. I know people out there are really
and then
asking
you
for
get to the
gold, and this
end
is going to be
where
a good
you
source of it.
spend your currency
And
you gain during
finally,
that
even
run
though it
to
wasn't
unlock the
shown
loot.
here, you have a chest that guarantees a single item with a greater affix on it.
Okay.
And so we thought we'd want to try this out and see how people respond to it. And we thought it would be pretty exciting. You know, certainly in season 4, I'm really trying to get some more greater affixes. So I'd love to have this in season 5.
Yeah, I played Borderlands and Tiny
So yeah,
Tina's, yeah.
let's take a closer look at some of the uniques you can farm from the Infernal Horde, since we're talking about rewards already. So we're going to queue up some footage here. So first up, we've got the Basilisk. And so this is going to be a new unique staff
new
for
unique.
Druids. And so
For
when you
Druids.
hit an enemy with a nerf skill, it'll petrify them and deal physical damage. So turning the monsters to stone, always
Interesting.
cool. But it's also cool that you can CC your target and boost your initial attack here. So this one's pretty exciting for you Druid players out there. All right, next up, we've got the Third Blade. Now this is a unique sword for barbarians. This one makes your weapon mastery skills be treated as core skills that cost fury.
Interesting.
Even though they deal a little reduced damage, this one's pretty exciting because now you can start making all sorts of new builds that you've never seen before.
This
So
seems
we're
better than
really interested
the
to see
Druid
what the
weapon
community
seems
comes up with here.
one-dimensional again. It's the same problem as what
All
Druids
right,
has had
next up.
constantly.
We've got the Morticrux. Now the Morticrux is a new unique dagger for Necros. So when you consume a corpse, there's a chance that you'll create
That
a
barbed one looks
skeletal
good though.
simulacrum that seeks out enemies, and when it dies, it explodes. So essentially, you're making a skelly bomb.
It's treated as
when you consume
a
corpses.
macabre skill as
And
well.
so that's
Nice.
just going to seek out targets and explode.
That
I
seems
think
like
that'd
it could
be
be quite
pretty
fun.
handy for my Necro this season. So I'm looking
Yeah,
forward
that
to
seems
that
quite
one
fun.
too. Next up, we have the Umbracrux. Now the Umbracrux is a new unique dagger for rogues. So if you use a subterfuge skill, you'll create a totem. And if you hit that totem with an attack, it replicates any of the damage it takes to all nearby enemies. And so it's a great way for essentially replicating and doubling down on the damage that you're dealing in a particular area. All right, next up we've got the Vox Omnium. Now the Vox Omnium is a new unique staff for Sorks. And so when you cast a core skill, it's going to cast an additional 2 basic projectiles based on the previous elements used. And so this allows you to really start comboing your core and basic skills together. And if you decide to have different elements associated with those
or
core
frozen
and basic
orb
skills,
with frost bolts or
now
something,
you
yeah.
can start casting fire and lightning and
matching
cold
the
all at
elements
the
of
same
your
time.
last 2
So
non-core
we're pretty
skill
excited about
cast.
this one too.
Interesting.
The final one we're going
That
to
seems
share out here
interesting.
is actually a new set of boots that's available for all classes. And these are called Rakanoth's Wake. And so whenever you use an ability with a cooldown, you'll tongue twister, trigger an explosion dealing fire damage. And so really, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to bathe your enemies in flames whenever you use a cooldown
It's got a
skill.
lot of non-physical damage on it. Cooldown reduction, movement speed. Also, yeah, some pretty good stats on there.
On and see how it
Cooldown
goes.
reduction on boots, for example, could be quite nice for builds.
Yeah, these are some of the uniques and legendaries that are going in to the Infernal Hordes.
Yeah, no worries, Emil,
I
thanks.
think there are 10 uniques overall and over 20 legendaries that you can farm from the Infernal Hordes. So there's going to be a lot to chase down in there.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dan, for like sharing, going through all that stuff. I know with players jumping in on PTR, especially for and trying out Infernal Hordes and everything, what's kind of like the top things that you really want them to like kind of hone in on, give feedback on, check on for PTR?
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely need feedback on the PTR. It's super critical to ensuring that, you know, the Infernal Hordes and all the rewards feel great for when the season launches. So here are some of the topics that, you know, we could use some help on. First off, you know, just how is the Infernal Hordes gameplay? How do the boons and banes feel? You know, which ones do you like the most or the least? And these are types of things that'll help us fine tune that experience. Similarly, you know, how is it acquiring compasses? Do you have too much, too few? How do you feel about upgrading them? You know, that could help us really dial in kind of the access to the Infernal Hordes. We're also interested in learning how you feel about the difficulty and the gameplay length of the different tiers. Like I said at the top, we've got 8 different tiers of difficulty. And so, you know, we have the ability to dial those in a little bit. We want to make sure that players can really replay this over and over again as they push into the end game, much like the pit. And then finally, of course, how are the rewards? You know, which do you like the most or the least? You know, we can certainly make tweaks on the rewards to make sure they're as enticing as possible.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know with Infernal Hordes, this is another alternative because, as you mentioned, you can jump into it starting with World Tier 3. So if you're actually leveling a new character, you can actually jump into Infernal Hordes, and you're able to earn like experience. So in here, so you actually have the opportunity of like jumping into Hell Tides if you want to. You can jump into Infernal Hordes. When you get to 85 or something like that, you can jump into pits. So there's now like more or Nightmare Dungeons, obviously, when you're you're upgrading your glyphs and everything. So there's a lot of different variety now for being able to kind of level up a character, especially as you're going to that mid to late game phase of your character's journey, you could say.
Yeah, something else to bring up for the rewards for the Infernal Horde as well that I want to clarify. So Dan mentioned about, you know, there's going to be uniques that are there that you can target farm in the Infernal Hordes. There's actually going to be a group of uniques and legendaries that you're able to target farm in that piece of content in the Infernal Hordes. So you're also kind of similar to how the normal game works, you know, how you can target farm a unique from a boss, but you can find it anywhere else in the world. It's the same way here where you can get these new uniques and legendaries anywhere, but you have a better chance, you know, if you're targeting them in the Infernal Hordes. And this is the first time that we're doing this with a group of legendaries as well. We have legendary powers that are actually able to be target farmed in the Infernal Hordes, which is actually something a little bit new to the game. So I just wanted to clarify that. And in addition to that, we're also adding new uniques and legendaries to the rest of the game as well, in addition to this.
Yep.
So there's actually a very large group of uniques. I think it's over 50 or something.
Yeah, wait, there's over 50 new uniques and legendaries coming into season 5.
So we have a lot coming.
It's pretty extensive.
A lot more to talk about there too.
That is what we need.
This was just kind of a small preview
of
of what people are looking at here, and they'll be able to jump in more and actually check it out on PTR because all of them will be present there. And I know Adam is actually going to talk through a few additional ones here later. But
hopefully that will unlock some builds.
Yeah. Dan, this is awesome. Can't wait for players to jump in. I appreciate you informing and providing all the new updates and everything.
It's exciting.
Yep.
From the sweltering heat of Albany. I mean, I'm going to keep bringing it up. They canceled school up there. It's crazy.
That's nuts.
I'm like, that's absolutely insane. But we will be seeing Dan again here later, especially when we get into Q&A at the end. But Dan, thank you again. I think
you're welcome. Yeah.
Awesome. Appreciate it. And then I think we're going to jump into a little bit of some balance and class updates.
Yes. This is what we want. Give it to me. Give it to us.
Yeah, let's get to it. We have a lot to talk about. I think we have, so the topics I'm going to be covering today, we've got unique items. We're going to be talking quite a bit about that. We've got some updates to mythic uniques that are very exciting and near and dear to my heart. And then we've got your standard class updates, a lot of stuff coming in Season 5.
Druids.
One thing to clarify here is that we are going to be releasing the patch notes soon, so I'm not going to be going over every single class update because there's a ton of them. Kind of similar to Season 4. I'm really only going to highlight just like one major thing for each class on the stream today, but you'll be able to see all the things that we're doing in the patch notes. There's a lot.
I'll go through the patch notes a bit later as well then.
So first, uniques. We have some quality of life updates here, really targeting how you get uniques that I'm pretty pumped about to announce here today. So You can now target farm uniques from 3 additional sources. You can target them from obol vendors, helltide chests, and whisper caches. These places where you've always been able to, kind of target farm certain gear slots and not been able to get uniques, and you're wondering, well, why couldn't we do that? That stinks. Well, now you can, and it's awesome, and I love it.
That's awesome.
So here, just to give some more detail into how this works is basically when you open, like, I'm just going to use Helltide Chest as an example, right? If you want a specific unique weapon, let's say, you can just simply target the weapon Helltide Chest, and you'll be able to have a chance to get only unique weapons for your class from those chests. So when you're targeting a specific thing, you just go to the place that has that slot, whether it's the obol vendor, the Helltide Chest, or the whisper cache, and you'll have a chance to get uniques that are targeted for that slot. So it kind of adds, while you're doing your normal grind of, doing the boss ladder, killing the boss, you can also be collecting obols, doing the helltides, doing the whispers, and having a chance to target and get that unique as well from that content.
Nice.
And in addition to that, this is also true for mythic uniques.
Ooh, nice.
So I'll just give an example here of exactly how this works. Let's say that you want to get, Harlequin Crest, a Shaco, or Andariel's Visage. You don't want to target those helms. You could be targeting helms from Helltide, targeting helms, and when you turn in your obols to the obol vendor. And every time, if you get a mythic unique, you will get one of those 2 from that source. Now, also to clarify, let's say that you are targeting gloves for some reason. We don't have any mythic unique gloves yet. Then if you were to get a mythic unique, you still can. It'll just give you a random one instead, since you can't target one in that slot. So pretty exciting way to target kind of the things that you want while you're farming for the things that you want.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah,
so
I'm
I know we've heard a lot of players going like, hey, we do the end game bosses a whole lot. We're trying to, and you can actually find them just in the open world as well. We've actually seen a lot of cases, especially with this past season, where players are jumping into Helltide and they're actually finding them there. But now it's an additional options for players, which I think will be a lot better for just overall finding some of the gear that everyone really wants.
As someone who, for the last 3 seasons, my uniques have always come from the Beast and Ice, I am very selfishly invested in getting this into the game.
Yes. So.
All right, let's talk about other unique updates here. We're going
Beast
to
in the
make a
Ice
whole
sucks.
lot of updates to our unique items, so I'm going to be covering a lot today. We've heard your feedback, and we're going to be doing some updates here.
Yes.
To clarify before I
Make
go into
them
what
good
the
again.
updates are, you are going to be seeing these updates to the way that we think about and our philosophy around uniques and how they work. You're going to be seeing them in the PTR for the new uniques coming into Season 5. Between the PTR and the launch, you'll be seeing in the Season 5 launch these updates to all of the existing uniques in the game. So when Season 5 comes out, basically all the uniques will get these updates that I'm about to talk about. But in the PTR, you're only going to really see this in the new uniques coming into the game.
Fair enough, it makes their life easier.
Yeah, there. So now we can go on to the next part. All right, so the team's been talking a lot. As many of you probably know, in Season 4, when we did Optimization 2.0, we didn't really update the uniques almost at all in the game, right? We didn't do a big pass to cover how they exist in Tempering or anything like that. So the team's been talking a lot about, what is the role of uniques in Diablo 4? How are they different from legendary items? Because they're kind of similar in that they both give you, a legendary power that's really strong. Yep. But how are they different, and what do we want them to be long-term? And we've kind of landed on a few things here that I'm going to talk about. The first one is that, they're powerful and exciting items that kind of direct players to builds, right? So imagine you're a Fireball Sork, we've got 2 uniques for you. They really target you. You're going to feel a lot better playing with Fireball when you take them. We want you to take these things and kind of level up your build. They're moments of very large incremental power where you feel like you're, filling in your fantasy as a class. The next one is that they're kind of pick up and play, right? They're easy to evaluate. The moment that you pick up the unique, you know whether it's a good one or a bad one. We want this to be a little bit different from legendary powers where, you pick it up and you kind of go on a journey where, you make it into something that's really good. A unique, when you pick it up whether or not it's one that you want to keep or one that you don't. And then the last one, pretty obvious, but was worth saying, they're kind of more rare chase items that players don't see very often, When you're going through the end game, you're seeing legendary powers a lot because, we have a lot of reasons to give you a lot of them. You want to upgrade your codex. They are the way that you can, get greater affixes and temper and masterwork them. So there's a reason why you want to churn
Let's see what they
through
do.
a lot of them. Uniques, you do want to get a good one, obviously, but not nearly as often as a legendary power. We don't need that aspect of their design. So they are more rare, they're harder to get, but when you get it, it's kind of a more exciting moment. Did I get the perfect one? And then if not, you go and try and get the next one. So let's talk a little about our goals for the update that we're going to be doing here. One of the things that we come to a lot that we talk about on the team is this idea. I like this quote of like players build their legendaries and players build around their uniques, right? Your legendary power is very, or your legendary items are very malleable. You know, the moment you get it, you don't know yet if it's going to be the best in slot item, but it has a chance to be. But they're also like able to fit in a lot of different ways. You can manipulate their stats via, you know, enchanting, via tempering, and masterworking. And so there's a lot that you can do with the item once you've gotten it. Whereas uniques, they're a lot more static, right? The stats on them can't change. You can't really manipulate them very much. And sometimes they have maybe qualities to them or stats that are a little bit inconvenient. And you got to figure out, like, how do I overcome this little detriment or make my build into where it's a plus instead of a detriment, right? Like, it's a fixed thing that you have to build around, which is very different than a legendary. Also, ideally, we want players to run 2 to 4 uniques in their build. You know, one of the difficult parts of this, and I think we're going to be continuing to work on with the balance and design of uniques, is that, you know, we want you to run some, but we don't want you to run all of them in your build, right? It's very easy to go one way or the other. I can very easily make you run no uniques, and I can very easily make you run like every slot is a unique by making them really, really crazy, right? We want these to fit in such a way that you're running some of them, the ones that are applicable to your build, or maybe some spicy ones here or there that you try and, you know, like make in a special way to work with you, but not all of them. I would say right now, like on live in Season 4, players are running more like 0 to 2 in their build, so it's not as much as we want, which means that we want to update them to make them a little bit more
too powerful compared to them in general.
And another one is we kind of want to move away from these generic fits-all build styles of uniques, right? One thing that I know a lot of players have talked about in the past that we've had is that some of our uniques are just so generically good, and this is particularly scary for us when it's like what we call a generic unique, which is one where every class can use it. And so like if every class can use it and every build can use it and it's better than like the build specific or class specific stuff, then it just becomes best in slot for everybody, and we've taken away your agency and your choice because you're just going to target this item and ignore everything else, right? The only items in the game that we really want to fit that role are like mythic uniques, where they're across all classes and they're so good, but they're also extremely rare. So you're very excited to see them whenever you see one. But all the other regular uniques, we don't want to fit that design space. So we're going to be trying to move away from these ones and readjust them and redesign them a little bit where they fit into all kinds of builds and kind of target something that they're really good at or that's a little bit more unique about them and make them really good at that and less generically good at everything.
It's funny because everyone's in the chat going like, oh, rip Shaco, but we just literally, we just said.
Mythics is not what I'm, they're a different beast here. I'm talking about all your regular ones. Yeah, Shaco's still going to be just as good, if not better, honestly.
Interesting.
All right, so enough preamble, right? What are we actually doing? So we're going to be doing 2 big updates to uniques. The first one is we're going to be increasing the upper power of the unique effects and the roll range. We're going to be doing increasing the range from an average of 10 to 20 rolls, which I'll explain in a second. And then we're also going to be increasing the upper power of like how much you can get from the rolls. This is really just buffing pretty much most uniques across the board to compete with the new world of legendary powers that we live in, since, you know, they got extra power juice to them. Now uniques are catching up. So as an example here, I gave, you know, if an older unique, like one on live, gave you around 40 to 80% multiplicative damage, that's going to go up to like 40, 100, maybe 120, maybe even higher. Really, the mandate is as high as we can get away with without breaking things. And then we're also going to be increasing the roll range. This is like the number of possible rolls it can do from an average of 10 to 20. So it'll be a little bit harder to get basically, what we're targeting here is the discrepancy inside of a unique is a little bit wider, where the difference of like a low roll and a high roll is a little bit bigger, but the high rolls are way better than they were before. So they're more exciting when you get them really good, but it's a little bit harder to get there. And the next one is going to be updating the affixes, the actual stats on the uniques. We're doing a pass on all of them, and this is kind of what we're doing. The first thing is we're changing their stats to fit with the Season 4 updates, right? We're doing the things like we did before of simplifying stats, you know, getting rid of super conditional things, making them just more generically
exactly what I said we needed to make them good.
We're also going to be adding tempering stats. We're open to really adding whatever we want that makes the unique fit the fantasy. So as an example here, you know, a lot of two-hand weapon uniques have a problem where they're all basically competing against bonus projectiles as an affix because you can just temper that onto your weapons, right? So when it comes to those kind of situations, we'll just slap the bonus projectiles on that unique, and now, you know, it's no longer competing in that way, or we have to kind of dance around it. We can just put it. We're also open to the idea, by the way, of breaking slot restrictions, kind of like we did in Season 2. So you can have bonus projectiles or other things on other slots. You know, like uniques are where we get to play a little bit. and just really make something thematic and cool and
Interesting.
build defining, and so they have less restrictions than everything else. And the other one is we're updating the stat power levels and the effects. So the idea here that we're thinking, and this is particularly nuancy when it comes to generic uniques, but stats that kind of fit the theme or the fantasy of the unique are going to be like way stronger than your normal stats, right? So as an example, if you have a unique that's targeting fire damage, maybe it's like a meteor or firewall on the sorcerer, whatever it may be, you know, that plus fire damage can be juiced up to be really, really high. But stats that are more like generically good, like, you know, I don't know, attack speed, max life, resist all, those ones aren't going to be juiced unless it fits the theme of the unique really well. Right, so we have an example here of one that has been a problem for us in the past. I kind of want to go through how we would think about it. I'm not going to say exactly what we're going to do here to Tybalt's Will, but kind of give you our thought process, right? So Tybalt's Will, as many of you know, in previous seasons, was kind of a problem where it just became best in slot for almost every build. You know, the famous line we say is that it was, you know, damage on pants, which was, you know, impossible to get almost anywhere else in the game. And it turned out damage on pants was really, really good, right? It also gave you damage reduction, one of the best stats in the game. And then it also gave you it also solved resource in many ways for you as well, right? It gave you a bunch of resource whenever you became unstoppable, which wasn't too hard to do. So it was doing a lot of things at once. It gave you, you know, a very unique effect with putting damage on a slot that you don't get it. It also gave you resource, which is something that every class wants, you know, very heavily.
And Adam, it gave you 3 extra potions.
And 3 extra potions, yes. Now that one, yeah, that's all right. But yeah, so, you know, the way that we would tackle this one, to give you an idea, is like, you know, we either would kind of pick, you know, do we want to focus this on the damage aspect, that it's damage on a non-damaged slot, or maybe we focus on the resource aspect and like double down on that and make that really powerful and really cool. Or we do like a little bit of both, but if we do both, then it's not going to give you the defenses that another pants slot would give, right? Basically, in our mind, we'd be like, we want to give the minimum amount of defense where it's not just like a trash item because it has nothing. But then after that, not so much. And you're going to have to solve your defenses in other slots or somewhere else to justify getting the damage on this slot, is how we would think about it, right? And so we're having a lot of conversations now. I don't think we're going to nail every single item perfectly in this first pass. So we're really looking for feedback when you jump into Season 5 and beyond, and we'll be adjusting them. But I kind of want to give you an idea of what we're doing and kind of what we're thinking and targeting with this. So I think we can move on. So Mythic Uniques are getting a facelift here. So lots of updates here. Mythic Uniques are now going to be truly mythic. They're getting a new color beam when they drop on the ground. They're coming out with an awesome new sound that you're going to hear in a little bit. We've got new item UI that you can see, so they have a different color. They really are going to look and feel like the special items that they are. And we have a video here to show you the sound and what it looks like on the ground. So you can see here, this beam looks, you know, very different than anything else. Isn't that sound, that echoey sound? I love it.
Sounds like a...
Also, I love they've chosen purple. Looks great.
Sounds like you're murdering a bunch of like church organs or something like that. It's just like crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, so, you know, when this thing drops, you're definitely going to know when you got one. No more like sifting through your uniques to see if it's actually one of the mythics. You'll know right away. So we're really excited about this. Super happy it was able to get in. All right, and last but not least, let's talk about class updates. I'm going to cover some generic things across all classes and then go through a little bit of each one. Again, this is not going to be nearly close to everything that we're doing, just a little taste, a teaser for what you can expect to see. Let's start with things across all classes. One systemic update we're doing to the game is invulnerability skills are now going to start their cooldown when the invulnerability ends instead of when the skill begins.
Yeah. No more immortal fire
This is really to
swords.
prevent things like infinite invulnerability and really to open up design space for us on the team, because now we can be more comfortable adding things like, you know, invulnerable duration skills or cooldown reduction more liberally and things like that, where we don't have to worry about this. This is very similar to, like, you know, what our previous games have done and some other games do, and we think it'll be a good fit here. The idea isn't really to like make it that you can't be invulnerable very often. It's just to prevent like 100% uptime where you actually break down the combat of the game and you're not interacting with enemies anymore. The next one is we reviewed monster CC, and we generally reduced the CC duration and frequency across the board. So, you know, if you were frustrated by getting frozen for 1,000,000 years and then dying, that'll happen much less often. And also to help with this, potions can be used while CC'd, even while you're stunned. So, you know, while you're frozen standing there and everybody's around you trying to kill you, you can at least spam potion a little bit and maybe survive sometimes. Next one, we've got some bug fixes. These are some of the notable ones. We do have more coming in, but these are the ones I wanted to call out. Rogue Victimize is no longer going to be double dipping on its damage, which was resulting in a lot more multiplicative, or a lot more
Heartseeker.
damage really than it was supposed to have. Damage over time effects were getting double the amount of percent damage that they were supposed to. And Skeleton Reapers were getting both Book of the Dead bonuses when the second option was selected. And again, this is just a little bit of a preview, but we have other bug fixes coming, but these are some of the bigger ones we want to call out. All right, now let's get to the classes. So Barbarian, they have a new unique coming in. This is the Unbroken Chain. This is for you support Barbarians, or really just more defensively oriented ones. Basically, what this is going to do is create a connection between Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom, where you'll be able to cast Iron Maelstrom a lot more often as you use Steel Grasp. And also, enemies damaged by Iron Maelstrom are going to be doing less damage for a little while. So the idea here is, you could debuff enemies, debuff those bosses, and make them do less damage to you, so you can survive better. And next, the Rogue, Flurry is going to be getting a lot of big updates. We updated the enhancement and both of their upgrades. So you'll be able to see kind of a theme here going on. Before, you would damage a crowd control or vulnerable enemy for the enhancement, then you would heal. Now, when Flurry hits an enemy, you can just make them vulnerable. So actually, Flurry becomes a vulnerable generator here, which is pretty exciting. Yeah. And it'll also deal more damage as you hit vulnerable enemies.
Flurry's getting a huge buff there, 50% multiplicative, damn.
You want to make everything vulnerable, and then just keep whacking them with Flurry and gain a bunch of damage. And now Improved Flurry is changing. Before it was about vulnerable spreading, but now baseline you can just generate vulnerable, so we don't need that anymore. So now Improved Flurry is going to actually give you a dash. So now, similar to things like the Shred on the Druid, you can kind of dash to your target, and also every time you cast Flurry now it's going to heal you. So it's going to be a lot more mobile, a lot more awesome. Very cool. And then last but not least, to compete with a dash, what could we do with Advanced Flurry? Well, we can just add a stupid amount of damage and resource cost reduction. So before, you had to evade through an enemy and then do damage with one cast and stun enemies. Now, as you spam Flurry, it'll basically get a big damage bonus.
Although it doesn't specify multiplicative there.
You'll be able to spam it even more often. So the idea here
is
you just want to be using it over and over and over again, and it'll get stronger and stronger and ramp up pretty heavily as you go.
If that's additive, it's not that good, but it's multiplicative, it's amazing.
Yeah, they're going to be like little hummingbirds around, bouncing around, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, ironically, I'm playing Flurry this season, so I'm always off by one. Like, I always play the thing, and then oh, we're going to massively make it better next time. But, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Next, Druid, Shepherd's Aspect. We've gotten feedback from players now for a while now about how, Shepherd's Aspect kind of dominates the meta for Druids, because you're basically it's both not great from a design and a balance perspective. On the design side, we're telling you to put companions on your bar, and then they're actually just buffing you. So, we make this companion build fantasy, but it's actually just making the player better. And then on the power side, you're basically just slotting 3 skills on your bar with your companions, and then not really caring about buffing them or using them, because they're just kind of there as proxies to make you better. So we've changed it now where, basically it's going to be about the companions. So your companion skills are just going to deal damage for every companion that you have. So, the bigger your zoo, the better your zoo is going to perform.
It's going to depend how they buff the Druid skills to compensate, really.
Massive buffs to Druid skills baseline to compensate. So, your skills are just going to be getting that damage baseline, and in many cases a little bit more. So you can check that out when you see the PTR notes, the PTR patch notes after this. But we basically just buffed everything across the board and made it so that Shepherds isn't required anymore. Next, for the Sorceress, this is Axial Conduit. I'm really excited about this unique.
Chain Lightning. Let's go. There's going to be a Chain Lightning build.
Chain Lightning build.
Even more.
Finally have a unique that really talks to you. And you can see here kind of our stats and that new philosophy I told you about. You have a chance to
Chain Lightning
projectiles on pants
twice
instead of just a weapon, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, wow. That's
so
nice.
Basically, the way that this works, we're going to have a video, but I'm going to explain to you how this works, because it actually changes your skill pretty significantly. So now when you cast Chain Lightning, the way it's going to work is it's going to cast and bounce on enemies just like before, but then it's going to come back to you and orbit you a little bit.
I can see this being insane.
Another enemy, and then come back to you in orbit, and then come out and then go out and do another enemy and come back. It's going to do that back and forth a few times, and every time it comes back to you, it's going to drain some of your mana. And after it drains so much
of the mana
mana
regen, that's all you'd ever want.
The Bolt is actually going to explode for a ridiculous amount of lightning damage on enemies. So there's a mini game here where basically, and by the way, you can cast multiple Chain Lightnings when this is out. You're basically going to be like running a gambit here, and the mini game is you want to stack as much resource regeneration as you can so that your lightning bolts can survive being drained over and over and bouncing everywhere so they can last to their explosion and do a ton of damage to enemies. One thing I want to call out here also is that because it drains mana, resource cost reduction won't work on that drain. You're actually going to want to focus on gaining resource, which is a little bit different and kind of makes this build a little special, I think, and unique compared to other
I'm interested in
resource
trying next season.
builds based around resource. So now let's see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high. See there? So then it explodes. So, oh wait, do we have one where it casts a bunch of times? Maybe we don't. There we go. Yeah. So see here, you can see that, as you go, like keep going, and they explode a bunch of times.
I'm definitely
Another
interested
thing
in
I want
that.
to point out is if you're hugging enemies at melee range, as it's circling you, it will also hit enemies. So you now have a way to really maximize your damage by hugging bosses and such. The damage goes way up.
Yeah, that sounds like a build I'm going to be playing next season.
So next, last but not least, the Necromancer. So we got some feedback. We've had this for a while and felt this on the team where, the Golem we really love. We love our Golem boys. And, but sometimes it can be frustrating where you tell the Golem to go somewhere, and then it kind of takes a while to lug his butt over there and do his slam or his shout or whatever, and, things can get in the way. And so we've kind of upgraded him a little bit. I'll let the video speak for himself here. But so now you can see your Golem will Hulk smash and just jump on enemies and slam them down. So this will work with all of your Golem types, by the way, not just the Iron Golem, but now your Golem is going to leap to the area that you tell him to go and then cast its ability. So we're really excited about this. Shout out to Charles Dunn who got this change in, and our animators who helped us out. But we're really pumped for it. It looks amazing.
That looks quite nice for the Necro as a quality of life thing.
Yeah, so those were the class and balance changes. And I know we jumped a slide there. How dare you, so production? Good. No, but we are, as they wave to me like, I'm sorry. We do want to go into some quality of life updates. We do have a significant amount of quality of life updates we do want to go through that will be available in Season 5. And you guys will actually be able to check this out in the PTR. So now we can go to the next slide, where we do want to talk about some Helltide and Whisper updates specifically. Nice. So I know this has been kind of, at least it's been a pain point for me, and I've heard it's been a pain point for others, is that as you guys are going through Helltide, there are Whisper objectives within there to help you with your progression on your Whisper bar. But the issue with the ones in Helltide is that it can sometimes take quite a while to do. And you sometimes players would have to leave the Helltide to go to another area to complete some of these Whisper objectives.
I said they needed buffing.
We're optimizing this to ensure that they don't take nearly as much time. The ideal goal is to get a bunch of value within those 15 minutes to potentially end up getting a full entire Whisper 10-point bar within 15 minutes in one
you can do a
Helltide
full
zone.
Whisper every Helltide.
Yeah, so that would be it'll be a huge help because I know at least for me, I've always had to kind of leave a Helltide and kind of try to knock some of that out. It'll especially help for players that are looking for additional gold because Whisper caches have always been great sources of gold. And now, as Adam mentioned, you can also use Whisper caches to target farm.
Ooh, baby.
So it's keeping things more optimized for players, which we know will be way better there. The next thing we do want to talk about is also Baneful Hearts. I know this may not sound like a huge quality of life thing or a buff of any sort, but we have noticed that players have had a lot of Baneful Hearts within their inventory. We do want to make these a little bit more valuable so they won't drop as frequently. We know that players will still have a significant amount, but
they're nerfing Baneful Hearts because they don't want the Blood Maiden to be the permanent farm area.
Should not have any type of issues regarding having.
Well, we'll see how this plays, but yeah, it sounds like they're trying to shift the focus off of item farming, right?
Tempering.
The Blood Maiden is so powerful right now.
Very, very.
Tempering. This is a big one, chat. This is a big one. This can be make or break.
Yeah, people like talking about tempering.
Give us rerolls.
Yeah, so I want to take a minute to talk about tempering and kind of how the design team sees it and kind of what we're happy with, what we think could be better, and some adjustments.
I'll do a rundown afterwards if you want, Veer John.
So first, high level, kind of how we see tempering. We really think that it's important that items have an endpoint where players know kind of that the item is done and that they're not hoarding lots of them forever on the chance that they can all be good, right? One of the big key goals of Season 4 was that we didn't want you saving 1 million items in your stash space. And while we know that, you know, bricking an item never feels great, we do need that to be something that's possible to do in the game so that you know when the journey is done and you're not just holding on to an item forever.
Exactly.
So that part we actually think is working very well, where, you know, an item is done and you try and go get another one. And so you're always interested in items.
Hope you're doing well.
To, you know, have that game loop go in the game indefinitely. Or until you feel like your character is maxed out on its power. But we do agree with players that, you know, the RNG right now is like completely out of their hands, which doesn't really feel great. You know, you get so many tries basically to roll, and then that's kind of it, and you're done, and it doesn't feel great. So we're looking at ways in the future for players to have more control over that RNG, so that, you know, you have more ways to maybe manipulate the tempering or get the odds in your favor, and do other things like that. One update that's going to be coming in Season 5, it won't be in the PTR, but we're targeting for launch, is that, you know, we've got a lot of feedback that it feels so bad when, you know, you get that like triple greater affix and it has the same number of rolls, and then you brick
That's
it,
not going to fix the problem, because you can still roll another 3 tempers,
gets better, basically, that you find, you're going to have more
and it will still brick.
Temper it. So a much better
It's still going to
chance
feel
get the one
bad.
that you want.
But I suppose it will give you more
basically
chances.
get
So
1 extra roll per greater affix that you have. So, you know,
So we'll see. We'll see.
Roll 3 rolls.
It's a
And again,
welcome
just to
improvement, but I
clarify,
don't
this is
think
not
it'll
in
fix the problem.
PTR, but it will be in for the launch of Season 5 in itself. And again, just to reiterate, we are still looking at ways to help out that experience within tempering. As we've noted, we agree with players that it doesn't always feel great, and so you guys should expect to hear more updates to tempering after we get through Season 5 for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, weapons.
Yeah, so I'll talk about this one a little bit. We took a look at
this chart.
Yeah, this chart. We took a look at inherent affixes on weapons, and we found that, you know, a lot of
quality of
inherent
life
affixes,
now,
like
so
damage to
let's
distance
hope.
or some other ones were a little too conditional and didn't get the update, you know, in Season 4 that we wanted. So we went back and made them a little bit more generically useful and better across more builds. So we have a little chart here, but you can see kind of this is going to be the new inherent affixes on all the different weapon types. So we've made quite a few adjustments here. You know, as an example, you know, vulnerable damage is on bows, and dot damage is on axes.
Staff for dot damage, that's really nice. That'd be great for the build I'm playing right now.
So we made quite a few updates. We basically just looked at the matrices of everything and kind of adjusted it to see what makes sense. So basically, you're just going to have, you know, things that actually impact your builds much more often on the weapons that you want.
Seems sensible.
And as another result of this update, we are also looking at what weapons classes can use. And
Oh,
we
nice.
updated them a
Finally.
little bit to try and, you know, let more classes use more weapons. We want players to be able to create interesting builds, play the way that we want, and so we want to open up these things as much as we can in our designs. So now Druids are going to be able to use 2-hand polearms, 1-hand swords, and daggers. Sorceresses are going to be able to use 1-hand swords and maces. And necromancers are going to be able to use, I think it's maces and axes, actually.
Yeah, despite this necromancer pictured right here that is not using, well, it's using a 2-handed sword, but you can already use
necromancers can already use a 2-handed sword, but
yeah. And the necromancer here, I know it's supposed to say all maces and axes as opposed to all swords, so.
But yeah, basically we're going to be opening up these classes to use more weapon types. And then also some of the uniques are going to be updated for the classes as well. So the Butcher's Cleaver can now be used for Necros, and Sorcerers can use Doombringer and Azure Wrath now.
Yeah,
Azure Wrath for Sork will be very nice, I think.
Azure Wrath, kind of like D2.
Yep, fits their theme very well too. So I think that'll be
the Azure Wrath on the Sork would be very nice.
Some additional quality of life updates.
Yeah, Speaks on the Ice.
Talk about some endgame bosses.
No longer requires a sigil. Let's go.
As Adam has experienced earlier, as he mentioned in the stream, we are making
the crew to find him has been removed. Let's go.
You guys will no longer have to make a sigil to summon the Beast in Ice, which
is something at least.
A huge quality of life update. The Beast will now live in a standard dungeon. The crawl to get to the Beast in Ice is much shorter now. It's going to be more similar to what we've seen with some of the other endgame bosses. And then at the same time, Eternal players that have maybe already built out some of these sigils, we made sure to keep you in mind so you can still use the sigils to fight the boss. You won't just you won't need summoning materials. You can just use the sigil right there in the boss room in itself. And this no longer requires sigil dust to actually summon the Beast in Ice. So some big changes to the Beast in Ice to help out that.
Thanks for that, Mark. Appreciate
that whole entire feel, especially when you're really target farming the Beast in Ice. Sometimes it was kind of brutal to have to go through the whole entire dungeon each and every time.
Yeah, so many times.
Yeah. So next we have Varshan.
Thank you so much.
Varshan, the body parts are pretty much being reduced to one. I know it was eating up a lot of inventory space. It was kind of hard to manage at times and everything. So we're optimizing this, making this better. So now you'll just need one body part to essentially summon Varshan.
Nice. That's decent for Varshan.
Season 5. And one big thing that we're going to call out here before, and this is kind of like the cherry on top. Let's actually just play the clip and see if people actually notice it, and if not, then we'll call it out.
What could be different this time?
Poor Duriel.
Yeah, Mythic Unique maybe?
Oh.
No, that's not it.
Oh. Good gear though.
Yeah,
but something that is interesting here is the cauldron has reappeared.
You can just resummon it.
There's the altar right there.
Cauldrons are going to reappear.
All the end game bosses
Yes,
without needing to run out of the dungeon.
Reset the
dungeon.
Oh, that's nice.
So this will
that's
help
going to be
a whole lot. Will make things way better.
Let's go. That's nice. Finally, indeed.
For
Yeah.
time and everything.
Yeah.
That's
Especially
good.
when you're a party and you're like, everyone leave the dungeon so I can reset and stuff like that. Now you'll be able to do that immediately.
That's going to be one of the biggest wins of the PTR.
It's a huge, huge feature I know that players have been asking for. So that will be also incorporated into Season 5. So lots and lots of changes for Season 5. One other thing I did want to call out regarding tempering, because just to clarify, because we've got some people going like, oh, I don't understand like the greater affix stuff, like in terms of additional rolls. If you have a 1-star greater affix, you'll get 1 additional roll. If you have like a 3-star or 4-star or something, you would get 3 or 4, pending the amount of stars that you actually specifically have on your item.
Yeah, I think it goes up to 3.
Yeah, three. Sorry, yeah. Four is more specific. Four is uniques. Yeah. If thinking about razor plate or something like that. But the other thing that I did want to call out is that this is actually going to be retroactive. So for players that still have maybe an item that they may have potentially bricked and it's sitting in their stash, just for like memento purposes or anything like that.
Or whatever,
yeah, when your character does move to Eternal, if it was a greater affix, like a 3-star greater affix or something like that, you will end up getting those 3 additional rolls afterwards. So that will appear after these changes actually are implemented. With the start of Season 5, it'll just be on your Eternal character, obviously, because your seasonal character will move to Eternal. As I fix my earpiece.
I suppose I might as well go and sell the ones I've been holding on to, waiting for fixes, because they're not going to fix it this season.
I did want to call out as well for Season 5. We have some really big like accessibility options that are being added to the actual game, and we really, really need some testing on this in the Season 5 PTR. This is actually called out in our blog. We would really love if players can actually check them out, test them out, provide feedback. I will note we aren't planning, despite it being in the Season 5 PTR, we aren't planning on these features actually launching with Season 5. We really want to take the feedback, make them, better for when they are ready. And right now, I think the plan would be that they would be ready for Season 6. But it's important for us to be able to get that feedback. So we really need people to actually test out these specific features. We have like an auto pin feature, we have a compass feature, and then we have like a audio navigation assistance feature that is coming within some of these accessibility features for Season 5. So really important for people to kind of like jump in, check it out, give us feedback, and then you'll see those in Season 6 after the PTR is kind of over. But that is kind of like a huge wrap-up of all the stuff that is coming for.
So they've just done a high level,
PTR, and even a little bit
just
more
a few key points. We're going to wait for the patch notes to come out after this, and then we're going to go read through those
some questions, and we
in
still
more
have
depth.
Dan on the line.
We should give us
Burning Hells
full
in Albany,
details.
to answer any questions that we may have. But I know we have a question specifically teed up. So if you have questions, please.
So chat, I'm just going to leave this running for a moment. I'm just going to go and use the restroom. I'll be back in a sec.
Where we have live chat going on right now, and we will try to get through as many as possible.
Cool.
But first question I believe we have is, because I teed up this question. Are there any new class buffs coming to Season 5? Specifically, if Adam can answer, Druid and Sorceress. Because I know, we hear you, everyone, about Druid and Sorceress. I know we talked a little bit about it here, but if you can like expand on it a little bit.
Yes, there are new class buffs coming to Season 5, covered a little bit. I think one thing to call out that people talk a lot about right now is, how barbarians in particular are pretty strong, and then, the classes that can't get as far as they can in the pit, feels kind of bad. There's a lot to chew on there, but I think the short answer is yes, we hear you, and we're going to be looking to beef these things up. We do have some specific ways that we want to be targeting these things, and there's a lot of history to it. Barbarians in particular are tougher to balance. I think I've talked about this on stream a little bit before of, because of their arsenal system, they have more items. Anytime that we mess with, and we've messed with like the underlying systems of the game very heavily in the last year, right? Season 2, we updated all the combat math, which of course impacts items, which impacts character power. We've updated in Season 4 all of itemization, which obviously directly impacts the arsenal system very heavily. So when we do these large shakeups, it's a lot more difficult in a short amount of time to get everything exactly perfect of how the combinatorics of those effects are going to impact classes, right? So that's one end of it. Another end is what we're trying to do, and we started with this in Season 4. Is we're looking at the other class mechanics, and we want to kind of beef them up and give them the treatment that we kind of gave with the Necromancer in the Book of the Dead. In Season 4, we actually wanted to try this as an experiment. Like, hey, the Book of the Dead, the minions, the sacrifice bonuses, they're what really make Necromancer feel really cool and special and unique. So we're going to, try and catch that up, so to speak, to the arsenal system on the Barbarian. And not only just increase the numbers, right? Because just increasing the numbers is kind of easy. We even did that in the mid-season patch. If you look at the Druid boons, we increased them by 50%, doubled them in many cases. But we think to really help solve that on the fantasy and even just design.
Yeah, we'll go through the patch notes when they drop, and we can see exactly what's changing.
And make them way better and more thematic to classes. So we don't have anything to announce.
I thought
today
they
for
might
Season
be
5,
doing
but that's
more
something more long-term that we're doing to help that problem in the future. In the short term, we are looking at fixing the issues with these various classes, buffing them up in different ways, making different builds and other things viable, and trying to keep that parity. We're also looking at
Sork's going to have a quality
bringing
build
down
next
the
season.
outliers of power with the Barbarian in different ways.
That new Chain Lightning
to
unique
make sure that
looks
they have
sick.
more parity with other classes.
That
as
is
well.
absolutely going to be
But
my
that's kind
starter
of
build next season, I
short
think.
and long-term vision of where we want this to be.
Awesome. I know we have a question specifically, and this is something I've seen a few times regarding Season 5 for Dan, because Infernal Hordes, people are seeing this gameplay and they're hearing about like, okay, like can I play this on Eternal and Seasonal? Can I play this? Is this like an ongoing thing going forward? Like what can players expect, Dan?
Sure, yeah. So with Season 5, we wanted to build out the end game. And because we're building out the end game, we wanted to make sure that any of the end game things we're putting in are on both Seasonal and Eternal. And so in this PTR, you'll be able to test out the Eternal version of Infernal Hordes. And so any of the rewards you get from it, all that's Eternal. So all players are going to benefit from it.
Awesome. Yeah, so all players will benefit from it, and as Dan mentioned, it's a new endgame feature, so it's like something that will be continuous beyond even Season 5 is what we're looking at. So yeah, players can expect to jump in Infernal Hordes going forward, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, the feedback is going to be incredibly important during this PTR. As Dan mentioned beforehand, all the specific items that we're really hoping to get feedback on regarding how the boons feel, how the rewards feel, how the combat feels, and the waves and stuff like that will be really important for us during this specific moment. What is this is another Season 5 question, and hopefully you might be able to answer this, Dan. This from Lucky Luciano. Shout out, Diablo partner. What is the equivalent pit level of the 8th difficulty of like the Infernal Hordes?
Good question.
Pit level, I guess, or Nightmare Dungeon, or monster level.
Yeah, you're making me do math here.
Yeah, we just adjusted pit levels.
Yeah,
too, so good luck.
tier 8 of the Infernal Hordes is going to be equivalent to about monster level. I think it's 180 to 200. So it goes up pretty high.
That's pretty late.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Nice. So a difficult challenge for sure, which is good to hear. We have a question from Zapadas. Man, y'all need easier names, I swear. Do you foresee changes in grouping in the pit to allow group
Yes,
play to
exactly.
be more efficient?
So I think that's okay.
There will be
Accessible,
changes. It won't be something
but
present
not
in PTR.
stupid easy.
We'll talk more about it at the Season 5 launch, but the team is very aware of it because we've heard about like, hey, it's kind of not great to feel like I'm getting only 50% of the rewards associated when I'm in a group within a pit if I'm not the party leader specifically. So it's something that the team's taking in, and we will have an update for players before Season 5, and it will be live, whatever change we have live in Season 5. So a question from, let's see, I don't know. Oh, this one's easy. Okay. Robot Jomo. What's the team's philosophy on rate of power gain? It seems that tempering, especially players, gain too much power too quickly, really removing the tension from the leveling up experience. Any chance to add more friction to tempering, materials, costs, etc.?
Yeah. We have seen a little bit of this and heard this feedback ourselves. It's kind of going in two different ways here. So the leveling experience, then how tempering messes with it, right? The leveling experience, as people probably have seen, has been sped up quite a bit, right? We do want people to be able to kind of level quickly and get to the fun of the game as quickly as possible. So we do want them, we don't want there to be a ton of friction. Like, when we first launched the game, we had the idea that, like, getting to level 100 alone was a big accomplishment, right? And we've learned that, players really want to, like, fulfill their power fantasies, get to the part where they're actually, like, incrementally increasing their character's power and finding things to use that power against. And so they enjoy that end game a lot, and we want to get them there in a reasonable amount of time. So that's the part that is like, hey, it's fine, level quicker, it's good, right? But then the other part is, like, tempering and kind of the tuning of the affixes. We have heard the feedback and kind of agree with it that, the early tempering recipes are really, really strong. Right? That was by design when we launched Season 4. One of the big kind of mandates to the team that we felt was important was we wanted, before Season 4, we constantly got the feedback and knew it was true that, your item stats weren't interesting enough and didn't matter enough and weren't very impactful and just didn't feel good, right? And so we very much, like, juiced them up to be very strong, and then this new tempering system that manipulates them, we made it very strong so that out the gate, our goal was that when you temper an item, you can really feel the damage. It wasn't like this incremental, oh, my damage goes up in like 10 different places here and there, and now I'm strong. It was like, no, this one thing happened, and you felt it, and it was good. And so we're going to, try and walk that line. We're going to probably go a little more in between here where, we do agree that the tempering is warping the early game experience too much to the point that it's like you pick up an item and you don't care about the stats because you just temper something on and it's like way better. Right? So we don't want that, but we do still want them to feel and be really impactful. So we have heard the feedback. I don't think we have huge adjustments in Season 5 right away, but we are going to be looking at that leveling process and streamlining that quite a bit. I'm actually in talks about that right now with various members of the team. So it will be looked at. Not tons will change in Season 5, though.
Awesome.
Fair enough.
Question from Razzle Dazzle Daris. Razzle Dazzle Daris. It's a long name to log in on. Did you say we can temper uniques? Are you open to letting us imprint affixes? I had this thought we can imprint a unique, but only once.
Yeah, going back, that was kind of what I talked about with the unique section. We right now know. I'm not going to say never in the future. It's definitely the obvious thing that we could do, like, just add tempering to uniques, of course. But we want them to have an identity that is very different from legendaries. One of the concerns with that is that the more that you give uniques manipulation, the more that they just turn into legendaries with a different item color when they drop on the ground, right? Like, they're actually not different in how they work. If we were able to manipulate stats, add stats, all those things. So we do want them to have a different identity in the game. So we're not doing it now, but, in the future, we've talked about it. We're open to the idea, but we do want to try this first of, like, double down, what makes a unique, and that you build around it. There's a little bit of friction rather than just turning it into the item that you want every time.
Yep. Question from Barrick is, hey, Adam, or Adams. I have a question for the Q&A. How is the dev team feeling about the reception of Season 4? And is that making them rethink any plans for future seasons? I mean, I think one thing that we can most definitely call out here is, like, obviously Season 4 has been really great. Like, we've been hearing a lot of great feedback from players. And, we're very well aware of, like, how everyone's been enjoying it. I think one huge thing that's helped with that as well was, like, the idea that we had a PTR for Season 4, and now we're seeing that again for Season 5. So like we know like having that moment where players can actually jump in, provide feedback, give us some notes on specific things is really beneficial, especially when we have like new huge features like what we did for Season 4, which was, you know, obviously tempering, masterworking, the pit, all new hell tides. There was a ton of new features, and then of course with Season 5, you know, players are now going to be able to run through Infernal Horde, tons of new gear, and legendary aspects for them. So it's just like a ton of stuff that we know that we can most definitely take feedback on, and having those moments has really helped us with some of those decisions.
Yeah, I would say on the design team side, I know like the people on the team are very happy with how Season 4 went. It couldn't have gone better really in our eyes. PTR was a huge deal, helped us a lot, especially on the balance and design side to, you know, get things into a better place. Another thing I may call out with Season 4 is that, I think how to phrase it, like, you know, there's been a lot of disruption to the game, right? And so when there's that much disruption of like, you know, we update all the core math and all the items and everything, you know, it's very difficult to get things into a fine-tuned state, right? And, you know, without giving anything away, we have big updates coming in the future with, you know, expansion and other things. But one of the things that we're looking forward to, I think, as a team is when we've kind of settled down a little bit on the big disruptions, like overhauling, you know, all of itemization and things like that. Because, you know, it becomes a lot more difficult to fine-tune things like balance, or even on the design side, like designs and making sure that they work and that we're like iterating and upgrading things versus, you know, changing things around in huge ways. So while we think it was really successful and we're happy with how Itemization 2.0 turned out, the team is looking forward to like making the things as they are and make them work better and more do fine-tuning work. And so I think you can expect in the future as a player, you know, after we've done some more disruption and made the game like in a really good place, we're very happy with it, which we're really close to now, I think. That you have tighter class balance, tighter designs, tighter roles for things, and just, you know, one of the things that excites me and excited the team about Season 4 was like the tons of quality of life improvements and how much of an impact that makes on players, which I think we knew, but it hit home in Season 4, right? Like just the Codex of Power, how that changed and how that completely fixed, you know, the hoarding of items and things like that.
It's one of the biggest wins of the season for sure.
A lot because it just makes that flow experience better, like the boss ladder, you know, being able to reset bosses, stuff like that. I think is actually really impactful and good for the longevity of the game. So we're excited to do more things like that.
All right. Last question that we have here is well, it's just Satan's.
Oh,
Satan, Satan's with a Z and 666 afterwards. Very good theme.
Diablo.
Yeah,
Perfect.
very Diablo theme. Is specifically asking, what is the seasonal theme? Or are we like holding back any information right now regarding that and stuff? Dan, I don't know if you want to clarify here or if you want me to, you can.
All right, so we haven't announced the name for the season yet, as far as I know, but the seasonal theme seems, I guess, fairly obvious. You know, we're going back to hell, and so the theme is pretty much returning to hell. And while the Infernal Horde is just one part of that, the rewards are another part. And when we have our Season 5 live stream, we'll go into all of the rest of the things that we have planned for Season 5.
Exactly. Yeah, we have some additional stuff to talk about when we do actually have our Season 5 live stream. We're just right now the biggest focus for this stream is for people to hear about the content that they're going to be able to play in PTR, and we want people to really hone in and focus in on that. So we
won't be
can
that
actually
long
get
until
that
we hear
feedback, for the team here.
the Season 5 one. So yeah.
So, but yeah, that is kind of going to wrap us up for today for our Q&A. I'm going to lightning round like a few quick things because I'm sure chat will kill me if I don't call it out. I know we're getting a lot of questions about loadouts. It is, again, still something that we are very well aware of and we still plan on. It just takes a lot of time. It's a huge amount of overhaul changes and everything from that end. Separately, we this has been coming up a lot. Auction house. There are currently no plans right now for something like that, but we hear you guys. We feedback, things like that, let us know. But right now, those are the two big things that I've been seeing a ton in chat. I just wanted to address them before people go like, "You're not reading chat. What, you're in some like alternate universe chat or something like that." But PTR again, just to remind everyone, starts next Tuesday. It runs for 1 week. It's on PC Battle.net only. Please provide feedback on our forums, Reddit, social media, our community Discord, things like that. We're always looking around. We really value the feedback that we get during these PTR processes. And of course, at the same time, patch notes on the blog are live immediately after this stream. So check out Diablo.
We're gonna go check those out, chat. We're gonna read them down.
Next time you guys see us, next time we stream, is July 18th.
July the 18th for the Spiritborn reveal. Nice.
Yeah, everyone gets to check out.
Looking forward to that, absolutely.
The Spiritborn.
That might change my mind. Maybe I'll start on Spiritborn and not Sork.
On July 18th, we'll be
it may well be Spiritborn, let's be honest.
Brand new class coming to Diablo 4 that will be part of Vessel of Hatred. So really excited about that. And yeah, I think that wraps it up. I want to give a huge shout out to Dan in Albany.
Yeah, thank
Stay
you,
cool,
Dan.
Dan.
Bye, Dan.
Enjoy the AC.
Stay cool.
The
burning fire under him.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And thank you again, Adam Jackson. And from everyone on the Diablo 4 team, we wish you a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you in PTR next week.
Thank you, everybody.
See you guys.
Nice. Okay. Well, that's the end of that. Well, they actually chose good people for that. Let's be honest. They just, you know, no BS. They're just talking about the stuff. Let's go find the patch notes. Let's go run these down. Diablo 4 patch notes. Hopefully the PTR patch notes are up. They are not just yet, but they will be shortly. So we'll keep an eye out for these, and then we'll run down them. Okie dokie. Right, I do need to just go change this again quickly to... Where's the gaming one? Because otherwise you'll get too much game sound. There we go. Wonderful. All right, cool. Well, that was fun chat. Cool. Well, I can go over a quick rundown. So let this load up because it's going to be quite loud, I think. Okay, so we got Infernal Hordes coming. That's cool. It basically reminds me of the Tiny Tina's. So if any of you who played Borderlands before, particularly Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, they had an endgame system called the Chaos Sanctuary or the Chaos something, and you basically went in with your character and you ran a whole bunch of waves in different zones, and at the end of a zone you choose a buff and a detriment or something, and you gain a currency during these runs. You kill a boss at the end, and after this you go to a loot room which had loads of different target farm options and whatever. You could go in and go, I've got all this currency, I'm going to spend it, I want loads and loads of rings, and it will just spit rings at you for days. I mean, seriously, it was like, you know, it was like a pinata effect. It was really cool. So that is what those sound like to me. It sounds like they're going to end at the difficulty of around the 100 pit mark at the moment, but that might change as a result of the PTR. So that's cool. And they also have a bit of lore in there, which is cool for people who are interested in that. It's bringing back the old ancients and stuff. So that's cool. On top of this... what do we have? We've got, uniques are going to just be buffed across the board. So that's good. They needed it big time. Super uniques, or mythic uniques as they call them, are going to be purple. And they'll have their own effects or beam when they come up, and a sound. So you'll know you've got them immediately. So that's good. We've got to wait for the patch notes, but it sounds like pretty much they're getting buffed as well, or changed. It sounds like there's going to be tempering effects on some uniques as a result of the changings, so you won't miss out on some of the best tempering effects on some of the weapon slots. Like in Tiny Tina's Atmos. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like Tiny Tina's, Emil, that's what I said. Yeah. If anyone's played Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, the Infernal Hordes they've taken that format, at least to some degree. There's new unique. They said there's up to 50 new unique and legendary aspects coming in this season. So that's great. We just need loads more of those for builds. I've got to be honest, the one they showed for Druid, which was to do with Petrify and stuff, didn't really blow me away. The one that got me excited the most was the Sork Pants for Chain Lightning. That looks like it could be really, really interesting to play. But the others all look interesting. Classes, we've got to be able to use a bigger range of weapons. So they're going to be able to use different types of weapons in different slots. So Druids will be able to use one-handed swords now, for example, and so on and so on. Again, we'll go through it in the patch notes. So there's that. There were a few bug fixes, notable ones. The damage double dipping, the victimize rogue passive is getting fixed, so Rip Heartseeker probably. Damage percent double dipping is being fixed, and there was one other to do with necro skeletons, a particular skeleton Book of the Dead passive, making it so that the skeletons would get the bonuses for all of them. So they fixed that as well. There's going to be loads of bug fixes, but those were the ones that were noted. Hell Tides and Whispers are getting buffed, so the Whispers are going to be easier to do, and there's going to be more of them, so that's nice. They're reducing... The one big controversial thing they've noted was that Baneful Hearts in the Hell Tides are getting reduced drop rate, probably because at the moment the Blood Maiden is so strong to farm in just about every aspect, apart from getting your Masterwork materials. That is basically where everyone spends all of their time. So that's going to be one way they're trying to focus on that. But I think really they just need to buff other things or something. But yeah, so that might mean getting infinite Blood Maiden farming might not be as easy. But to be honest, if you've got two groups like we do, then it will still be okay, right? I mean, you can just share the hearts out and you'll just have to take half the loot more of your time, but you're still going to get loads of loot, so it's great. More tempering rolls based on the greater affixes. This is not coming to the PTR, but it will do in Season 5. So 1 star, you'll get 1 extra tempering fix. 3, you'll get 3. So it's not going to fix the problem with tempering. You can still brick your items, but I suppose with more chances means you've just got that bit extra chance of not bricking it, so that'll be nice. What else was there? There's quite a few. There was a few. Oh yeah, Beast in the Ice. This is a big one. Beast in the Ice. You're no longer going to need to summon him. He's in his dungeon. You're going to be able to go and... You don't have to run through this nightmare dungeon to get to him. That's going to be nice. He's still going to be an annoying boss, but at least you don't have to do the run for him. And on top of this is going to be one of the biggest wins if it's in the PTR and going forward. When you finish a boss, the altar's going to spawn back up in the middle. So you're just going to be able to repeat the boss without having to go out and in the dungeon, which is great. Like, we've needed that for ages. I think that's going to make a lot of people very happy. What else did we have? They did mention some specific class things, but we'll go through the patch notes because I think they only really gave a couple of points. Beyond this, yeah, I think that's mostly it. I'm actually just keen to see if these patch notes go up. They should go up soon, right? Don't know when. They said after the stream, so it should be pretty soon. Let's get the Diablo forums up as well, just in case. And then yeah, we'll run down the patch notes when they're available. Latest maybe 2 minutes ago. What you need to know. Is that patch? That's not. That's 4 minutes ago. Maybe it's this. Let's have a look. Okay, this is the PTR. Oh, this is the PTR patch notes. Okay. This probably won't be the Season 5 patch notes, right? So this is going to be the PTR patch notes, or just the patch stuff in. Okay, right, we'll just run down this. So the Season 5 PTR for Diablo 4. It's going to be available from June 5th to July 2nd. June 25th to July 2nd, sorry. So 1 week. And it's only PC only. Yeah, so we've got a new Eternal questline, The Eyes of the Enemy. A new story where enemies are cut down, alliances shift, and unlikely friends emerge from the shadows. Interesting. Head to Harazar. Okay, so it's focused in Harazar in World Tier 3 and investigate a disturbance amongst the city folk. Cool. Alright, well that's that. That's good. These are the Infernal Hordes, the thing that's like similar to Tiny Tina's almost with their endgame system. So you confront endless waves of Hell's Legions, up to 8 waves, up to 8 sections, I think it said, increasing difficulties, and they grow more powerful with each passing day. The Infernal Hordes is based in Hell, and you earn a currency called Burning Aether. to unlock powerful weapons and rewards. And yeah, that's one thing to note. There is targetable legendaries and uniques in this game mode, in this particular feature. So you will want to come and do these to get specific things. Well, you can get them anywhere, but they'll be easier to get here. And then, yeah, if you successfully slay them and the powerful Fell Council, then yeah, you get to the loot room at the end, or whatever it's going to be. You enter the realm of hatred using an infernal compass. This is similar to the sigils for nightmare dungeons. They can be found by defeating endgame bosses, Helltides, Nightmare Dungeon Whisperers. So you should find these, I guess, a similar rate to Nightmare Dungeon sigils or something like this. Yep, and a Hell Compass will be granted upon completing the newest Eternal Quest. Okay, so you've got to complete the Eternal Quest line before you can get your first Hell Compass, and then you go from there. Infernal Hordes, here we go. Time limited waves, 90 seconds each. Burning Aether is what you earn during the waves. At the end of 90 seconds, kill the remaining enemies and decide between 3 Infernal offers. Once selected, the next wave will begin. So yeah, it will be buffs or whatever it's going to be. We'll have to see. They might be buffs and negative effects, but you've got to choose which ones are the best to choose for your run. Successfully slay all the waves in a tier. You're attempting to advance to the Well of Hatred, then battle the Fell Council. So the Fell Council is interesting because there's 5 different bosses you can get, like mini bosses there, and they come in 3. So you'll fight 3 at a time, but you only fight 3. So there's 10 different permutations of the final boss fight you can get, depending on which ones of the 5 you spawn together. So that could keep that interesting. You're never going to be quite sure exactly what you're going to get. Infernal Offer. Upon defeating each wave, Hell will tempt you with an Infernal Offer. These are the Boons and Banes. Yep, exactly, Boons and Banes, they're calling them. Example, elite damage increased, or elites grant increased burning Aether. So you got to choose whether you want more damage or if you want more rewards. It's, I guess, or whatever else they're going to offer. We'll have to see what they are when the PTR drops. Choose wisely. Infernal offers, and they stack between waves. That makes sense. Exactly. This is a common format now, used in a lot of games. Burning Aether. Yep, you earn it by doing the Infernal Horde. Spoils of Hell. Here we go. This is where you go and target farm using your Burning Aether. On a successful run, you'll use Burning Aether to unlock Spoils of Hell. There will be 4 different Spoils of Hell available on completing your Infernal Hordes run. Spoils of Equipment, Spoils of Materials, Spoils of Gold, and Spoils of Greater Equipment. The Spoil of Hell guarantees an item with a greater affix. Okay. So, yeah, great. You're going to get loads of stuff, and you're going to be able to choose which ones you go for depending on how much Aether you got. So you can target farm somewhat. Infernal Compass. There are 8 tiers of Infernal Compasses. They did say the final tier is going to be equivalent to almost Pit 100, so it's not going to be impossible for anyone to do, but it's going to be, you know, not just straightforward, I guess, especially in the early stages of the season. Each Infernal Compass tier increases the number of waves starting at 5 for tiers 1 to 3, increasing until a maximum of 10 waves with tier 8 Infernal Compass. Okay, so they just get harder. It also increases the starting difficulty of monsters and increases the potency of your rewards while decreasing your number of lives. So it's just the same as Nightmare Dungeon sigils in a way. It's just going to make everything harder across the board. So you've actually got to be better at the game, and you've got to be stronger. Abyssal Scrolls can be earned and used to upgrade your Infernal Compass by upgrading their tier. Infernal Compasses will only drop at tiers 1 to 3. Abyssal Scrolls will be needed to increase the level to max of tier 8. Interesting, meaning you can't just drop loads and loads and loads of tier 8s. You're going to have to get loads of these Abyssal Scrolls so that you can upgrade Infernal Compasses that you choose to then want to make harder. And I guess they'll have their plus and negative effects on them up front, so you can choose which ones to do. So that's interesting. Yep, tier 1 available at World Tier 3, tier 2 available at World Tier 4. It includes bonus affixes which increase crafting materials and legendary and unique drop rates. Interesting. Tier 3 available at level 100. Includes bonus affixes, includes Spoil of Greater Equipment. So the Spoil of Greater Equipment means that you always drop an item with at least 1 greater affix on it. So that's not too bad, and we'll have to see how that plays. Okay, well, that's cool. That gives you some progression all the way up to level 100 there. So that's kind of cool. Battle Fell Priests, these are the new bosses. This, as I've said already, there's 5 different council members, and they come in combinations of 3, and there's 10 different combinations. So upon defeating them, you get loads of burning Aether, and you can go spend it above. So that's the main new mechanic, in-game system, and do you know what? It sounds good. I really enjoyed that system in Tiny Tina's. I thought it was one of the better endgame systems for just constant loot farming and giving you a slightly different experience each time, keeping it feeling fresh, but you're just killing loads of stuff, and you can sort of also choose your rewards at the end. And as long as they get the rewards feeling good, it could be that could be a big win for the season, to be honest. It gives you something else to do as well. At the moment, targeting loot is pretty much hell-tied, so having something else to go and make it fun to go and target loot or items for your builds is definitely a big win in my eyes. New weapons and items. Season 5 introduces new legendaries, uniques, and items. They can be earned by slaying enemies across Sanctuary, same as always, but they can also be target farmed in Infernal Hordes. Don't know if we've got a list of these yet. I guess not. Quality of life updates to endgame bosses and more. Yes, we've got the endgame bosses. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Varshan is only going to require Malignant Hearts going forward. It's not going to require 4, so that's nice. You won't need to reset the dungeon. The altar will reappear. And endgame bosses now drop additional gold instead of rare items. So that's good. They're getting rid of rare items from the endgame bosses because they're just pointless. No one ever picks them up. So that's good. You've actually got... You're going to get less stuff to pick up and get gold. That's great. Beast in the Ice we've already spoken about. It's just getting made easier to do and less annoying. But the boss fight will still suck, but at least you don't have to spend the time getting to it. Hell Ties and Whispers, they're just getting buffed. Yep. And the Baneful Hearts are getting reduced, as we said. So that's going to be interesting. That's probably going to be a controversial point, and people are probably going to whinge about it, but it is a bit strong right now, to be honest. Loot rewards, Resplendent Spark Awards for defeating tormented bosses can now be earned separately on both hardcore and non-hardcore. That's great because you can get one for each of them. Resplendent Sparks and Scattered Prisms will no longer be automatically picked up. Why not? Additionally, these items can now be found in the lost item stash if forgotten when they drop. Interesting. Okay, I don't know why they've made it so they don't automatically pick up, but I guess it's to make it so you actually see you get them. But I guess I don't really care. I just go and look to see in my stash if I've got them. But anyway, unique. That's a bit weird. I'm not sure why they've done that overly. But hey, unique and mythic unique items can now be acquired through Oh, that's right. You can get your uniques and mythics through Whisper Caches, the Obel Gambler, and Tortured Gifts in Helltide. So that's going to be nice. The chance to find mythic uniques through all non-boss drop locations has been increased. That's awesome. That means we might actually see mythic uniques drop in the world rather than just from those bosses. I've only dropped one from a boss that wasn't from a target farm's endgame boss this entire season. So yeah, this is nice. That means you might actually reasonably see them just doing other content. Not often, but hopefully at least once or twice. Treasure Goblins, the loot quality from Treasure Goblins has been improved. They now drop 1 to 3 legendary items and 2 to 6 rare items. That's great. That's going to be especially good for leveling up. The higher of number of legendary drops, the lower the number of rare drops. That's great because that means you're just not getting filled up with rares. The opposite is also true. 2 legendary items drops, then 4 rares will drop in addition. Fair enough. Now drops 1 to 2 elixirs and are guaranteed to additionally drop common ore, herbs, leather, and gem fragments. Great. This is amazing. This is going to help solve gem farming. It's going to help solve the herbs and other various crafting materials. Like, at least goblins have got a little bit more worth to them. And the gold's just been increased by a bunch. 40k at world tier 1 level 1 and 150 at level 100 at world tier 4. And Treasure Goblins also drop Forgotten Souls in tiers 3 and 4. And additionally, they now have a 10, 20, 30% chance to drop Scattered Prisms in world tiers 1, 2, 3, 4, respectively. Fair enough. So they're just making Goblins better all round. They probably learnt this from their recent event they did, even after taking out the Goblin Bags. We've spoken about this already, but the weapons are being changed a little bit. So the implicits on weapons, some of them are staying the same, but they're just generally making the implicits a bit easier to know. So they're getting rid of like crowd control on staffs and making it dot damage, for example. They're trying to make it so that they're a bit more usable across more builds and a little bit less specific, a bit like the damage on Tuesdays thing from stats before. So just bringing it in line with the new stats in item 2.0. So that's nice. The table's here. Some of them stay the same. The shields are staying the same, and the dagger's staying the same. But you've got a few that have changed, such as, like, say, the staff for dot damage and axe for dot damage. So that's going to be really nice for dot damage builds. Future accessibility items, auto pin, audio navigation assistance, compass, they're there. I guess we don't need to read through those right now. Features offered for testing. We will have servers for PTI in our largest regions: North America, Europe, Korea, Japan, South America, and Australia. Characters on your current account have been copied ahead of time, so they're already there. Although some of the items may be out of date compared to how you currently set up, because they've already done the copy. So anything from then onwards will not be in there. You got the campaign, your account will carry over the following account-based progress: campaign completion, mount skill points, fog of war, altered live stat bonuses. And so many of the changes apply to the end game. The following features will be offered: instantly boost your character to level 100. So that'd be nice. Upon boosting, you will receive a new legendary, 1 unique for each class, 100 billion gold, 1,000 nobles, 2 random sets of ancestral gear, item power 920, upgraded potions, fully unlocked paragon glyphs, up to 10 tempering manuals class specific, base amount of all consumable materials, completed class system mechanics. And this boost can be repeated with new characters on the PTR, and you can trade between characters as needed. Fog of War will be completely cleared. So basically, it's just making it completely accessible so you can just get on and test out the new stuff. And then it just tells you how to provide feedback and how to install the PTR. Oh, here we go. We've got patch notes. Okay, Season 5 PTR patch notes. Here we go. This is what we want. June the 25th. So yeah, that's in 4 days. Okay, we'll go through this chat. I'll just have a look at chat quickly, see if there's anyone said anything since we looked. Okay, no, we haven't. Okay, cool. Well, let's go through the patch notes, and maybe they've gone into some slightly more detail here. New items and tempering recipes. All classes gain the worldly finesse. Here we go. This is the rogue one, the one that you have to make the rogue for to get the critical strike. This was just ridiculous that they never made this all classes. So they're now making that all classes. So you'll be able to do crit strike, vulnerable damage, overpower, ultimate on all classes. That's great. Barbarian, unique items. You've got the Unbroken Chain Amulet. Casting Steel Grasp reduces Iron Maelstrom's cooldown by 5 to 10 seconds. Enemies damaged by Iron Maelstrom deal 15 to 30% less damage for 6 seconds. Which, yes, that's a new build they're going for. We'll have to see how that plays. I mean, it's the one they're going for where you can debuff them with Steel Grasp constantly and then keep your Iron Maelstrom up more often. So I think that's an ultimate ability, right? It had a huge amount of ultimate damage on this. It was like 300%. So I think they're basically trying to make Iron Maelstrom an actually usable skill, because up until now, it's not really been used by anyone. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll see some new signage of class here in the Barbarian world. We'll have to see. Legendary aspects, their forward momentum ability. Knocking back an enemy grants movement speed for 3 seconds. Okay, sounds interesting. If you're knocking things back all the time, then maybe you just get an enormous amount of movement speed. So maybe that's what Iron Maelstrom does. Tempering recipes. Slayer's Finesse, so you can put vulnerable damage, bonus damage against injured, and bleeding damage on. I mean, obviously the bleeding damage is going to be huge here for current builds, but we'll have to see how they play in Season 5. Just been able to, especially if that scales very high, which it may well do, because it's more specific type of damage. The more specific a type of damage is, generally the higher it can roll. So that might be extremely good for bleed builds. Druid, unique items, Born Fang's Tusks. Cataclysm is now guaranteed to strike anything in range, and you deal 40 to 80% multiplicative increased damage for the duration of the effect. While Cataclysm is active, you gain unlimited spirit. This sounds like it could be extremely good if you could keep Cataclysm up all the time, because you'd be able to keep unlimited spirit, meaning you've solved resource, which means you can then go and cast Pulverize constantly, or Boulder constantly, or whatever it is you're trying to cast. And Cataclysm is now guaranteed to strike anything in range. Yeah, okay, so this sounds to me like this could be quite good. It's a unique gloves as well, so it's not taking up one of the key slots right now. Aspects of the Rushing Wilds, mobility again. Casting a companion skill grants movement speed for 5 seconds up to a certain percent. I mean, Druids have got loads of movement speed anyway, so this is welcome, but honestly, damage would have been better, to be honest. But the Cataclysm, I can see the Cataclysm gloves being particularly good once there's damage unlocked elsewhere. And tempering recipes, you're going to be able to get Cataclysm cooldown reduction, as I've just mentioned. That'd be great. Lacerate cooldown reduction, Petrify cooldown reduction, Grizzly Rage cooldown reduction. So it's all the ultimate, all of the ultimate abilities been able to get cooldown reduction for them, but on a resource slot. So I'm guessing these will go on rings. So you'll be able to effectively get your Cataclysm up all the time. So yeah, this definitely seems like it could be an interesting build, the Cataclysm one. Necromancer, Path of the Tragol, unique boots. Awesome. Tragol is a, in the lore, in Diablo, it's been around a long time. Bone Prison traps a larger area and fires 20 to 35 bone splinters at enemies trapped within. So basically you trap within Bone Prison and just watch them get impaled by bone splinters. It increases your maximum essence by 2 for 8 seconds each time these bone splinters hit an enemy. So it can increase your maximum essence enormously. So basically you cast a Bone Prison, they all get whacked with loads of bone splinters, which then gives you a crazy amount of maximum essence, which you could then use to, I don't know, maybe scale your damage or whatever. So that could be interesting, especially if this triggers like vulnerable effects and stuff, or other types of effects. That could be interesting. Yeah. Legendary aspects of the Unholy Tether mobility. Casting Golem's active skill creates a bond between you for 6 seconds. While the bond is active, both are unhindered and gain movement speed. So that's nice. You'll be able to get you and your Golem to move quicker. So that could be quite nice for movement speed in general. Actually, this is going to be really good for movement speed, because if you're playing a Golem answer, because you'd put this on your boots probably. And it just means you can move between enemies for 6, yeah, you're just for a lot longer. So that's pretty nice. Another mobility skill, Inexorable Reapers. Sever now dashes you forward to attack instead. It becomes a mobility skill and costs no essence, but has a cooldown, 27 to second cooldown. That's interesting, because Sever, yeah, it changes Sever into a mobility skill. Interesting. So you're going to be able to maybe use that. Yeah, well, we'll have to see how that plays. That's interesting. Aspects of Creeping Mist, mobility, gain evade cooldown reduction. You now evade during Blood Mist, traveling twice as far, entering or exiting Blood Mist. It resets your evade cooldown. Interesting. Oh, you can now evade during Blood Mist. Okay, that's interesting. Entering or exiting Blood Mist resets your evade cooldown. Okay, yeah, interesting. We'll have to see if that's actually useful or not in the long run, but it definitely makes for being able to Blood Mist and move about a bit better. Imprisoned Spirits offensive. When Bone Spirit explodes inside a Bone Prison, it explodes an additional time, dealing 40 to 70% of normal damage, and Bone Spirit now prioritize enemies inside Bone Prison. Now, okay, here we go. This here, Bone Spirit is already a pretty good build, but it just goes and attacks what it wants to attack, right? What you can now do is you already generally used Bone Prison for this build anyway. What they've now done is they've made it so you can go Bone Prison, get a whole load of extra maximum essence, and then go over here and get your Bone Spirit to target in on things, do nearly twice as much damage, because it explodes an additional time, and it prioritizes things in the Bone Prison which are already going to be clumps up anyway, and it's an explosive skill. And because you've got so much extra essence, you're going to be able to cast more of these. So yeah, they're just basically buffing Bone Spirit across the board. Like, Bone Spirit is going to be a huge building this season, potentially because of this, I think. Necromancer Wall defensive. Skill ranks of Necrotic Carapace, ranks of Drain Vitality, minion damage reduction, chance for your minion attacks to fortify. This is quite nice. These are just giving Necromancers some extra defensive options on their defensive gear for tempering. Rogues. Shroud of Candaras, unique chest armor. Dark Shroud grants immune for 3 seconds, but your evade cooldown is increased by 9 to 3 seconds. Evading while Dark Shroud is active leaves behind an explosion that deals shadow damage and pulls in enemies. This sounds very good to me, but I'm not a rogue specialist. I'm guessing this will come with Dark Shroud, a bit plus to Dark Shroud on it anyway, so you won't miss out of that on your chest piece. But it makes you immune for 3 seconds, and it's giving you a way of pulling enemies in and dashing out. So you're basically going to be able to Dark Shroud, dash out and pull everything in, get slightly away from them, and then you're just going to be able to blast them where they're all pulled in. So that sounds to me like that could be extremely good for a bunch of builds. But we'll have to see how the stats come out for it. Legendary aspects of Nebulous Bruise mobility. Using Healing Potion grants movement speed. After moving 30 meters, you spawn a Healing Potion. That's probably not going to get used much, right? I mean, Healing Potions are basically pointless in the end game at the moment, at least unless they've changed something significantly. Galvanized Slasher's resource. Lucky hit, damaging an enemy with a mobility skill, aka yeah, we'll have to see. I guess they've got a bunch of mobility skills that might damage. Maybe with some high lucky hit chance. Has a 15 to 30% chance to fully restore your energy. Your max energy is increased. This sounds to me like it could be very good. If you're playing like a melee build or a slightly closer range build and you've got a high lucky hit chance. It's not even a lucky hit and then you've got a, it's up to a 15 to 30% chance. So this is huge, right? 30%, that's massive. If you had a 100% lucky hit on your skill, you'd have a 30% chance every time you hit with it to just completely restore your energy and you get more energy anyway. So that could be quite good. For Iron Rain offensive, Smoke Grenade has 30 to 50% chance to create an arrow storm where it explodes, dealing physical damage. And the arrow storms continuously apply vulnerable. So that's a good way of applying vulnerable. I guess they're going for a grenade arrow storm build here. I've not played Rogue, but that's what it's screaming to me. Breakneck Bandit's offensive. Flurry deals 15-30% increased damage and has 20% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds with each hit. That's going to be very good with the new Flurry changes. That is one thing. Flurry is getting an enormous buff in this upcoming patch. So this is probably going to go on, I imagine, with the stun as well. Mard Sharpshooter's utility. Caltrops is now a marksman skill that periodically throws 5 to 20 piercing daggers over its duration, each dealing shadow damage and applying vulnerable. Again, I'm not an expert in Rogue, but this sounds like it could be interesting, especially for the vulnerable application. I know that Rogues highly seek after vulnerable applying rings and such, so they're just giving Rogues ability to have some options for applying vulnerable outside of those rings, I guess. And tempering recipes, just some subterfuge expertise for smoke grenades, damage for each dark shroud, shadow, and next attack after entering stealth. And rogue persistence, increased maximum life percentage gained while Dark Shroud is active, maximum and all resistance percentage for 5 seconds from health, potions, skill ranks second ring, wind, and skill ranks aftermath. Cool. Sorcerer, unique item. This is the one that really screamed to me like, oh my god, yeah, this is gonna be really good. I think I would be surprised. I mean, the chain lightning build is already performing quite well, chat. This is going to take it to a whole new level, I think. Chain Lightning alternates between orbiting you and seeking up to 3 enemies. When it returns, it drains 6 mana from you for each active Chain Lightning. After draining 66 total mana, the bolt explodes for 270 to 570% lightning damage. The Chain Lightning expires if you don't have enough mana for it to drain. So you're just going to focus on having a ridiculous amount of resource generation, because they said resource reduction will not reduce the amount it drains. So you're just going to want to be able to generate so much resource that you can have so many of these Chain Lightnings up. They just keep going out and out and out and out, and they constantly draining all this mana. And then they're just exploding all the time. And this is going to be an AoE king build if you can get it built correctly. And I reckon they also said where it alternates around you and it goes out and hits enemies, it can hit them twice. It's like double dipping, because it alternates. It hits them as it rotates around you, but it also hits them as it goes out. So you can end up, it's probably going to be quite good against bosses as well. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how that works out. They sound really good. Aspects of tenuous agility, movement speed. This bonus is doubled if you haven't used defensive skill in 8 seconds. They're focusing towards let's make it so Sorks don't want to use defensive skills. I don't think that's going to get used much unless something changes drastically with how you play them right now. Aspects of the Firebird. Gain the Flame Shield enchantment for free. When Flame Shield activates, meteorites fall around you. That is interesting. Firebird. This has been taken from D3. This is almost what is in D3 on one of the set items. I think it might even be the final set passive. It's something like this. They're trying to make a way here where meteorites would be better. So yeah, this is going to get used, I reckon, on a lot of Sork builds probably, because you're not technically then using a defensive skill, so it wouldn't proc this, for example. But it also means you get the flame shield if you lose 100% life. So that's probably going to be quite good. Lightning Rod aspect. Chain Lightning has a 5 to 20% chance to chain an additional time when hitting crowd-controlled enemies and bosses, and will seek them as targets. I mean, sure, that sounds okay. I don't know if it will end up being used on endgame builds, though, because you're not going to be chaining on a single target boss. But yeah, we'll see. Aspects of elemental acuity. Casting a Pyromancy, Shock, or Frost skill increases your mana regeneration by 10 to 20% for 5 seconds, once per element. So if you're casting all 3, which you can probably proc through your Paragon boards and such, and using Teleport and all sort, you can just get a ridiculous amount of mana regeneration. This is going to be incredible, probably, for this up here. At maximum stacks, the total bonus increased by 60 to 120% for 10 seconds, but all stacks expire after the duration. Yes, this sounds like it's going to be crazy good for generating mana. Probably. And then aspects of the Orange Herald, lucky hit, up to 5 to 10% chance when you damage an enemy with a skill to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds. Can only happen once per skill cast. So 5 to 10% chance when you damage an enemy with a skill. Okay, well this could be very interesting for... They're trying to make it so ultimate skills are a bit more usable on the Sork, because no one really uses many of them at the moment. So yeah, we'll be interested to see if anyone starts to use those anymore. Because this will probably potentially make it, if you've got a high lucky hit chance, to make it so you can spam your ultimate abilities a bit more often, and actually make them a bit more usable. And then loads of tempering recipes here for Sorks. Discharge weapon, additional charge bolts, moved from shock augments, teleport size, moved from shock augments, chance for Arc Lash to swipe twice. That's nice. So they're making Arc Lash a build again. And charge bolts, it sounds like it's going to be... They're trying to make it so charge bolts is actually going to work, because they've got all these uniques and no one ever plays it because it never works. Conjuration weapon, 1 to 2 Hydra heads on cast. That's nice. Percent chance for another Ice Blade on cast. That is very nice for Frozen Orb. Percent chance for another Lightning Spear on cast. Nice. These are going to be crazy. For like the Frozen Orb Sork, this is going to be... This here, Ice Blades is what you'd use, because you'd want more of those for the cooldown reduction. That's going to be insane. Conjuration, Fortune, you'd potentially be able to get impermanent Flame Shield with this, maybe. No joke. Depending on how they nerf everything else. Conjuration, Fortune, Utility. Ice Blade, Lucky Hit Chance. Yeah, it's just Lucky Hit Chance across your Conjurations, so that's quite nice, because these have got reasonably good Lucky Hit Chances anyway, compared to a lot of skills. I think they're like 30% or something. Something like that. Something like between 20 and 30. Elemental Control Utility, so ranks to Convulsion, Snap Freezes, Crippling Flames. So that's just, I think they're the crowd control variations of the skills, so the passives, so that's nice. And existing tempering recipe additions. Sorcerer Motion is having skill ranks to Conduction, so that's nice for lightning builds, because that's the one where you hit with a lightning skill, I think, or crit, and you get movement speed. And Ice Armor Duration added to Frost Gauge. That's going to be great, being able to keep your ice armor up more often, because it's just going to make you way more tanky. Balance updates in general for Barbarian. Skills, bash, adjusted functionality. After bashing enemies 4 times, your next bash will clobber. Stunning enemies for 1.5 seconds, clobber twice as often while using a 2-handed weapon. Enhanced bash, adjusted functionality. Clobbering an enemy grants you 20% maximum life as Fortify. Battle Bash, adjusted functionality. Clobbering an enemy generates an additional 10 fury. Now, I don't know what they are originally off the top of my head. Let's go and have a look. I'm actually going to get that up, and we're going to go and have a look what Bash does currently, see what's changed. Emil, yeah, we're good. We're just going through the patch notes. And Hellspawn, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, we're just going through the patch notes, guys. We're just going to go and have a very quick look. So if we go to the skill tree and go to Bash here. Dealing damage after bashing enemy 4 times, your next bash will stun for a duration and increase to 2 seconds. Okay. So what they've changed it to is they've just gone up. Oh, yeah, they've gone up with more stunning. Oh, there we go. They've changed it so clobber twice as often while using a 2-handed weapon. So they've actually, this is like a buff to bash in a way, I think. Flay, enhanced flay, vulnerable duration increased from 3 to 5 seconds, so that's a buff. Combat flay, damage reduction increased, maximum stacks increased, buff duration increased. This, yeah, that's the stuff that's already come in, I believe, in the current update on Season 4, but if not, then again, it's a buff to flay. Endless Fury no longer requires 2-handed weapons. Fury gain from basic skills increased by a bit each across the board, so that's going to be good for Fury generation. Imposing Presence has been nerfed by 1% each tier. So that's going to be, yeah, it's going to be bad for Thorns barbs in general. It's going to be bad for any barb that's stacking loads and loads of life. It's only a little bit of a nerf, but it's 1/6, so it's going to be quite significant when you start stacking it. Legendary aspects, Wanton Rupture aspect. Frequency increased from 40 to 25 to 30 15. Grasping Whirlwind now pulls in new targets 3 times as frequently, so that's going to be nice for Whirlwind builds. Steadfast Berserker's aspect no longer requires a lucky hit and now always triggers. I can't remember exactly what this aspect does, but that sounds like it's going to be, well, a massive buff because you don't need to lucky hit anymore. Unique items, Gaure's Devastating Grips, explosion size is now affected by increases to whirlwind size. That's going to be amazing for clearing screens. Oops. What did I click there? That was annoying. That's going to be incredible for clicking, for killing stuff. If you don't want to use the Dust Devils, you're just going to be able to shove the Gaure's Devastating Grips on and watch everything explode on screen. So I'll be interested to see that if that ends up being a build. Paragon nodes, Hemorrhage, Legendary node, now bonus bleeding damage. The bleeding damage now caps at 45%. I don't know what that was before. Is that an increase or decrease? I'm not sure, but that could be a buff or nerf depending. Weapons Master Legendary node gain increased from 4 to 8% of maximum fury. I'm guessing this is a nerf to Hemorrhage because it didn't say increased or decreased. So I'm guessing this was infinite before, that the bonus bleeding damage was infinite, and now it's capped to 45. So this could be a huge nerf to bleeding builds in general to combat how powerful barbs are with bleed right now. Yeah, Fury gain on the Weapons Mastery Legendary node is a bit of a buff. It's basically twice as good. Whether it's going to be good, who knows. Druids, these need a lot of love. So let's see if these guys actually get the love they need. Passive rank bonus for clarity affixes added to amulets. So that's interesting. You're just going to just get clarity affix added to amulets. Does that mean you just get them anyway? Maybe you do. That'd be interesting. Yeah, not sure. We'll have to see one. See exactly how does it mean that Druid amulets are always going to come with clarity, or is it going to, or it just means it can now roll clarity? Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think they can roll it right now, so that's probably what it means. Skills, Landslide. Damage per hit of Landslide increased from 37 to 70. That's a massive increase in damage to Landslide. Total damage increased, yep. So it's a big buff to Landslide there. Damage area increased from 1.5 to 2 and doubled the amount of pillars. So yeah, Landslide's getting an enormous buff. So Landslide's already performing okay, but that's going to make it perform quite a lot better. Shred. Again, just damage increased. The buff is almost double. It's not quite, but nearly double. So Shred's getting a massive buff. Pulverize. Damage buffed from 50% to 92.5. So Pulverize getting a further buff. Tornado's getting a buff. Lightning Storm's getting a buff. Hurricane's getting a nearly twice the buff. Ravens can now be cast while moving. Poison Creeper can now be cast while moving. I guess those were probably quite annoying to not have before. Lacerate's getting a damage increase of 2 times. And Lacerate now teleports to the target area instead of starting at the caster. Cataclysm, lightning strike rate is doubled. So this is one of the new builds they're pushing, Cataclysm. So yeah, Cataclysm lightning build seems like it's going to be on the cards here. Grizzly Rage, cooldown for this ability now starts after Grizzly Rage ends. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get infinite Grizzly Rage, I don't think. Previous shapeshift into Dire Werewolf for 10 seconds, gaining multiplicative bonus damage and damage reduction. And now shapeshift into a Dire Werewolf for 10 seconds, gaining even more damage, the same damage reduction, the same bonus damage each second while in this form, up to 75%. So they've capped it so it doesn't infinitely go. Kills extend the duration by 1 second, but the duration cannot go above 10 seconds. Fair enough. So they're making it so you just can't be in Grizzly Rage permanently. That's what they're trying to do here. So that's it's kind of a nerf really, but I guess most people didn't really use it because you can't use a lot of your skills. You can only use your bear skills in this. So yeah, that's a bit of a, I don't know if that's a win or a loss really at the moment. I'm sort of undecided. Probably a loss really. Debilitating Roar is getting a huge nerf. So this is one of the things that's making support Druids really good right now, because they can run in and reduce the damage of enemies by 70% for everyone, and they're reducing that to 40. So that is a huge nerf to Druids. That's not great. Earthen Bulwark. Previous rocks surround you for 3 seconds, granting barrier of your base life. Now it's going to grant barrier of your maximum life, so that's pretty good for Earthen Bulwark. Cyclone Armor, non-physical damage reduction increased from 10 to 15, so that's quite nice for just general damage reduction. I guess they're trying to make up this damage reduction with Debilitating Roar and putting it elsewhere. Passives, Shepherd, previous core and wrath skills deal additional damage for each companion. Yeah, that's right. They changed this so it's now companion skills deal the extra damage, not core and wrath skills. So you don't just take loads of companions with you just to buff you, and your companions don't actually do anything. So it's meant to be your companions do more damage instead. Skinwalker, when you use a shape-shifting skill that changes your form, you gain life. If you're at full life, you gain Fortify, and they're changing that to rather than a flat life, they're changing it to percent life, and if you're at full life, you gain the same. Yeah, okay, this is a huge buff to this, because that's going to give shape-shifting skills a way of just healing you a huge amount, and then fortifying you by a huge amount. This was pointless before, because 2 to 5 is just nothing. So that's a massive buff to that. That could end up being used on some builds now for defensive measures, I think, or fortified generation. Aftershock delay from the second set of landslides slightly decreased. So that's going to be good for landslides again. So they're just buffing landslides hugely. Landslides is going to be it's going to be a popular build, I think, in Season 5, the way I'm seeing things right now. Lupine Ferocity, reduced amount of hits from 6 to 3 to benefit from the effect. That's massive. Vigilance, that's like literally going to happen twice as often. Vigilance, damage reduction increased for each skill rank from 5 to 7. So that's nice because that's going to give more damage reduction. Iron Fur, damage reduction increased for each skill rank from 3 to 4, so more damage reduction there. Heightened Senses, more damage reduction here. This is the one where you shapeshift and you get more damage reduction. So yeah, they're just giving more damage reduction to druids elsewhere and taking it away from debilitating raw, which takes the burden off of needing debilitating raw up all the time. So I guess it's kind of a win and a loss. Depends how you play your build. Legendary aspects, Metamorphic Stone aspect no longer removes Wrath skill tag from Boulder. That's good, because you probably don't want Boulder to not be a Wrath skill anymore either. Paragon, Thunderstruck legendary node now has a maximum bonus caps at 40. That is an enormous nerf to druids. And to put this in context, the current build I'm playing, the Wind Shield just won't work anymore without this, unless they fix it elsewhere. Because you snack this to about, I've only got 190 something % right now, and I can get to 300. Without that, you would just do no damage in the current form of the game. Human Glyph, more damage reduction, more bonus damage per points. Protector Glyph, more damage reduction. Werewolf Glyph, more damage reduction and more damage. So yeah, they're giving damage reduction across the board. So damage reduction is fine, but this is not going to fix druids. Druids are going to be... Thunderstruck is almost the only way you can scale all your druid builds to actually do enough damage right now. So this is going to break druids even more. Like, it feels a bit like, unless I'm missing something, they've gotten disconnected from stuff. They haven't given enough extra damage here, I don't think, to be able... They have made a lot more damage in the skills, but the skills needed these damage buffs to start with. They needed these just to make them come in line with the rest of the classes. They didn't need a nerf to where they get damage elsewhere. What they've done is they've done this to try and counter the effects of this. But it's probably going to mean they're going to do less damage overall, but we'll see. That's my take on that. That's a bit of a shame, really. I'm probably going to avoid druids at the start of the season. Let's put it that way. Necromancer, Book of the Dead. Necromancer minion attacks can now overpower. That's cool. That means you can do an overpower build for your minions. Minions are now more aggressive and will automatically engage enemies nearby. That's going to be nice if you just want them to be more aggressive. Golem, active ability. If the golem is far from the targeted location, it will now leap. Yeah, we've seen that, and that's nice. And the Iron Golem has a wider slam size, so that's nice as well. Skills, Sever, the damage is just increased. Secondary damage is increased. Lucky hits increased. So Sever's just getting a huge buff here. Blight's getting more damage over time. Bloodwave's getting a 3 times damage increase. So that's a huge buff to the Bloodwave. I've never really seen it used, so that's probably why they're trying to get that damage up there. Passive Shadow Blight, hits required reduced from 10 to 8, so that's an enormous boost to all the builds that use Shadow Blight. You're getting a huge buff there. That's 20% more often you're going to see that damage. But then the damage is increased. Oh yeah, and the damage is increased from 22 to 44 as well. So you're getting twice as much damage, and you're going to be getting it 20% more often. So Shadow builds are just going to be really potential, like a Sever build maybe, or Shadow builds in general are going to be probably quite strong for Necros here in Season 5. Not that they aren't already. Hellbent Commander. Previous, your minions dealt multiplicative increased damage while you are close to them. Now, while you control at least 7 minions, they deal increased damage. Okay, so this is changing the fact that you're squishy as a Necro, meaning you've got to be near your minions to make them do more damage. They are reducing the damage you do, so it is a nerf to damage, but it does mean you don't need to be near them anymore. So you just need to be controlling at least 7 minions. So it's kind of a trade-off thing there, I think. It's going to be easier to stay alive, but you're just not going to get as much damage from it. It's probably still going to be best in slot. Legendary aspects, blighted aspect. After triggering Shadow Blight 10 times, reduced 60, 120% multiplicative to 3550. And they do say here, blighted aspect has been a disproportionately large source of damage for Shadow Blight based necromancers, giving far more power than we normally give for a single aspect. To compensate for the change, we are increasing the baseline power of the Darkness core skills and Shadow Blight with the goal of keeping these builds at approximately the same overall power level. Okay, so yeah, they've nerfed the aspect, which was a very high scaling one, from 60 to 120 to 3550. So it's a huge nerf to this aspect, but they've given the power in the Shadow Blight passive instead. So yeah, fair enough. It'll probably just end up performing the same then. So Shadow builds will still probably be a bit better because they've gotten the 20% quicker procking. But yeah, so attack speed or getting hits will probably make it good, but we'll see. Aspects of bursting bones, bone prison burst damage increased from 9 to 12% to 75 to 120%. It's like almost 10 times the damage. Yeah, bone prison is going to be used on these this spirit bone prison build. There's definitely going to be one of them. Aspects of Empower and Reaper, chance to sever to create blight from 10 to 25 to 15, 30. So they're just making that so you can. Sever, again, this is focused at a Sever build. Blight bonus damage increased from 40 to 100 to 60, 120. So it's just a buff to Sever. Aspects of Hungry Blood. Additional Blood Lance damage increased by a little bit. So that's going to be nice with Blood Lance builds. I've not really seen them played this season, which is a shame. Aspects of Grasping Veins, which is typically used on a lot of Necro builds. Critical Strike chance after casting Corpse Tendrils reduced by from 1025 to 520. So it's reduced by 5%. So that's a nerf. Crit damage to enemies damaged by Corpse Tendrils reduced from 2050 to 1040. So the crit damage has been reduced by 10%. So again, another nerf. And the critical strike damage bonus now lasts for 6 seconds rather than indefinitely. So you only get it for 6 seconds. That's fine because you can probably keep it up. You can get your Corpse Tendrils so you can cast it every 6 seconds. So, but it is still nerfed regardless. They obviously this is just really strong. It always has been. So they're just trying to make it less strong, I guess, to make it more in line. Cadaverous aspect. Previous consuming a corpse increases the damage of your next core skill by 5 to 10%, up to 5 to 50. And now it's consuming a corpse increases the damage of your core skills by 3.5 to 6 for 5 seconds, up to 17.5 to 30. So this has just been nerfed. It's just doing less damage, and it lasts for 5 seconds. It says it doesn't on the previous one, but yeah, this has just been nerfed. So I guess that was performing too well. Torturous aspect. Previous Eye Maiden is also now a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. And when enemies are affected, they get stunned when they deal direct damage. And now Eye Maiden is also now a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. Enemies have the same chance to be stunned when they take damage from Iron Maiden. Yeah, fine. So when you hit them with Iron Maiden, this is going to affect rather than when they deal direct damage. So it's a different way of being procced. So maybe that will make it useful. Who knows? Unique items, Bloodmoon Breaches, which is the overpower pants for Necros. That's just getting a huge buff by 30%. So they're obviously trying to get overpower builds back in play for Necros here. So it might bring the blood builds back into play. Core skill, Kruor's Embrace, core skill damage affix replaced with ranks of Tides of Blood. That's massive because Tides of Blood is the overpower passive in the Necro tree. Again, this is buffing blood builds in general, and core skill damage just won't be that good because it's just additive damage. So this is going to be a huge buff for overpower based builds for Necros. Ring of Men down, lucky hit chance affix replaced with summoning skill damage. So they're just changing that to be more focused on the summoning class. Yeah, just on the way that's meant to be based on the summoning build. Death Speaker's Pendant, summoning skill damage, affix replaced with movement speed. So that'll be nice because I believe the Death Speaker's Pendant is the one where it is the Blood Nova. What's it called? Yeah. So yeah, you can make it some move. This is going to be great for speed farming, probably, and leveling up and whatever. Paragon with a legendary Paragon node, intelligence scaling is now capped at 1200 intelligence. So they've made it so Wither can't just infinitely scale, but 1200 is still quite high. but I guess you get a lot more than that with the new loot. So yeah, with a legendary node has been nerfed a bit. Rogues maximum arrow storms increased from 5 to 7. So we've got any and preparation. Yeah, so maximum it's arrow storms getting a buff. Preparation previous. Every 75 energy you spend reduces your ultimate skill's cooldown by 5 seconds. Using an ultimate skill resets the cooldowns of your other skills. And now it's going to spend the same amount of energy to reduce your ultimate skill cooldowns by the same time. And it resets other cooldowns and grants damage reduction for 8 seconds. Yeah. So it's just granting damage reduction as well. So that's just nice in general for preparation. Skills, Blade Shift is getting an increased damage by 50%, and it's now going to be quickly stabbing your victim for damage and shifts, making you unhindered rather than just allowing you to move freely. So it's probably going to get you unhindered, allows you to move through enemies and prevents your movement speed from being lowered. So it's a buff. It's better than just making it so you can move freely. So that's getting buffed. Fundamental with Blade Shift. The enemies move through to activate daze is being reduced, so that's a buff. And the control impairing effect duration reduction is increased. So again, another buff if you want to use this. Invigorate Strike, damage increased by 20%, so Invigorating Strike's getting a buff. Enhanced Twisting Blades, return damage bonus increased from 30 to 35, so Twisting Blades is getting a little bit of a buff to bring it back up to where it was before, probably. Shadow Step's getting an increase in damage by 11%. Enhanced Shadow Step, previous damaging an enemy with Shadow Step increases your critical strike chance by 8%, and now it's going to, when you're damaging an enemy, it's going to apply vulnerable, it's going to, with Shadow Step dazes, and it's going to daze enemies and apply vulnerable to them for 3 seconds rather than increasing your critical strike chance. So they're obviously changing the focus here from damage to, well, vulnerable damage allows you to do 20% multiplicative damage. Again, this is another way they're giving rogues the ability to be able to apply vulnerable without needing lucky hit vulnerable in your rings or something like this. So I can see where they're going here. Methodical Shadow Step. Enemies damaged by Shadow Steps are stunned, and now it's going to change to gaining damage reduction. So just trying to make it so rogues can stay alive a bit better. And Discipline Shadow Step. Previous, its cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds when damaging an enemy. And you have not hit with Shadow Step in the last 4 seconds, and now it's changing to damaging an enemy with Shadow Step stuns them for 2 seconds and resets its cooldown by 3 and reduces its cooldown by 3 seconds. So they're generally changing the focus of Shadow Step here from more damage and crowd control to a little bit of crowd control and damage reduction and utility, I guess, instead, with the vulnerable application and such and daze and stuff. Yeah, that seems what they're doing. Dash is just getting increased damage as well. Dash slows enemies. It's been given additional functionality, so it's going to slow enemies by 30% on hit, so that's nice. It's just going to be crowd controlling. This is being fundamentally changed as well. Let's see if we can summarize. Enemies damaged by dash take 15%. So they took increased critical damage before, and now it's going to increase your critical chance instead by the same duration. When you cast dash instead of damaging enemies. So every time you cast dash, you're just going to be able to get 10% more crit chance. So that seems better than getting more crit damage as a buff. Discipline dash. It used to slow enemies. Yeah, so this is the 30% slow for 3 seconds was on Discipline dash. That's been taken out of the sub node and just made an additional part of dash anyway. And then it had any enemy already slowed will be dazed instead. And now it's been changed to at the end of dash, it knocks down surrounding enemies and deals loads of damage to them. So yeah, you can still keep your slow, but then you just can have a load of damage dealt. A methodical dash used to deal damage to crowd controlling enemies, reducing its charge cooldown up to 4 seconds. And now it's going to be dash has an additional charge, and its charge cooldown is reduced by 2 seconds. So that's just going to mean so you can use it more often. So that's great for movability. Flurry, this is getting a huge buff. This is one of the things they went through, but basically it's getting more lucky hit chance. It's getting a huge buff to its damage in general. Like the enhanced flurry is being changed so you can almost infinitely apply vulnerable and get extra damage as a result of it, up to 50% multiplicative. So that's huge. Advanced flurry is getting successive casts of flurry increases its damage by 15% and reduces its energy cost by 10% up to 3 times. So if you've got resource issues, you can use this, I suppose. And generally speaking, these were buffs from the previous ones, more focused towards damage. Yep. And we've got improved flurry as well. We've gone through that one. Yeah, improved flurry is casting flurry dashes you to the target and heals 10% of maximum life. So this could be nice for yeah, this could be nice for just engaging enemies, I guess, potentially. Caltrops damage is being increased. Discipline Caltrops critical strike chance bonus increased. So again, Caltrops is just getting buffed. So that's nice for the Caltrops. I know that's popular. Dark Shroud. You can now only lose 1 Dark Shroud shadows every 1.5 seconds. Enhanced Dark Shroud is now going to... it used to be Dark Shroud shadows have a 14% chance to not be consumed, and now it's going to be each Dark Shroud shadow grants you extra movement speed and also has a 15% chance to not be consumed. So not only has it been buffed, it also gives you more movement speed, so that's nice. Subverting Dark Shroud. It used to be each active shadow from Dark Shroud grants you increased movement speed, which they've just given you on the other one. And now it's going to heal you for 10% of your maximum life when a Dark Shroud shadow is removed. So that's going to be nice for sustain if that's the way you want to go. Countering Dark Shroud, you only need one active Dark Shroud. Sorry, one active shadow to get the bonus critical strike chance instead of 2. And then critical strike chance is increased from 8 to 10. So yeah, you're going to be able to get extra in crit chance here. So you've got different options here with Dark Shroud, I guess. I'm not sure which ones are used permanently because I'm not a rogue specialist, but it just seems to me that Dark Shroud's getting buffed across the board there pretty much. Smoke Grenade, additional functionality. They're making smoke grenades now deal physical damage and has a 25% lucky hit chance, and its skill ranks now give increased damage and cooldown reduction. So yeah, I did notice they're trying to make a build where smoke grenades and there was something else. Smoke grenades and something else they would synergize together. So we'll maybe get to that. Enhanced smoke grenades. Previous enemies affected by smoke grenades take 25% increased damage from you. And now it's going to smoke grenades take 25% increased damage from you for 5 seconds. So that's a little bit of a nerf, I guess, because it's putting a duration on it. But maybe that's... Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe it's a buff, because it means when you... Yeah, that means... Oh, yeah, that's probably a buff, because that means when you hit an enemy with smoke grenades, you're now going to do that extra damage with anything you do for 5 seconds, as opposed to only when you hit with the smoke grenade. So that's actually probably a buff, not a nerf, sorry. Countering smoke grenades. I mean, if that's multiplicative as well, that could be quite big for, 25% multiplicative damage is pretty big. Countering smoke grenades. Previous lucky hit dealing direct damage to enemies affected by smoke grenade had up to 25% chance to reduce its cooldown by 1 second or by 3 seconds instead if the enemy is vulnerable, of which we've now ascertained there's a lot more ways to apply vulnerable right now on the rogue coming. And now it's going to be hitting an elite or boss with smoke grenade reduces its cooldown by 5 seconds. So that's just to try and make it so you can use smoke grenade more often on your single target, particularly your elites and bosses, I guess, where you're more likely going to get stuck not being able to use it often enough. Subverting smoke grenades. Used to be if an enemy is vulnerable, slowed or chilled, the smoke grenade will daze them for 20% longer, and now it's going to deal poison damage and apply another 45% poisoning damage over 5 seconds. So that's a dot damage variation. Could be interesting. I have a feeling countering smoke grenade might get used to be able to keep it up often so you can get the buff, but we'll see. Poison imbuement is getting buff. Duration's going up. Enhanced poison imbuement. Used to poison imbuement's poison duration, it used to increase it by 1 second, and now it's going to generate 30 energy, increased by 2 for each nearby poison enemy. So they're taking the duration increase. They've given you the duration increase by default, and they're now making it so enhanced poison imbuement gives you energy generation. So basically, yeah, poison imbuement's just been buffed. Poison trap damage increased by 36%. Poison damage for subverting poison trap, the damage has been increased from 10 to 15. Countering poison trap, chance to reset imbuements increased from 30 to 40, so that's getting buffed as well. Penetrating shot, new functionality, now deals 10% increased damage per enemy it pierces, so it's just going to get stronger as it goes through enemies. Enhanced penetrating shot, used to deal 10% increased damage for each enemy it pierces, so that's what they're now doing by default on the penetrating shot. And now they're giving... So basically, you've got that for free. And now, enhanced penetrating shot, casting penetrating shot and hitting a boss or elite with it has a 25% chance to fight an additional shot for free. So, yeah, that's quite nice. I can see that being used because you'll be able to get free penetrating shots without losing anything from it. Rain of Arrows, casting speed has been increased. Lucky hit has been increased. Cooldown has been reduced. So Rain of Arrows is just getting buffs across the board. Passives, concussive, renamed to unstable elixirs. Used to knock back or knocking down an enemy, you gained increased critical strike chance, and now using healing potions, stuns surrounding enemies for 2 seconds, increases your damage by 6% for 5 seconds. I mean, fair enough. You know you can get increased damage for using a potion, but you're forcing people to use potions. So we'll see. It seems a bit gimmicky to me, but maybe people will use it for the damage increase. Rapid gambits. Previous, your evade cooldown is reduced when you daze an enemy. And now evading through an enemy dazes them for 2 seconds. Your evade cooldown is reduced by half of the time when you daze an enemy. So you get half the evade cooldown, but you can now daze them by evading through enemies. So there's kind of a trade-off there. Trick attacks. Previous, when you critically strike a dazed enemy, they are knocked down for 0.5 seconds. And now it's going to be dazing or stunning an enemy increases your crit chance by 2% and crit damage by 2% for 5 seconds, both up to 12%. So that could be quite big for a damage increase, to be honest. It's more focused. They're changing it more focused on when you do the crowd control effect, you get better crit chance as opposed to when you crit strike a particular day, a very specific condition that they get an extra condition. So yeah, that's quite a big increase to damage there. Impetus, new functionality, added visuals to show when the effect is ready. That could be really nice for when it can be used or activated. Previous, after moving 12 meters, your next non-basic attack deals more damage. And now after moving 15 meters, so you've got to move slightly further, your next core or ultimate attack deals even more increased damage. And then while the damage bonus remains, your agility and subterfuge skills deal increased damage. So they're creating a synergy here between your core and ultimate attacks and your agility and subterfuge skills. Malice. Previous, you deal 3% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Now you deal even more increased damage to vulnerable enemies and knockdown enemies. So that's just a buff to that. Alchemical advantage. Previous, you gain 1% increased attack speed for each enemy you've poisoned, up to 15%. And now it's going to be dealing poison damage increases your attack speed and lucky hit chance by 1% for 8 seconds, up to 5%. So instead of making it so you increase your attack speed when you hit poison enemies, they're making it so when you deal poison damage as opposed to hitting enemies you've poisoned, and you get attack speed and lucky hit chance, but they only go up to 5% rather than 15%. So it's a nerf to attack speed, but you get your lucky hit chance as well. The maximum stack potential increases by 5% with each skill rank. Yeah, okay. So you get up to 15% at level 3. I guess maybe this was a 1 point to 1 before. I'm not sure. Second wind. Previous energy. Every 100 energy you spend grants you 5% increased lucky hit chance for 5 seconds. And now it's going to grant you 15% maximum life as barrier for 3 seconds. So it's giving you a way to generate barrier here as your maximum life as well. So that could be good for a defensive option instead of the lucky hit chance, which would be negligible. Aftermath. Previous, after using an ultimate skill, restore energy. And now it's going to be while an ultimate skill is on your action bar, you heal for maximum life each second. And after using an ultimate, restore energy. So this is just a buff to Aftermath. You're going to get constant life regen for 0.5% of maximum life every second. And you get almost the same amount of energy by default. So that's quite nice. Weapon Mastery. Dagger damage to healthy enemies increased, so that's just a buff to weapon mastery. And then we're on to key passives. This is going to be interesting because Victimize, the bug was fixed, right? So let's see what they've done. Victimize. The explosion damage of Victimize has been increased by about 50% to compensate for a bug fix. Yeah, there you go. So it's probably, we'll have to see if Heartseeker and that actually still performs any good, but we'll see. That they have fixed the bug apparently. Momentum. Previous, cutthroat skills granted stack of momentum for 8 seconds. If either hit stunned, if you hit stunned, dazed, or frozen enemies, or hit an enemy from behind, while at 3 stacks of momentum you gain increased damage reduction, increased energy regeneration, and increased movement speed. Now it's going to be casting a cutthroat skill grants a stack of momentum. Casting a non-cutthroat skill removes a stack of momentum, and for each stack you gain 3% damage reduction, 3% maximum energy, 3% energy regeneration, 3% movement speed, up to 30%. So you can get up to 30% here. So it's a buff if you can keep these up all the time, I guess is what they're going for, as opposed to just getting it by default for 8 seconds. Legendary aspects, enshrouding aspects, where you previously gain a free dark shroud shadow every 3 seconds when standing still, and each dark shroud shadow grants increased damage reduction. It's now using a healing potion makes a free dark shroud shadow. Each shadow grants the same damage reduction. So I guess they're making it. This is kind of again focusing on the healing potion aspects of the game, which is a bit weird, but it does mean that you're going to be able to get dark shrouds by using healing potions for free, rather than having to wait 3 seconds. It is a buff. Just depends if you want to play that way or not. Of arrow storms, it seems to me like they're pushing arrow storm quite a lot here in this in this season. Previous lucky hit, your marksman skills have up to 25% chance to create an arrow storm at the enemy's location, dealing physical damage over 3 seconds. Your arrow storms deal 30 to 40% increased damage, and now it's changing to lucky hit, your marksman and cutthroat skills, not just marksman, have up to the same percent chance to create an arrow storm, same as at an enemy's location, so the same before, dealing physical damage over 3 seconds and increased arrow storm damage. So it's just a buff, and it applies to more skills, so it can be used in combination with more skills, I guess. So again, arrow storms buffs. Vengeful arrow storm damage increased by, well, quite nearly 2 times. It's about 85% increase to damage there. So again, arrow storm damage increase. That's another buff to arrow storm. Ravagers damage bonus to shadow step increased from 2.5 to 10 to 4.5 to 12. So shadow step's getting another buff. Tricksters, previous caltrops also throw a cluster of exploding stun grenades, stunning and dealing damage. And now caltrops and smoke grenades receive stun grade benefits. Sorry, chat. So now caltrops and smoke grenades receive stun grenade benefits and throw stun grenades that deal physical damage and stun enemies. So that's the same as before, except caltrops and smoke grenades. Throw a cluster of... Yeah, okay, so I think it's caltrops and smoke grenades are benefiting from the same thing as before, and your stun grenades deal 25 to 40% increased damage is the same. So basically, yeah, they're changing it so that smoke grenade can be used as well as caltrops for tricksters, I think. Which is in line with the way that they're buffing smoke grenade in general. I can actually see smoke grenade being used next season because of the support combination synergy of it potentially. And there was a unique that was using this as well, so there's definitely a build they're pushing for it. Of noxious ice, poison damage bonus to frozen enemies increased. So that's if you're doing a cold poison build, that's gonna be nice. Of bursting venoms, toxic pool poisoning damage increased by 24%, so more poison buffs. Of volatile shadows, dark shroud shadow explosion increased by 50%. So yeah, that's quite big for your dark shadow explosions. So there's another buff there for dark shroud. I mean, dark shroud's already very good, and it's been buffed everywhere pretty much here, so it's going to be really good next season. Of stolen vigor, previous, each stack of momentum key passive heals you for life per second and grants damage reduction. And now, while up maximum stacks of the momentum key passive, rather than each stack, your cutthroat skills deal more damage, and you become unstoppable 3 seconds for 8 seconds. For 3 seconds every 8 seconds. So this is a change in how it works. Instead of each stack of momentum giving you bonuses, instead of gaining damage reduction and healing, you're gaining damage and unstoppable instead. So they're obviously trying to change how this actually works, how it builds into your build. So I don't know. I don't play rogues. You guys will have to let me know how much of a change that might make to rogues. And then unique items, Saboteur's Signet. Previous, this is a casting flurry has a 15 to 30% chance to release stun grenades that deal physical damage, stun enemies, and your grenade skills have increased lucky hit chance. And now casting a core skill, not just flurry, but any core skill, has the same percent chance to throw stun grenades, not release. So that's they've changed the wording there, which means that it might mean the stun grenades actually act differently. Rather than just popping out from you, they might actually go towards a target. Maybe it just makes it play better. I don't know. And it deals the same physical damage and stuns for 1 second. And your stun grenades gain 5% lucky hit chance, not your grenade skills. So it's very specifically on stun grenades rather than generically grenade skills here. So I guess this is to try and stop you from using this on smoke grenades. Otherwise, your smoke grenades would have extra lucky hit chance. But yeah, so it's a very subtle change there. But yeah, that wording from release to throw, that's the key thing for me, and then making it so more skills can proc with this, so this can be used with more skill setups. Wind Force, ranks of concussive changed to ranks of malice. I'm guessing that's a buff, but I don't know the rogue passives that well. Vulnerable damage changed to dexterity, so that's going to be nice because that's obviously core stat, and vulnerable damage is additive. Dex is going to be better every single time. Previous lucky hits with this weapon have up to 30 to 40% chance to deal double damage and knock back the target, and now it's focused so its barrage has the same percent chance to knock back or knock down enemies with each hit and deal double damage. So yeah, they're obviously changing this to be a barrage build unique, and that seems like it's a buff to well, it's definitely a buff for damage with a percent chance like this. It's not even a lucky hit. It's just barrage has a percent chance every time barrage to knock down enemies with each hit and deal more damage. So barrage is getting a huge buff on this, but this just no longer will work with just generic builds, I guess. So there might be a barrage build on the cards. We'll see. Scoundrel's Kiss, the explosion radius has increased, and the visual effect for the physical damage has been improved to be more consistent. So there's a tiny buff there for Scoundrel's Kiss. Writhing Band of Trickery, decoy trap increase, a small buff there. Word of Hakan, previous, your Rain of Arrows is always imbued with all imbuements at once. And now it's going to be your Rain of Arrows is always imbued with all imbuements at once, and it receives your Arrow Storm's benefits. So that's, yeah, that's going to be nice. They're definitely pushing for an Arrow Storm build here. They've buffed both Rain of Arrows and Arrow Storm across the board pretty much. So it'll be interesting to see if that build comes out, that works and performs any good. Paragon's Trick of the Trade legendary node. It previously made your marksman skills grant you your next cutthroat skill increased damage, and your cutthroat skills grant you your next marksman skill increased damage. And now it's going to be your marksman skills grant your cutthroat skills the same amount of damage for 8 seconds, and your cutthroat skills are going to grant your marksman skills increased damage for 8 seconds. So this is a huge buff actually, because this used to be that your marksman skill only granted your next cutthroat skill, and your cutthroat skill only granted your next marksman skill damage, which meant you had to alternate them constantly. And now this means you can use marksman skill once, and then your cutthroat skills could be crazy for 8 seconds, or vice versa. So you could play a switching build, or you can just play one where you just proc it, and you just got to keep proccing it every 7 seconds or something, and just get a permanent 25% bonus. That's potentially quite big. Cheap Shot legendary node. Previously you dealt increased damage for each nearby enemy that is crowd controlled up to 25%, and now you deal 5% increased damage for each nearby enemy that is crowd controlled, the same up to 25%, and a nearby staggered boss provides the maximum bonus. So they just tried to make this so it's a bit better against bosses. Exploit Weakness legendary node. Previously, whenever you deal damage to a vulnerable enemy, they take increased damage for 6 seconds up to 25%, and now it's changing to a lucky hit. Direct damage to a vulnerable enemy has up to 45% chance to increase your damage for 25 seconds, so a lot longer duration, up to 50%, so double the amount of damage. And at 50 stacks, this bonus resets, and you execute all nearby non-boss enemies. This seems to me like an incredibly big buff. Sure, you've got to stack some lucky hit, but you've now got a lot of ways to apply vulnerable, and it's a 45% chance. So you're going to be doing this quite a lot. You're going to get loads more damage, and you're going to wipe the screen, basically. If you're near enemies and you execute this, you're just going to kill all non-boss enemies. This is going to kill elites. That's going to be crazy, I think. That's going to be insane for clearance, I reckon. No Witness legendary node is now capped at a maximum damage bonus of 35%. I'm guessing that's a nerf. This is to compensate for increased sources of ultimate skill damage added to Rogue Paragon board this season. Fair enough. So I guess where we see the boards, it should work out the same if you build correctly. Leirana's Instinct legendary node is now capped at a maximum damage bonus of 35. I'm guessing that's a nerf as well, but it's probably the same reason as this above. Color Rare node, Execute chance changed to ultimate damage. So that's nice. You can get more sources of ultimate damage. Magic nodes in this cluster that give Execute chance now give ultimate damage. So yeah, you can just get more ultimate damage. Ruin Rare node, damage to healthy changed to ultimate damage. And magic nodes in this cluster changed from damage to healthy to, yeah. So they're just taking out all of these stats that are no longer really in the current loot in loot 2.0, and they're just giving you ultimate damage. So that's potentially nice. Right, we're on to Sorcerer. This will be interesting. Crackling Energy is getting more damage, that's buffed. Skills, Ice Armor, maximum life base shield amount increased, so Ice Armor is getting hugely buffed. No longer gains increased shield based on damage. Okay, that sort of... Okay, I changed my last statement. That's probably going to make it so it's actually a little bit of a nerf, but we'll see how it plays, because you get more life up front, but you don't gain it by the amount of damage you're dealing, where you just get constant ice armor. But they are making it so you can reduce your ice armor cooldown. So maybe you just get it so you can spam ice armor more often, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays. That might be a nerf, but it might be a buff. It depends on how you play, I guess. Charge bolts getting increased damage, and explosions getting more damage. So charge bolts are just getting a buff. Spark, base damage is getting increased. Enhanced spark damage is getting increased. Glinted spark used to give 2% increased crit chance per cast for 5 seconds, up to 8%. And now it's granting 2% increased crit chance per cast for 5 seconds, up to 8%. And at max stats, your spark hits grant 1 mana. So this is a buff. It's doing exactly the same as before, but it's giving you mana in it as well, so you can you can use spark to, well, not run out of mana all the time, I suppose. So that's they're obviously decided that was too mana hungry. Blizzard's getting a buff. It was one of the strongest skills anyway, but it's getting a damage buff and enhanced Blizzard, so the damage to frozen enemies is getting increased as well. So Blizzard's going to be even better next season. Hydra, base damage increased by a little bit, and Summon Hydra, the burning damage has been increased quite a bit, so there's a little bit of a buff to Hydra. Inferno, base damage 20% increase, so that's getting a bit of a buff. Flickering Arc Lash, which used to give movement speed for 5 seconds when you hit with Arc Lash, is now changing to grants 5 mana if your swipe hits at least 1 enemy, and when you hit 3 or more enemies or a boss, your next swipe deals more damage. So yeah, they're trying to make this so Arc Lash becomes a mana generator rather than a movement speed generator. So that's going to be quite nice for early game in some ways, actually, for helping with your mana sustain. Chain Lightning now tracks how many chain lightnings are out. That's quite nice, I guess. It'd be good if you can track how many chain lightnings you've actually got out, especially with those new pants, so you can actually see how many you've got out, draining all your mana. The greater chain lightning, previously each chain lightning bounces dealt 5% increased damage for its duration, and now each time chain lightning bounces, it deals 10% increased damage for its duration, up to 30%. So what they've done here is they've made it more impactful each time you've got a chain lightning out, but they've capped it at 30% rather, and then so stopping it so that you can't just have like 20 chain lightnings out and gaining 100% increased damage for its duration. So it's kind of a buff and a nerf. It'll be buff for the early game. It might be a nerf for the absolutely cracked chain lightning sorks, where you would have been able to get more than 30%. But you're going to be able to keep this 30% up way easier. So this is going to make the build much nicer for people to play who haven't got GG gear, basically. Chain Lightning Enchantment now has a 4-second cooldown, no longer tracks mana or sends out Chain Lightnings if the instance of mana drain is also an autocast skill. Fair enough. I mean, I'm kind of seeing a world here where... Yeah, I'm seeing a world where this might get used with those pants, where you get your cooldown reduced hugely, and you just cast this as quickly as you can with the cooldown, or reduce your cooldowns using some other form of cooldown reduction, like Ice Blaze or something, say. And then you no longer casting this no longer costs mana. So then your pants are just, and these chain lightnings are just constantly spinning around you and going back out and hitting loads of enemies and spinning around you and going out and hit. So you can just keep up your chain lightnings constantly. I can see that getting used, actually. I can see that being quite strong. Ice armor, the max life base shield. Oh, we've already read this. They've done ice armor twice. We already had that, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Look, they've got ice armor up here. And they've got ice armor here. Exactly the same thing. Someone's copied and pasted errors there. Flame shield. Cooldown begins when invulnerability ends. No more infinite flame shield, guys. As I said, was highly likely in Season 5. Rip immortal flame shield builds. That was just extremely obvious from the recent mid-season patch, honestly. Everything they did just completely pointed towards that was getting removed. Enhanced Lightning Spear. Previously, after critically striking, Lightning Spear gained increased stacking critical chance for its duration, and now casting Lightning Spear spawns an additional Lightning Spear and increases their critical chance by 15%. So now, instead of waiting to critically strike and and your lightning spear gaining increased crit chance, meaning your lightning spears can constantly hit an enemy and just gain 100% crit chance. They're making it more focused on the fact that you want to cast more lightning spears, spawning additional lightning spears, and then increase their crit chance by 15%. So you can't get infinite crit chance, but you'll get more lightning spears. They're sort of changing the focus of where the damage is there, and that means you can't get infinite crit chance procs. Because people were using this on the Frozen Orb build to get 100% crit chance effects, basically. They just always hit them. Wizards Blizzard. Previously, while Blizzard is active, your core skills cost 20% less mana, and now, while Blizzard is active, you gain extra mana regeneration for every 20 maximum mana. So this just gives you a focus on wanting to stack maximum mana. This might be useful for builds like the Chain Lightning build if you need mana regen, but maybe not, we'll see. Teleport, the cooldown's being increased, so they're actually nerfing it to try and make it more difficult to get infinite teleport, I suppose, because Sorks are just so ridiculously good. Teleporting infinitely everywhere, but the base damage is being increased, so that's going to be it's going to suck for people who want to get their constant movement on their teleports. Passives, convulsions, stun chance increased, so that's a little bit of an increase here to convulsions. I can't remember exactly what that does off the top of my head, but yeah, it's just a bit of increased crowd control. Crippling flames, immobilized chance increase, and more crowd control. Snap freeze. Oh yeah, these are the ones they've buffed in the tempering. So this is all your crowd control effects, being able to proc, freeze, immobilize, stun through your skills, and what they do. Static discharge, chance to spawn crackling energy increase. So that's going to be really nice because early game this is quite a good way for getting on your lightning builds, particularly from keeping your mana sustain up and doing loads of extra damage. Shocking impact, damage for each rank increased, so that's a buff there as well. Combustion, base burning damage increase. So yeah, this is going to be great for incinerate builds, or it looks like they're going for a Hydra burning build because they've increased the burning damage on Hydras by 60%. So yeah, so 60%. They've increased it from 60 to 100, so 40%, 66%. It's a huge, so they're going into the burning damage. Veer's Mastery. This is going to be interesting because this is bugged at the moment. This works for all types of damage, not just lightning, and this is extremely strong. So I'll be interested, and especially with the recent mid-season patch, very strong. So let's see what they do. Previous, close enemies take increased damage from your shock skills. No, they don't, Blizzard. They happen from frost and fire bonds as well, I tell you. And deal less damage to you. Critical strikes increased their bonuses to 20% and 25%. So this was just, you could keep that up all the time, basically. And this worked for all builds because it was bugged. Now, when you critical strike an enemy with a shock skill, let's hope they don't fix that so it works with all skills, we'll see. You become charged and take 25% less damage for 5 seconds. So you're going to take, okay, it's more defensive, so it's good, it's better for defense. Well, it's better for, oh no, it's the same for defense. Critical strikes increase damage and respectively. So it's the same damage reduction for 5 seconds for longer. And then while charged, critical strikes have a 10% chance to cause the damage to arc. The chance to cause the damage to arc as lightning damage to another nearby enemy. Or if there are no other targets, you hit the target again for 250% of the damage. Okay, let me say it again because it's a bit of a mouthful. So basically, instead of making it so you get just passive close damage, passive increased damage with shock skills and less damage, and then crit strikes just boosting that somewhat, they are now making it so when you crit strike, you become charged for 5 seconds. You're gaining your damage reduction, so you don't just naturally get 20% damage reduction. You have to crit strike first. So there's a huge focus on getting 100% crit chance, which is quite easy to do in a Sork, honestly. And then while you're charged, you also have a 10% a 10% chance on crit strikes. So it means if you've got 100% crit strike chance, you're only going to have 10% chance to cause the damage you do to arc as lightning damage to other nearby enemies. So it's going to be a way of just nuking the screen to nearby enemies 10% of the time. And if you're attacking super fast, say like Chain Lightning, this is going to make it so Chain Lightning is going to be able to hit loads of enemies, and if you've got 100% crit chance, which you probably want to strive for on that build, you're going to end up being able to have like just attack speed, just get loads of them out, and then they're all constantly spinning around you, not actually, and as long as you've got enough mana regen, they're never going to die. So they're going to keep spinning around you, going out, and you'll have like 10, 20 Chain Lightnings all going out there, and each one's going to have a 10% chance to not only explode through the pants, but also do an arc as lightning damage to another nearby enemy and kill another nearby enemy or hurt them. So you're just getting extra damage. And then this is going to be crazy for bosses. This is going to be insane. Because if there's no other nearby enemy, if you're on a single target boss like the sharpshooter, it does 250% of the damage. It hits it again for 250% of damage. Not only is that thing, if you've got all of these chain lightnings going out and hitting this boss and coming back to you, and you've got enough mana to sustain it, you're basically going to be able to nukes. This is going to be an insane single target damage boss. I really think this chain lightning build is going to be very good in season 5. This is my first take. This looks like it's going to be very strong, and it's going to be very good for taking down bosses. This just reminds me of the infinite lightning ball in season 3, where you could have so many of them, and it was just really good for single target. It's just a slightly different way of playing. Shock Sorcerer is often highly incentivized to play close combat. This rework aims to open up the Shock Sorcerer playstyle, allowing for both close and ranged options. Yeah, fair enough, it does. But I can see this being extremely good for Chain Lightning, honestly. This is going to be... Well, you would use it anyway, but that's going to be crazy with those new pants, I think. Legendary aspects... Charge, and this is going to be interesting to see because these really need a rework, to be honest. Charged aspect, movement speed increased from 10, 20, 15, 25. So that's not too bad. Aspect of efficiency, mana cost reduction increased. Okay, that's pretty nice. That's a huge amount of mana cost reduction. 1025 to 3550. I mean, you get 50% mana cost reduction. For builds that actually consume mana directly, that's going to be very good. That won't work for Chain Lightning, as they said. It doesn't work for it. Aspects of Engulfing Flames. Burning damage to enemies below 50% life increased from 1530 to 3540. So again, another buff to burning damage, especially when they're below 50% life. Aspects of Abundant Energy. Used to be Crackling Energy had a 35 to 50% chance to chain to an additional enemy. And now it's going to be Crackling Energy has a 35 to 50% chance to deal 40% multiplicative increased damage and chain to an additional enemy. So that's a huge buff to Crackling Energy as well. Maybe that can go hand in hand with the Chain Lightning build. We'll see. Aspects of Splintered Energy. Previous casting Lightning Spear always spawns an additional Lightning Spear and increases your damage with shock skills by X for Y seconds. And now it's going to be critical hits with Lightning Spear. Cause lightning to arc from it, dealing X damage to its targets and up to 5 enemies. This damage is increased by your critical strike damage bonus. So they're taking a focus here on trying to make it so your lightning spear is actually your focus of damage, as opposed to using lightning spear to proc other effects and boost your main damage skill. Lightning spear never really being it. So this is a focus towards conjuration builds in general. Aspects of Binding Embers. Previous Flame Shield lets you move unhindered through enemies. And enemies you move through while Flame Shield is active are immobilized, and now it's going to be Flame Shield grants you unhindered for its duration, and enemies you move through are also immobilized. And the difference here is grants you unhindered, meaning you can move unhindered through enemies and you can't be your movement speed can't be reduced, as opposed to just moving unhindered, but your movement speed could have been reduced. So it's a bit of a buff here. Aspect of Frozen Wake. Ice spike damage just increased by 33%, so that's quite a big buff there. Now has a 15% extra damage. Now has 15% extra damage to ice spikes instead of 15% extra chill. So this is going to be a huge buff to ice spike builds in general. So Blizzard Ice Spike, for example. Aspects of the Frozen Tundra, which is another ice spike damage increase from 60 to 80 to 120. So another ice spike boost. Glacial Aspects now has a 15% extra chill with ice spikes instead of 15% extra damage. That's interesting because that's basically shifted the extra chill with ice spikes off of one aspect onto another, and we've taken the damage from Glacial Aspects and put it on the aspect. So they basically swapped the Glacial Aspects with aspects of Frozen Wake somewhat. Paragon Burning Instinct. Burning Instinct critical strike bonus reduced from 1% per 25 intelligence to 1% per 50 intelligence, and now caps at 40%. So they've really nerfed Burning Instinct here in general, and I think this is because it was getting used. It was getting used to buff builds that weren't intended to be burning builds, I think. As it's twice as hard to acquire and it's capped at 40%. So there's a huge nerf there. Ceaseless Conduit, crackling energy damage reduced from 3% per 20 to 1% per 25, but now caps at 60%. So another huge nerf here. They have had enormous buffs up above, so this is probably to counter those. Elemental Summoner now caps its damage bonus at 30% multiplicative. So again, another just restriction to stop people just stacking too much in one area. Icefall, damage from frost skills increased from 15% multiplicative to 18%, so there's a bit of a buff there. And the Unleash glyph is getting increased damage from 7 to 8 and increased mana regeneration from 7 to 25. So this is probably going to get used on a new Chain Lightning build, potentially, because of the mana regeneration buff there. Tempering updates. My word, we're still going. This is huge. The following tempering affixes have been removed from existing tempering recipes onto new recipes in the utility category. Sorry, chat. That's been hanging for a while. Barbarian Innovation. Barbarian Utility Recipe, Earthquake Duration from Wasteland Augments is being moved. Kick Vulnerable Duration, Frenzy Duration, and Flay Duration. They're all being moved to Barbarian Utility Recipes. So these are going to go on your rings instead. Rings and amulets and things like this instead of your weapons, I suppose. Because I think you do Flay Duration and weapons right now, right? Nature Magic Innovation, your Druid Utility recipes, so your Hurricane Size, Lightning Storm Duration, Petrify Duration, Cyclone Armor, Active Size, they're all getting moved to the same, so it'd be rings instead of wherever they come from before. I guess this is to offer more variety of where you can put things, because you very often, we're looking like, I'm playing a Storm build and I really want 2 out of this category, but I can only have 1. And that actually kind of cuts and builds off from beneath the feet, where you ended up with, like my build, I've got rings where there's literally 1 slot where I'm just whacking any old temper on because it doesn't matter. There's not really any useful one for my build. This would probably make it so there would be. Rogue Innovation is also getting a few of theirs moved, like Heartseeker Duration and Flurry Size and such. They're all getting moved into the ring categories as well, the utility category. So that's nice. Endgame bosses. For updates on our endgame bosses, you can read more about these changes here. Let's go read more about those changes there, chat. My God. Okay, we've kind of. Oh right, no. Okay, this is what we've gone over before. Endgame bosses are just getting you no longer have to leave the dungeon to reset it for any of you that haven't seen that already. So when you kill the boss, the altar is going to respawn in the middle. That is a massive win. We've all wanted that for ages. The other things. Varshan, he's only going to need Malignant Hearts, not 4 items anymore, and the endgame bosses are going to drop gold instead of rare items, so you won't see rare items on like Duriels anymore, you'll see way more gold instead, so that's great. Get rid of the trash, that's what I say. And Beast in the Ice is the other big win. You're no longer going to need to summon it up by a sigil, and you won't have to run through the dungeon to go and fight it. So it's just going to be a little bit less daunting to get to him to farm, even though he's still going to suck as a boss to farm. So that's the main thing with bosses there. Hell Ties, we've already spoken about that. Main change here is Whispers are getting buffed. Loot rewards, let's just recap what that was. Okay, it's actually going to make loot rewards. Oh yeah, Resplendent Sparks, you're going to be able to get in hardcore, non-hardcore. For some reason, they're making Resplendent Sparks and Scattered Prisms not automatically pick up anymore, but they'll go to your stash if you missed them. Maybe just so you see you get them, to make it a bit more of a wow moment, I don't know. Unique and mythic unique items can be acquired from Whisper Caches, the Obel vendor, and the Tortured Gifts in Helltide, so that's a massive win, because you're going to be able to target farm these items in another way. And the chance to get mythic uniques from non-targeted bosses is just increased again, so hopefully you've got a little bit more chance of actually seeing them in the season by random, which will be nice. If we go back again, we're pretty much into the tail end here of what is enormous patch notes are. User interface and user experience. I'm not sure we need to read through all these. Are there any wins here? Yeah, mythic uniques have a new visual effects and sound as well, so they're purple now rather than looking the same as uniques. Legendary aspects can now be favorited and filtered while interacting in the occultist, so that's nice. Shift clicking a skill will now add 5 points or as many as possible. Yeah, okay, it's just a quality of life thing, right? And the notification for unlocking upgrading aspects has been improved to be more prominent. Nice. Miscellaneous. Torture Gifts in Helltide no longer contain obels. Okay, fair enough. So just not giving us ovals there, I guess because we just fill up with them too quick. And trying to take the focus off that. This season's Nightmare Dungeon rotation remains the same as the previous, so we're going to have the same Nightmare Dungeon rotation. World bosses are now more resilient to damage, so world bosses are going to be tankier. Let's see if they actually last more than 3 seconds, because I doubt it. They're probably still going to die really fast, you watch. But if they don't, that's great, because they are way too easy right now. Experience rewards for all of things like side quests, including priority quests, have been increased. So that just means you can level up from those. Not that many people are going to do those, really. Skills that grant immunity, flame shield, blood mist, etc. now go on cooldown once the immunity effect ends, so you can't have them infinitely. We know about this. Potions. Oh yeah, this is a big one. Potions can be used while you're crowd controlled, even if you're stunned. So you'll be able to heal yourself even if you're crowd controlled to try and stay alive. We'll have to see how that plays. I suppose it's a bit odd, but anyway, it's a buff, right? It's going to be good for hardcore players. The tutorial quests are now tracked account-wide. Okay, fair enough. So, oh yeah, this is good. This means we won't get the tutorials all the time. That's nice. Various dungeons have had tweaks to their layouts to further streamline them. This is good because there's still a few that suck. Maybe that's them that's been buffed, so that'll be good. More weapon types are available to more classes, so your druids can use pole arms, one-handed swords and daggers. Necromancers can use maces and axes, including the uniques in those classes, like Butcher's Cleaver being usable for necromancers. And sorcerers can use one-handed swords and one-handed maces, including the Azure-Wrath and Doombringer. And I think the Azure-Wrath could be potentially very good for sorcerer because of the cold synergy, but we'll see. And inherent affixes on multiple weapon types have been changed. So yeah, that's the things we spoke about before with the table with the X's. But instead of recapping all these, basically all the implicits on the weapons are being consolidated to be in line with the current loot 2.0. And the biggest change is probably the axes and staffs going to dot damage instead of crowd control and damage to healthy, for example. It's no more damage on Tuesdays. Bug fixes. Yeah, we'll probably go through these. This will be interesting. Barbarian. Fix an issue where Fury regeneration would malfunction when assigned with the Tactical Rallying Cry upgrade. That would be bad, yeah. Fixed an issue where the 5-second internal cooldown for the aspects of Ancestral Echoes was not listed in the aspects description. Yeah, okay, well, that's good. Good to know. Fixed an issue where stack granted by the aspects of Limitless Rage could be inconsistently acquired. Okay. Fixed an issue where charge could be used or to bypass interaction channels such as opening Helltide chests. Okay, so you can just speed up how often you do things. Fixed an issue where Striker's aspect could waste its guaranteed overpower trigger on autocast instances. This includes triggers from Overkill and Ring of Ravenous. So this will be nice if you're trying to play an overpower build in a Barbarian, I suppose. It will stop you from wasting your overpower. Fixed an issue where a bonus fury generated by the aspects of Berserk Fury didn't grant Fortify when used in conjunction with the aspects of Numbing Wrath. Okay, so that's just fixing an issue with two aspects not working together. Fixed an issue where Whirlwind didn't scale with passive and temporary attack speed. So that's really nice for Whirlwind because that means it's actually going to now work with passive and temporary attack speed. So current Whirlwind lovers rejoice. Fixed an issue where the damage modifier for the Rumble glyph was additive when fighting crowd-controlled enemies. Rumble's damage bonus is now capped at 30% multiplicative. So this is a huge bug fix, really. That glyph is getting a huge buff in terms of just working now. So that's nice. Fixed an issue where Deathblow wasn't being consistently reset when enemies were killed by shockwaves created by Overkill, which is particularly bad given Overkill is the Deathblow weapon. So that might mean Deathblow might be a playable build in Season 5. We'll see. Druids. Okay, let's see what they got here. Fixed an issue where the tooltip for aspect of Changeling's depth was missing the damage type indicator when using advanced tooltips. Okay, good. Fixed an issue where projectiles materials might behave erratically when used with Shred. Okay, I've not seen it, but obviously it must be going crazy. Fixed an issue where the tooltip description for Enhanced Poison Creeper was missing information. Fixed an issue where Rabies did not fully benefit from the Toxic Claws passive, which is obviously, that's probably why Rabies just sucks, because it's just not working properly. Even though they've buffed it and buffed it and buffed it, it's just, if it's just not working, it's not, doesn't matter how much you buff it, doesn't it? 1,000% more of 0% is still 0% Blizzard. Yeah. Fixed an issue where the pull effect from Eridar's inexorable will had a larger area effect than intended. Okay. Oh, yeah. This is the ring from Season 2, where you can end up pulling things in. So, yeah, it's probably been bugged since then, really. The pulling effects of that has always been crazy. Fixed an issue where enhanced rabies was scaling beyond the 60% bonus if the damage over time duration was extended. Okay, there's a bit of a nerf to rabies. Fixed an issue where weapon drops with druids were skewed towards two-handed weapons. Okay. Fixed an issue where lightning storm didn't scale with passive and temporary attack speeds. Again, that's lightning storm getting buffed as well. Necromancer fixed an issue where skeleton reapers could get both bonuses when using second upgrade option. So that was mentioned in the PTR campfire. Fixed an issue where the bonus critical strike chance from Supreme Bone Storm did not trigger if Bone Storm was recast while another Bone Storm was active. That is interesting. That means for a very long time, the crit chance you were meant to be gaining from Bone Storm would have not been getting gained, because most builds for Bone Storm focus on casting it and then keeping it up by using like the Lidless Wall. This is a buff to Lidless Wall, for example. So yeah, that's a pretty big buff for Necromancers and their damage. Fixed an issue where the Grasping Veins aspect could apply its bonus without using Corpse Tendrils. That definitely seems pretty broken, considering it's based on using Corpse Tendrils. Fixed an issue where Hellbent Commander's effect could still function when removing points after entering a new zone. Okay, I bet that was abused. Fixed an issue where the aspect of Frenzied Death had an irrelevant addition of summoning to its description. Fixed an issue where the cooldown reduction granted by rapid ossification didn't apply to Bone Spirits. That's interesting. When cast with 100 or more essence, that's very interesting, because you normally do stack above 100 essence. This means you weren't getting your cooldown reduction from rapid ossification. Okay, this is a huge buff for Bone Spirit. That's going to be a big win for them. Fixed an issue where the untimely death aspect was not gaining stacks when the player healed values smaller than 1% of your max life. Oh, math error. Oh, good. Well, I fixed the math error. Good job then. Fixed an issue where Reap didn't scale with passive and temporary attack speed. So, okay, there was obviously an internal issue here with Necros, with all of their not with Necros, with the way they were scaling these types of skills with passive and temporary attack speed. No, obviously now working, so that's good. Rogue fixed an issue where the methodical dash upgrade didn't reduce the cooldown of dash by full intended amount, so that's going to be good for that. It's a buff. Fixed an issue where puncture could generate multiple combo points when additional resource regeneration was high. That seems like it's probably a bit of a nerf, but there we go. Probably wasn't meant to work that way. Fixed an issue where rapid fire used the Scoundrel's Kiss and the repeating aspects behaved. Oh, sorry. Fixed an issue where when rapid fire used with Scoundrel's Kiss and the repeating aspect behaved inconsistently. Fixed an issue where Shadow Clone didn't deal damage with rapid fire. Okay, so that's good. They're just making skills work. Fixed an issue where rapid fire did not have a range limit when used with Scoundrel's Kiss. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be a bit of a nerf to rapid fire in general, but good. Fixed an issue where Scoundrel's Leathers would properly function. Fixed an issue where Scoundrel's Leathers would properly function. I think that's meant to say wouldn't properly function when a core skill hit a target that wasn't implicitly aimed at. Yeah, I think they've mistyped this. I think it's meant to be Scoundrel's Leathers wouldn't properly function when a core skill hit a target that wasn't explicitly aimed at. Fixed an issue where Forceful Arrow made targets vulnerable after 2 hits instead of 3. So that's a bit of a nerf there. Fixed an issue where Caltrops didn't trigger movement speed from the aspect of explosive verbs. So that's going to be nice for your Caltrops. Fixed an issue where improving penetrating shot didn't display its duration on the skill icon on your hot action bar. That might be nice for actually playing the build. Fixed an issue where Victimize was double dipping its damage multiplier. A compensatory buff to Victimize was made here. So you're losing your double dipping damage and you're getting a 50% buff to Victimize. So really, your Heartseeker builds and your Victimize builds are still getting a nerf. But yeah, probably wasn't meant to work this way. I love the fact that Sorks just didn't have any bugs, guys. There's only 2 fixes. Fixed an issue where Veer's Mastery applied to non-shock skills. Here we go, chat. They fixed it. Veer's Mastery will no longer apply to all types of damage. Okay. They couldn't really fix this in Season 4. It would have just screwed people over. Fixed an issue where Ice Armor's tooltip suggested the barrier value would increase when dealing damage. That's not really fixing an issue. They're just changing that in Season 5, right? So it's not really a bug. They should have just fixed that when they made the change. But anyway, cool. And then general. Fixed an issue where the aspects of the Crowded Sage was calculating using base life instead of maximum life. So that's good. That's a buff there. Fixed an issue where damage over time effects were receiving the bonus from damage, the percent damage stat twice. Yeah, because that was double dipping. Which is why I went with damage over time, my weapon, not this. Because I knew this nerf would come. Fixed. So that's fixed. Fixed an issue where Needle Flare aspect was doing excessive amounts of damage to bosses when you were being hit by small enemies. Well, that's Rip Thorns Barb. That is Thorns Barb in a nutshell. That is Rip Thorns builds. That is the only reason you can kill the big bosses later on that Thorns build right now. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people upset by that in Season 5. Fixed an issue where the elixir of anti-venom could be active alongside your active elixirs. Well, that's very sad. They're fixing the double elixirs of anti-venom. So, rip double potions, guys. Fixed an issue where evade could trigger Yan's blessing. Good. Fixed an issue where elite scorpion enemies with the teleporter affix didn't actually teleport. Oh, damn, they should have left these like this, because that's great. The easy claps, right? Fixed an issue where the high velocity aspect was not restricted to rogues. Okay. It probably is meant to be restricted to rogues. Fixed an issue where items could disappear when opening many caches at once. Yep, that's because you have a limit to how many items you can show to stop memory overloads. So, yeah, they've probably just cached those things separately now. Fixed an issue where Starlight did not properly work with overhealing effects. I'm not entirely sure what Starlight is. I'm guessing it's it must be an aspect, right? It must be. But yeah, okay, good. Fixed an issue where aspects of Frosty Strides couldn't be imprinted onto pants. I mean, that's good. This one's actually used as well as the teleport. It's the one where I think you teleport or evade or something, and you're under 55% life and you do frozen damage. User interface, user experience. Is there anything interesting here? No. Fixed an issue in certain circumstances. Legendary materials could appear in the lost item stash but could not be withdrawn. I've not seen that myself. Fixed an issue where many unique items did not display class restrictions. Yeah, okay, and that's it. And then miscellaneous. Fixed an issue where materials from Season of Malignant could drop in the Malignant Burrow. Okay. And various performance, visual, and stability improvements. Okay, chat. We're at the end. My word, was that long. You guys have been listening to me talk for far too long. Holy crap. That is a long old bunch of patch notes. Everyone, let me know what you think of anything we just went through. There's a lot, right? I think Druids are still going to... Well, I think some Druid builds are going to be okay. I still think they're going to be underwhelming, frankly. I mean, if I go to class specific, did they get any? It's so long ago that I spoke about them. Paragons. I mean, they're getting a loss. Yeah, this is the problem with Druids. They're getting loads of damage reduction buffs, but no damage buffs. That's the problem, right? They need damage buffs. That's the problem. They're tanky as hell already. They don't need damage reduction. They need damage. Give us damage. But yeah, okay. Wow, that was pretty full on. I'm going to catch up with chat now. I'm sorry, I haven't meant to be ignoring any of you. I'm just... let's go back up and catch up on chat here. See what everyone's been saying. It's a nerf. I'm currently at 54%. So I'm guessing that was in line to one of the multiplier things. I remember asking about one. Just can't remember, for hemorrhage, yeah. The hemorrhage. Yeah, they're reducing it to 40% cap or something, aren't they? I figured it'd be a nerf. Volander, how's it going, Volander? Is the new Zir tech true? Heard it's the new best tormented boss to farm. Lock P Dog, if you're still here, yes, we're going to do some farming on that tonight as well. So we'll get some runs going on that shortly. Yes, that did take forever. Cleared all channels not following anymore. Lol, title reading with Immortilize. Yeah. Yo, Johnny Sweatpants, if you're here, how's it going? I think we have to wait till he reads all PTR notes. Breathe, don't want you passing out. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to go through the notes because otherwise it was just going to take me forever to get through them all. D-Rock 8 to 8, how's it going? Charles, how's it going? Dang, I'm late. Do I have to redo my Sork build now? No, because this is just for the PTR that's coming on Tuesday. This won't affect you in this season. You're all good. Next season, yeah, it'll be different. Swinnery, Sork Master Race. Yes, Sorks are going to be good next season. I'm pretty sure that Chain Lightning build's going to be up there. That's such a massive win. There are quite a few massive wins here. World Boss in 7 minutes. I definitely missed that. Immort going Whirlwind build now. Yes, the Whirlwind builds are definitely getting some amount of buff here, so that's good. But the bleed is getting a nerf, quite a significant nerf, so that might affect how the bleed builds work. And that is going to be the PTR changes, exactly. Those will change, chat, between now and the release of the season. But yeah, that will, for all intents and purposes, be a significant portion of the changes coming. They just might tweak values, and they might change some things fundamentally, but only if they're really broken, I guess. Yeah, so there's definitely some good wins coming. Anyone got any particular things they're looking forward to? Any things that they're not looking forward to? Any thoughts? Let's get some conversation going, because I need to stop talking for a couple minutes. I need to go and get a drink, chat, if that's alright, because I just spoke for like an hour or something. So I'll be RB, alright? I really need to go and get myself a drink. Alright, chat, I'm back. Okay, it's just going to go back to Whirlwind now that scales as... Yeah, exactly, probably. Nice. Anyway, how is everyone doing? How is everyone's Friday? Like I say, let me know if you've got any thoughts on the patch notes in general. And... yeah, I mean, I'm particularly excited for... I'm definitely playing Chain Lightning first. Next season, pretty much. Even if it doesn't end up being the best build, it just looks like it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be particularly good, regardless of whether it will be the best build. And it looks like it's going to be fun. So that is probably where I'm starting next season. I'm quite looking forward to the Infernal Hordes, because I really like that kind of system in Tiny Tinas. I really like that a lot. And yeah, there's a whole load of quality of life stuff coming, which is all very good. Let's see if I got those first. Yes. Is he going to invite me? I don't know. Let's buy these. I'm just going to buy a load of stuff here so we can go do some boss runs. See if we can get some people some Ubers. Let's see where this guy is. We're going to get some boss materials. Oh, he's over there. It's a good time to kill some demons. It is definitely a good time to kill some demons now. Since I'm new to the game, I'm just glad to see they're making changes and keeping up with it. Absolutely. There was an awful lot there. If you're new to the game, you probably won't even know what the difference is to a lot of them, honestly, because there was just so many, right? But, oh, here we go. Alright, easy. That's that one. I want to remove him to party. Can we remove him to party? Remove party member. Cool. Right, we need to get some more as well. How many have I got right now, actually? That's a good question. We have got 56. I'm going to need some bloods as well. Let's have a look, see if we can get some bloods. So everyone, make sure you've entered today's giveaway. We currently have... Let's see how many entrants we've got. We currently only have 9 entrants. So yeah, same as always, exclamation mark enter. We're currently sat at 540 million. We'll trade that up during the stream as usual. So yeah, make sure you enter. Yeah, I just learned somewhat of what a GA is last night. Nice, you've entered the end game. Nice, yeah. The greater affix system. Yeah. Very good, very good. Right, let's see if we can get hold of some some more boss materials here. Boss materials. And Stygian stones. That did not show me any Stygian stones. Let's try again. Items. Filter. Boss materials, and I want to buy some, and I want Stygian stones, please. Preferably 30 million. 25, they'll be gone straight away. Tell you what, here we go. It's just not the trade channel here. Want to buy Stygian stones. BM me. Alright, let's see if we can get some bloods. At not stupid prices. What are they at now? 1 million. Loads of them. These are... That was a minute ago. Anyone online? I don't particularly want to wait ages. I don't know. How many do I need? 500? Has anyone got any bloods? I wouldn't say endgame. I'm still level 56, but I at least know what the Paragon boards are. That's good. Yeah, you're getting there. Nice. Nexa, how's it going? How's it going? Welcome to the channel. Happy to have you here. And bear with me. I just went through the patch notes on the channel, and it was like an hour long of patch notes. It's enormous. So, wait. How are you playing? It said I cannot connect to the server. Is there something I'm doing wrong? I don't know. I mean, it seems to work okay for me and these people. Where are you based in the world? Maybe that's the problem? I'm based in England, so I'm in Europe, European zone. North America. Well, we definitely got some North American players here in the channel. Are you guys having an issue? Join pit. Okay. We'll source some boss mats in the moment. I'm being told I need to join the pit channel. Got to go slay some demons. It probably the authentication servers, yeah. Maybe just give it a few minutes, Nexa. Otherwise, I don't know. Off the top of my head. But yeah, it could well be. They have two different sets of servers. One to authenticate your user. And once you've got past that point, which I already had done, you go into the point where you try to log in on your actual character. So that's probably, it could be the authentication servers, yeah. But what class and build you playing, Nexa? Welcome to the channel. Everyone welcome in Nexa here. Did you get a chance to see the new patch notes and stuff, Nexa? And if so, what do you think of it? Same question as everyone else, really. Anything to give me a moment to breathe. I had to go through some of those super quick, otherwise it would have just taken even longer. Oh, Pyro, thank you so much for gifting the sub to Nexa. Oh, you just got a free sub to the channel, Nexa, so yeah. GG's, nice. Thank you so much, Pyro, you appreciate you, dude. Absolute legend. Your support is greatly appreciated. Okay, it was saying something about serve on down detector. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe... Well, I hope your problem gets solved soon. It could be the authentication servers, yeah. Maybe, maybe there'll be an update about it soon. I'll see if I can find out on the forums for you in a moment. And yeah, thank you so much, Pyro. Yeah, welcome to the Enthusiast Clan, Nexa. Appreciate you being here. And also, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. I know you just got given a sub, so it's kind of like, oh, I feel like I should do it now, but still, I appreciate it all the same. you know, we're pretty small, but I'd like to think our community here is pretty good. We like to help each other out. So if there's anything you need help with, or want help with, or you just want people to play with, or anything like that, just let us know. We've got people in the channel that can do pretty much everything at this point, one way or another. And we've got people that are good at every single class somewhere along the lines. God, I bet you're glad I was in here. Look at this, Druid carrying the barb. Is that? Oh, no, one sec. What are you playing? Yeah, the Druid carrying the barb. Oh my word! Whatever has happened to times? To be fair, you did most of the damage. I just finished it off. It's usually a DDoS and they clear it pretty quickly. Exactly what Pyro said. Yep, I'm new to Diablo, but I hate the where you click and it will move to cursor. Okay, I can help you fix this, Nexus. You came to the right place because I helped someone fix this last night. So I am a console player. Originally, I played about 1,000 hours of this on console, and I came over to the PC this season when I got my new rig. So I had the same problem where you click, and yeah, you're using click to move, but you're also using your left click to attack, right? So it causes you to hit hitboxes, particularly on big enemies, and it will make you run towards them, and it's just really clunky. So I can show you what I've done. It may not be for you, but I can show you what I've done. Obviously, ignore my cursors change color and stuff. I've got YOLO mouse on so I can see it better. If you want to change your color of your cursor, you can do that in graphics. There's color here, and you can change the size of it here, and you can make it high contrast. So you can do those in game. It'll be slightly different. You can make it like this, for example. It'll be red, or whatever color you want. You can do this if you want to. But for the setup I've got for my mouse movement is, so the first thing you want to do, so to explain my context here, I have a Razer mouse. It has left click. I'm showing it on camera. It has left click and right click as usual. A mouse wheel in the middle, so you've got your middle mouse click. And then on the left-hand side of my mouse, I've got two buttons. The front one is mouse button 5. The bottom one is mouse button 4, I think. So I've got 5 buttons, right? So what I've done, firstly, you want to turn off this setting here. If you've got an extra button available, or you can use a keyboard key, I suppose. I've turned off combine, move, interact, and basic skill slot. So this no longer makes move, interact, and your basic skill attack all happen in the same slot. You turn that off, you then will find some things don't work. So what you then need to do is then go into basic skill slot, and I've made that happen on my mouse 5. The reason for this being, I don't use my left click for any attacks. I use it for like trample or an unstoppable move or something like this, like a movement skill maybe. That's what I use that for. I use my primary attack in right click, and then I use the keyboard, say like 1, 2, 3, 4 or QWERs. I've set them up to use these 4 here, and then my mouse 5 activates this. So my basic slot no longer activates on left click. As a result of this, you've then freed up your left click to do other thing, to do your movement and interaction only. To make this work, you need to come down to move and interact and change this to left click here. When you've changed that to that, and then you save, you will then be in a position where you can use your basic skill slot still using another key. You can make your basic skill slot activation a keyboard key as well if you want to, because you're not going to be necessarily using it that often. So you can change that to whatever you like. And then, yeah, move and interact to this. And then, yeah, I mean, the other thing I added was making my potion use instead of Q. I've changed that to mouse 4, wherever that is. Where's potion? Use potion. I've changed that to mouse 4 here. And as a result, because I'm not using Q, I can then set skill slot 1, 2, 3, 4 to QWER. The other option you've got for movement here, you can use keyboard movement, WASD, if you want to. But I choose not to. I prefer the mouse. And this allows me to move around here. I don't get, because you're not doing any attacks, you don't have to worry about accidentally running towards enemies, and unless you do your right click, which is more intentional. I mean, it's weird because I can't even load up Overwatch. That is weird. Yeah, that's strange. I mean, maybe that's just that. Yeah, no, actually, no, that kind of makes sense because Overwatch is a Blizzard game as well. That lines up with the fact it might be their authentication servers that are being attacked. It might be possible that it's that. They're probably using the same sort of tech. Yeah, Battle.net authentication. But yeah, I hope those movement settings help. If you need a recap on that or any other suggestions, then feel free to ask. But that's what I'm doing, and it works for me because I had the same problem, honestly. Should I just keep doing Hell Ties to get to 158? That's one method. You can do Nightmare Dungeons as well. I would do some of those for your Glyph XPs, and you can also do pits as well if you can get people to help you with them. And fortunately, you're in a channel where we help each other. So maybe, just maybe, if you ask me nicely and give me a little tickle and a cuddle, I might give you a little level boost. I don't know. What do we think, channel? Should we help him out? Should we help him out, or should we let him do it all by himself? Sit at the side and smile. What do we think? No, I'll tell you what. We'll do some Hell Ties or something in a bit, and we can help you out, help you level up a bit maybe. Alright, let's focus a bit more and let's see if we can help John a bit more here. Because he's basically doing the dungeon and I'm just chatting. And yes, chat, I am aware I probably need to improve on my delivery of patch notes. It's my first time doing it, so any feedback is welcome. Just be kind. Just remember, I'm a noob streamer, okay? I guess most patch notes wouldn't normally be that long. I wasn't expecting it to be that long, honestly. And because I hadn't pre-read them, had I? They literally just dropped, so I couldn't exactly summarise very easily without huge gaps of silence. So it is what it is, I suppose.
What a noob uninstall!
That's me, Sir Nubalot over here. Used and abused. Oh yeah, just how we like it, Doctor. How you doing, dude? How's the beers going, man? I'm very much looking forward to some beers tomorrow. I can tell you this. Giving myself a cheeky day off on a Saturday. I'm gonna have me some beers. I know. Sheep screams. Sheep screams. Like, no stream on a Saturday? What is this? Yeah, feel free to join a Discord, guys. Nectar, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm always contactable in there if you've got questions, and if you want help with item valuations or anything like this, you know, you can contact me and I'll get back to you when I can. And there's usually people in there asking if anyone's able to help or play or whatnot. Right, okay. Let's, well, I didn't get any hits on any materials, so that's I suppose, actually, I didn't actually put any in for the bloods, did I? Let's have a look again. Let's buy some bloods, because I'll... Oh, 900. Those will go quick. Yes. Oh. See if he gets back to me. 2 minutes ago. Yes. Oh. That'll sort me out. 900k. That's cheaper than everything else. But I probably won't get responses, because they're either gone, or these people are just trying to raise the market or something. I don't know.
Return soon.
Oh dear. Last night was horrendous. Was a whole creature. Horrendous? Why? What happened last night? Or do I not want to know? And also, yes, this reminds me, guys. At the bottom of the chat, there is a little orb with clouds. Click on this. And at the top, when you've clicked on this, there is a community challenge. Make sure you put your 2,000 points in for this stream if you would like to see me humiliate myself by dressing up as whatever you guys decide for me to dress up as for one whole stream. And yes, I will do a dirty maid or whatever it is. As long as it doesn't get me arrested or banned from Twitch, I will do it. So make sure you click that button and smash those points into there. I don't know how Stygian Stones are still high. The drop rate for them in Pit 101 is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. People are just flooding the market with gold, right? There's just so much gold, that's the problem. I think there's a gold exploit somewhere. So it's just very much people will buy them, so people will sell them like that. Wonder if it's a Steam update. Oh, if you're playing through Steam, it might be. Yeah, I've got it through Battle.net. Is anyone else here playing through Steam? Doc said, nah, nothing bad, was just a walking hazard. Okay. Fair enough. Well, hopefully you'll get over it and you'll be fine. Oh dear. Yeah, so none of these guys are getting back to me. Like, they posted like 2 minutes ago, for Christ's sake. That's very annoying. It's absolutely crazy. Rob2628 absolutely has someone doing his video editing for him, because he's just uploaded multiple videos for that patch notes already, and they've only like he posted one up during the campfire chat while he was streaming. So yeah, it's pretty hard to keep up with that when you've got someone helping you out on the side, I suppose. I mean, good for him. His YouTube journey was just flooded. But yeah, crazy. Yeah, people said there isn't really any difference between Battle.net and Steam. Well, there wouldn't be, except the way they're being authenticated, I guess. I was told that Incinerate Sork is the best build. Is that true? Probably not. It's a good build, though. The best Sork build right now is the broken one, the Immortal Firebolt build. But it is only working because of a bug interaction. Yeah. If people can do high-end pits, then just jump in. We're just going to do a few runs here by the looks of it. So yeah, Gorsh, you can come jump in. The Incinerate build is a good build. It's not the best one, I don't think. But you're oh, pass the invite bug. Wonderful. I'm not sure that'll be me because I only logged in a minute ago. But it could be me. Who knows? Who even knows? Figured it out. There was a Steam client update and now there is updates with Diablo. Ah, okay. Fair enough. No, I'm glad you've worked it out, dude. I was going to say, I'm a little bit... Yeah, it was a party bug, yeah. We'll leave the other space open for you, don't worry. But yeah, glad you figured it out, dude. Yeah, if you want to add me in game, Nexa, my battle tag's available. We'll get some boss runs going at some point. We just need to source some more bloods and stuff so we can do it. Make sure you've entered into today's giveaway, guys. Exclamation mark enter. Same as always. We've only got 9 entrants right now, so these people have got a really good chance of winning at the moment. And there's definitely more than 9 of you here right now, so don't miss out on your chance. Ah, this is frustrating. All these people posting up boss mats and no one ever replies. Ever. Like, just sell me your bloods, please. Like, 1 minute ago. Yes, all. But he won't reply. They go offline immediately. You know. See if anyone actually replies here. What about Stygian Stones? Oh, that's sponsored by. Whoops. Ah, 35, but only 3 of them. Yeah. But I'm going to try your settings out that works for me. Yeah, try those out. They work from... I had exactly the same problem. This is what I like to play. It took a little bit of time getting used to the fact that I'm using my side buttons. But like I say, you can change those to whatever works for you. But hopefully that helps you a little bit at least. I don't like the bugged build, and I played it. It's boring as hell. Yeah, exactly. 42 gigabyte Diablo update. Holy moly. 42 gigabytes. What on earth are you updating? Oh, it might be... Yeah. What on earth are you updating? That's crazy. That's mad. I'm pretty sure there hasn't been a Diablo update of that size today that I know. Oh, what? I wasn't paying attention. Whoops. Not actually sure how they killed me so fast. I'm normally tankier than that. Sorry, guys. I think after this run I need to go feed my cat quickly. Let me check. You might actually be hungry, mightn't you, mate? Yeah, let's do that for a second. Thoughts on the Season 5 patch notes? Well, I just went through them, Johnny. Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Some really nice quality of life wins coming, such as the boss farming, quality of life additions, beast of ice, etc. I think Sork Chain Lightning is going to be a very good build next season. I have a feeling it might get nerfed between the PTR and Season 5, because it just looks it's already quite a good build now after the recent patch notes. With the recent patch, it looks like it's going to be very good with that new unique, honestly. Especially since all uniques are getting buffed across the board as well, remember? So yeah, I think Sork's going to be very good. I think Druids are still going to be underwhelming. They just did not look like they get. Landslide was the only thing that was getting particular love. There was a few little bonuses across the board here and there, but they still look like they're going to be underwhelming. Barb's probably just more of the same, but their bleed builds are getting nerfed a bit. Necros are looking like they could be okay, and Rogues are getting significant buffs. I think Rogues are going to be back on the table again next season as one of the best classes, from what I can see. Yeah, so that's what I'm expecting from what my first impression. I think the new endgame system looks good. It matches up to what I liked from Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So that's that. I enjoyed that system there. So I'll probably enjoy it here. Yeah, I think overall it's looking pretty good. And for a two-month-long season, it doesn't surprise me they focused more on that stuff. So yeah, but everyone else, let me know your thoughts as well. What I think isn't necessarily right, it's just my initial impressions. I'm pretty certain my first build in the next season is going to be the Chain Lightning build, to be honest. I'm going to play the PTR, so I'm going to give it a go there. But I think that build's going to be pretty insane. Then fixing whirlwind scaling to attack speed. Barbs are going to be stupid again. Yeah, I know. The whirlwind attack speed scaling. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, barbs are definitely not going to be bad. There's nothing in there to scream like barbs getting nerfed or anything. They're still going to be very good. So any barb lovers should not be worried, I think, from my initial impression. Honestly, Druids are still the class that seem the most confused and just need love. At least from those initial patch notes. We may see some changes before the actual release of the season. But, yeah. That was my initial impression anyway. I think they're basically all but killing wind shear as well. They were changing something. What was it? They were changing something. I remember saying wind shear is basically dead because of it. It will come to it. Oh, yeah. In fact, actually, a lot of Druid builds are going to be dead because of the Thunderstruck node being completely nerfed. They're capping it to 40% multiplicative rather than being able to scale it to 300%. I mean, that's an enormous nerf, a huge nerf. to pretty much all Druid builds. They all use it. So, yeah, it's basically rip Druids again. Honestly, I would not be surprised if there's another if the meme just continues now to rip Druids. Oh, yeah, Thorn's Barb is basically dead as well. Yep. Thorn's Barb is going to be dead because of the... not only is health being reduced on Barbs from imposing presence, but they're also fixing Needle Flare, so that just won't work the way it does right now on bosses. And it's the only way you can kill endgame bosses on it. So, unless they add something next season, there is possibility that they're adding an aspect that means you can do something else that will unkill the build, because we probably haven't seen all the new aspects and uniques coming to the game. They said there's over 50 new uniques and aspects and legendaries coming to the game in Season 5, so we need to see those first before we can really say things are completely dead, I suppose. But yeah, as things stand in the PTR, Thorn's Barb is just dead. It will not work in the high levels at all. You'll be able to survive, you just won't be able to do any damage. You'll never be able to kill the bosses. Yeah, Twisting Blades is getting a bit of a buff, so that's going to be good. Hoping I can get the Sword and Rage of Harrogate Soul Stay. Nice, yeah, hopefully. I'll be praying for you. But I'm really enjoying the Pulverized Druid right now. Well, we'll have to see every skill is getting buffed across the board by like 2 times the amount. The problem is, that node's being capped to 40%. I'm currently sat at 196% multiplicative. That's nearly 5 times damage from that multiplier. So buffing the skill by 2 times is probably not going to outweigh that. Basing the buff skill, the base skill, the damage is probably not going to outweigh it. So you're going to do less damage overall, I think. That's my take on it. And the other thing is they're reducing. They've nerfed debilitating raw, reducing the damage reduction from 70 to 40. But they're giving you more damage reduction in glyphs in your Paragon board. But that's fine. But where's the damage improvements that we need? So, yeah, that's the problem, right? Druids are just going to be hella tanky and not able to kill anything. So they're just not going to get played much again. Hey, how's it going, Arsef White? Kai, how you doing? Good? Dude, you good? Yeah, you good? Just went through the Season 5 PTR notes, which are enormous. Took me like an hour. Now my throat's actually musky. I can actually feel like I've been talking for too long. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not bad. Other than that, I am good. Yeah, not bad. So we're just chilling now. Probably going to go do some bosses in a bit. And yeah. I won't be streaming too late tonight because I've got a family thing on tomorrow. And my dad's picking me up at 9. And I should probably not turn up with 1 or 2 hours sleep. But I did start the stream early today. I mean, granted, I wasn't actually playing the game. We were watching the campfire and everything, but still. I can just chill and leech here. These guys are absolutely smashing this. I can help on this, though. My single target... The funny thing is, when I crack this build out, my single target damage are actually pretty good. Like, my single target damage is not terrible now, but it'll be a lot better. There you go. Insurrect. Lovely. Stuff. Did my 2k for the day. Nice. Do the long stream. Gotta grind. Don't say that. I'll end up doing it. You know me too well. How's the Diablo going, Kai? How are you finding it? If anyone has an exquisite blood that they want to sell, let me know, because I want some. I need some. I need some.
The finest cuts and return soon.
I currently have 62. That's not going to get me very far in 0 runs, is it? Because no one's getting back to me here. It's just annoying at this point, honestly. So far, so good. Nearly level 100 of my main characters. Happy about that. Nice. That's happened pretty quick. Decent. So we're very... Sorry, guys, one sec. I'm just going to see if I can buy some bloods from here. But I bet they're well expensive. He's selling tormented Zerons as opposed to the bloods, right? I don't know if he's got any left. Maybe, maybe not. See what it says. Yeah, it's 9 bloods and 2 stones, yeah. Yeah, I've got... I mean, I'm happy to buy whatever. I've got 62 myself. I've got a bunch of stones. I can come help you level a bit at some point. Sounds like Charles wanted some help leveling as well. Yeah, this stuff you would just get insta-killed out. I mean, this is like... These are equivalent to level 200, basically. Huh, lag. Lag. Well, we got you, dude. We got you. No worries. Look at these guys. They're just smashing this down. It was running simulator for me. Quite literally. Where's the enemies at? Oh yeah, see, I do damage in here. This is good. Nice. There we go. 2 starlights. Very nice. Oh, my moming ovals are full. Wonderful. That's not going to be worth anything, really. I don't know, maybe. It is currently double dipping. Did it get back to me? Guess not. No. Oops, wrong one. $60 stack. Nope. I'm not profiteering you any more than I have to. It's just... Yeah. This deviation from the Andes group is nuts. What do you mean, sorry, Gorsh? I might be just missing the mark there. Ooh, a 4-stat Azurath. Oh, right, nice. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, yeah, and I've seen that. I've seen that build. That was what That's what Slager came up with, right? Or at least he posted up a build guide on it. That's all. Cool. How's it going? How's it going? How are you? Good to see you. And Prime next. How are you? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, we're doing some pits right now. I'm going to see if I can source some materials for some boss runs. I've got a bunch of stones. If anyone's got any boss materials for Lord Zir or just in general, but Lord Zir is the best one right now, let me know. If anyone's got any bloods, I can buy it. That would be good. We need bloods for them, right? You know, I sold them all to you, and now I kind of wish I kept them all, because now Zir is actually good to do. But there we go. And now it's just really hard to get hold of anyone who's actually going to sell me any. How much are you offering? Well, they're like $1 million a pop. I'm not really willing to pay any more than that, I guess. Oh, I didn't spend my memory ovals again. We'll go do this. Can I join for some pits? Yeah, as long as you think you can do 101s, okay. Obviously, just not die so much that we don't get the resource at the end. But yeah, otherwise, I don't see why not. There's a space open. Vulnerable damage. Nice, nice. Yeah, it looks okay. Just gotta go spend my ovals, guys.
That's the spirit. Give it a go.
What item do we roll? Gloves, probably. I think it's what I did before.
Hello. Shame that. Go one more?
Crystal Strike, Tornado. Might self-aware Nado, who knows, it's only plus 2, but it's got the crit strike on it, so... Oh, I don't know, can I be bothered? No, I can't be asked. If it had the plus 3, maybe.
Fine indeed.
Wanted to get more XP. Yeah, the problem is if you end up dying too much, then we'll end up
Well,
not being able to get the Neothara on at the end, which is literally the only reason you're in these, really. But we can do some leveling stuff at some point, that's fine. Oh, come on, there we go. How many ovals? 740 still, damn. All of the ovals.
yeah. Have a hello. Shame the low shiny. Well, there's something special.
Snapshot, no, get rid of those, snapshot these. And that one.
Follow the stars, friend.
Yeah. I've seen the build in action, it looks good, yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Let's go see if I can put these up on the trade site quick, 1 second. Pictures, screenshots, weapons, create listing, there we go. I can trade blood for runs, just have to figure out how many runs. Yep, I have 14 stacks at the moment. Yeah. Well, I sold you quite a few stacks, didn't I? Before they were useful. I wouldn't have probably sold them otherwise. There we go. It's all good. You can never really know what's going to be around the corner. Yeah. So it's what, 27 for a run? 27 bloods and 6 stones for a tormented run. What's happened here? 2005. I don't know why it's put a 1 at the end. That's weird. 6.5. Okay, well, maybe we'll get hits there. Maybe we won't. Who knows? These will go over a bill once people start using this build. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that Azaraf's pretty nice, I've got to be honest. You got your double temper and your attack speed as well. Very nice. Got it for 400 mil. Nice. Yeah, no worries. You're good. Wait, do I want left click on move or move and interact? Move and interact next, because then you can move with your left click and you can also interact with like chests and doors and stuff as well. So it's point and click movement and interaction, yep. I got a bunch of blood and stones when you get to boss farming. Alright, nice. Okay, cool. Well, we can get to it pretty soon. I'll get a queue open in a bit. And then obviously if people got resources to bring to open it, that's even better.
Greetings.
I do need to source some blood though from one place or another. I've got like 60 stones or something. I bought a whole bunch of stones last night, and if Florida turns up at some point, I think he will because I was speaking to him earlier. We went to sleep for a while. He's got a whole load of stones on him as well, which we can always get off him as well, buy them or whatnot. Everyone, make sure you enter today's giveaway! ! Enter. Same as always. It's at 540 million right now. We'll trade that up over the next couple of hours or so. 2 or 3 hours. Same as always. How much per stone at the moment? Well, I got mine for 30, but that was through Florida, who somehow managed to get me for 30. Most people are trying to sell for 35, 40, 45, to be honest. Yeah, but when you click, it moves with your cursor. I wish you could click and hold for players to move. That's what mine does. Here, look, I'm holding my left click. I'm not clicking. I'm just holding left click here. That's what mine's doing. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what mine's doing. Oh, I see. No, I see what you're saying. You want it so you click there, it moves there, but then if you hold... Oh, so, yeah, no, if I click and do that and move my cursor over here, it's fine. If you hold down your cursor, yeah, it moves towards your cursor, sure. Because it's constantly activating it. So it depends what it is. What is it you exactly want it to do? I'm a bit confused. Or what is it not doing, should I say? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding exactly what it is you would like it to do. Hello. Yeah, but when I click, the character won't stop moving. Still a little confused. I mean, if I click here, sure, it moves towards it. It should go to wherever you click, right? So I've clicked there, and it goes to there. Click there, it goes so. So I'm a little bit confused. I don't know. Sorry. When I click, it doesn't stop on the dot. Where I click, it'll keep going past that. Okay. Interesting. Why? Yeah, that doesn't seem right. So you've got combine, move, interact, basic skill off. Turn preset to custom. It'll probably do that by default. Make sure basic skill slot is not left click anymore. And then you've turned move and interact to left click. And that's all I've done. I don't think I changed anything else. It should go to the dot. That's really strange. Maybe close the game and open it again. Maybe it's bugs. I've definitely not seen that before. Which is why I'm a bit confused. That's definitely not expected behaviour, right? It should go to where you can see. You can literally see the ring on the floor where it's meant to run to. So if it's running past that, then something's making it do that. Either a bug or it's trying to... Is it just aimlessly running, or is it running towards an enemy or something, or what? Obviously, if you're holding it... I hold my left click to move, and then I use right click to attack. Your right click will override the left click. But I play by holding my left click and then attack here, yeah, like this. How do I remove a binding? Probably just assign another random key to it. That might be the easiest thing to do. Just one you're not using anyway. If you've got it set to basic skill slot and move and interact, that might cause the problem. They might cause a problem, I don't know. I turn it. You definitely don't want it in your basic skill slot though. You're going to want a hotkey for your basic skill slot, otherwise you're not going to be able to use this key here. Your basic skill slot is down here. It would be your left key. I've turned mine to my extra mouse key. Extra mouse button that I've got on my, my mouse. Just going to get one and two. Eat that. Just gonna give him lurks. There we go. I'm coming. This will keep running when I click, and you don't have a binding on interact, but I have F for interact. I'll show you my keys in a second again. Let's just do this quick. I can help this guy kill the boss quicker. There we go. Oh, let me get my keys up. Let me get my bindings up again so you can see it. You alright, Swinnery? How's it going, dude? How's it going? I did see your message earlier, but I was too busy in the deep of reading through patch notes. What's your thoughts on the patch notes, Swinnery? Burning Instinct version of 4 is so close to being done. Nice. That's getting nerfed next season, though, by the way. Burning Instinct is getting its legs chopped out from underneath it unless you're playing a burning build, basically. I have moving interacts as left click. Yeah, so... this is what I've got here. Turn this off. Make sure this is not left click. Make sure this is left click. Nothing in interact. Although I don't know, but... Nothing in move. Yeah. Otherwise, just try closing your game and opening it again and see if that fixes it, because it sounds like a bug otherwise. I don't know. It's weird. I've not encountered that. I have F in interact by default. Okay. I don't know how I turn that off because I don't have F on it. I mean, that shouldn't change it though. Honestly, it's just this move stuff, right? I say maybe close the game and open again. Maybe it's just a bug. I've not seen that. I've not seen that. Or even heard of that functionality before. Oh, I'm at work, so being very back and forth. Yes, that's all good, Spinning. I get it, dude. I didn't have to work today, which was nice, so I got a chance to chill and do some bits at home for once. I'm going to go do some boss runs in a bit, I think. These guys just fancied doing some hits to start with, so that is what we're doing currently. Well, that was rude, walling me in. Wait, is Burning Instinct getting nerfed? Yes, it is. I'm just reading. Arc Lash is getting stuff. Yeah, it is, yeah. Chain Lightning is going to be absolutely godly next season, I think. That's what I'm going to play in the PTR, I think. At least one of the things. And that's probably what I'm going to... Unless it gets its legs chopped out from underneath it between the PTR and Season 5, that is probably the build I'm going to play to start with. Because that actually looks like, I mean, it just looks like it's already quite strong now. It's getting buffs across the board, pretty much. So if it's good now, just think about how good it's going to be when it's got buffs and a unique, which is going to make it interact in a way that's probably going to be insane, as long as you can build correctly. That's basically what I'm reading. To me, that was the one build that stood out as the absolute winner. There's a few others that got Landslide was getting some nice buffs, but Druids in general are getting nerfed. They're getting, the Thunderstruck node is getting absolutely royally nerfed, so that's probably just going to kill Druid builds even more. The Barbs are still going to be good. Their bleed builds are getting nerfed a bit, but they're still going to be very good. Rogues are getting some really nice buffs, and Necros are still going to be pretty good as well. So their main focus was on overpower builds to try and bring them back in line, and Bone Spirit as well looks like it's going to be very good next season. So there's definitely a load of of really cool. There's definitely some very cool builds coming. Yeah, for sure. But Burning Instincts is, yeah, I think Chain Lightning is going to be crazy, honestly. I don't want peeps to play it because what happened to yeah, exactly. And they nerfed the hell out of it. They did, yeah. Yeah, I imagine Chain Lightning will get nerfed from the PTR, honestly. Do you have Mouse Wheel as action, wheel, or potion? I don't have it as either, no. My potion is Mouse 4, which is one of my side buttons as well. Here. And... I've got Mouse Wheel as... I don't even have... Oh, the Mouse Wheel is action wheel, yeah. Yeah, but all in all, definitely some disruption in Season 5, and definitely... Oh, yes. Oh, chat, we finally got a maximum version of my main damage aspect. Let's go. That's going on. Right, finally. That has taken stupid amounts of time to get. Such a pain in the ass. Right, we finally got it.
I'll keep my forge hot.
Wow.
Return soon.
About time. In print. We're going to stick that on because it's going to make me do more damage. Come on, breeze. There we are. 16 out of 16. Let's go. Yes. Nice. Let's do it. It's alright, guys. The Druid's coming. Clearly going to be all the difference. Hello. Yeah, I can feel the extra damage already. Just bricked 5 rings in a row for my bleed bash barb. God damn it, how much do you spend on them? And yeah, tempering. I mean, that's the thing, they're not really fixing tempering in Season 5, to be honest. They're giving you slightly more rolls based on the greater affixes, so that's gonna give you slightly more chance towards not bricking an item, but it's not going to fix the RNG-ness of it at all. Sharpshooter again. This is the one boss that this build actually doesn't care about too much, because I can do direct damage pretty quick to it. He just dies. But yeah, not bad. Good. Oh, okay, yeah. See, can we source any materials yet still? No. Yes. If anyone's got any bloods. Oh, Loaf coming in with a raid of 22. My dude. Pinching Loaf. Messiah. Good night. If you're going. But happy to have you. Everyone that's coming in with Pinching Loaf, welcome, welcome. I'm sure I've met a few of you before. Pinching Loaf, my dudes. Showing, oh yes. Look at Pinching Loaf's amazing new emotes. Like, look how good that raid emote looks. That looks sweet. Yeah, I really like those. Nice. Loaf, how'd your stream go, dude? Appreciate the raid, my friend. Everyone that's in here, if you've not checked out Pinching Loaf before, I know a number of you know him already and have done. Absolutely click on that name, click that follow button, go check him out. Show him the love. He is an awesome streamer. And yeah, I'm glad to be able to call him my friend. Yeah. How'd your stream go, dude? Great and bad. Brownlee is cursed. Don't let him in your party. Do I want to know what the definition of cursed is here? Everyone that's come in with Pinching Loaf, let me know if you're doing anything in D4 this evening or want help or anything. I think we're going to go do some Zero runs at some point again, like we did last night. So we'll open up a queue and just get people in on those where we can. Just trying to source some more materials right now. And yeah, good times. Have you managed to read the new patch notes yet, Pinching Loaf? I basically went through them, and it took me an hour to read through them. They are long. There's a lot in there. And I know what my views are on... I know which build I'm playing first in Season 5, let's put it that way. Brownlee's like, it's all a trick. We did 60's ears, and it def got shadow nerfs just if... Oh, okay, they shadow nerfed it, did they? Ah, is it not dropping much now? Good. Okay, we won't do Zeers then. We'll go do others. Well, we can do some Zeers, but we... Yeah. Yeah, they put a cap on Burning Instinct, exactly. Told you. But there are some enormous wins coming Season 5. You're going to be able to repeat bosses without having to go in and out of dungeons. That is a big win. Beast of the Ice is getting streamlined a bit, so you won't have to run up a Nightmare dungeon and summon it up and stuff. That's going to be a big win. Uniques are getting buffed by about 50% across the board. Plus, when we get the actual Season 5 patch notes, we will find out what they're changing. They basically said the Harlequins is getting better, without saying it's getting better. So we'll see. Mythics, Uniques, the Uber Uniques are going to be purple in Season 5. They're going to have their own drop colour, drop beam colour scheme, so you'll know when you get them. And they're increasing the drop rate in the world for them. There's a new endgame system which is very similar to what they had in Tiny Tina's Wonderland, which is pretty cool. I'm quite excited for that. That sounds like it could be quite fun. Should be a lot more fun than pit farming. Yeah, there's a whole load of stuff coming. It's good. I watched the campfire on stream, but haven't read the notes yet. Yeah, okay. So you got a general idea what's coming. I read through the notes. They are extensive. I still stand by Chain Lightning Sork. Probably is going to be one, at least in the PTR. I would not be surprised if the Bone Spirit Necro and the Chain Lightning Sork end up being extremely good. Was there a shadow nerf? Heard it's still dropping a lot. I don't know. Can anyone confirm one way or another? Yeah. Chain Lightning is going to be insane, right? That's exactly what I said. That is exactly what I'm going to be playing at the beginning of next season. And also, there's one thing you won't know if you haven't read the patch notes. If you've only seen the stream, if you've only seen the campfire pinching loaf, you know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing. Not only is that build going to be insane for clearance, it's going to be mental for boss farming as well, because it's they're changing Veer's mastery so that it does only work for lightning builds, and on a critical strike, which you can get 100% on the Sork easily. They're making it so that it'll give you more damage reduction for a time percent, but then it also will make it so that instead of getting a flat damage buff, you will have a chance for your lightning to strike another nearby enemy for the same damage, and if there's no, so you'll basically get a 10% chance on hit for your move to strike another nearby enemy, and if there is no other nearby enemy, it will strike the same single target enemy for 250% more damage. So on bosses, you're going to hit with your Chain Lightning. Each Chain Lightning will have a 10% chance to hit a boss and be able to hit again for 2.5 times damage. Imagine how many... if you can get like 10 Chain Lightnings going out with this unique and keep them up all the time, so you're just running around with all these Chain Lightnings going off like mental, you're going to nuke bosses. It's going to be insane. And that's only 2 things, right? There was buffs to their aspects as well.
Greetings.
And buffs to lightning passives. The lightning builds are getting an enormous boost next season. They're going to be really good. Like Chain Lightning is going to be very good. It's already a good build. It's not getting any nerfs really, from what I can see. It's mainly getting buffs, so it's just going to be crazy good, I think. Let's have a quick look. Exploiters, Sovereign Greaves. Do anyone in stream need? Does anyone in stream need a pair of Warcry boots? They're very basic, +2, and they've got Fury per second and dodge chance on. So, but they do have the 3 max evade charges. So you probably can't get your 3 best in slot stats, but they're like entry level boots. If anyone's interested, just shout. Yeah, and they're going for free by the sounds of it. Easier mats, Blood think it's still worth it. Depends if it's been shadow nerfed, then it's just going to drop the same as every other bosses, right? Arclash is getting some buffs. Yeah, that's good. Sorks are going to be good next season, and that's good because I really like playing Sork. Right, it's probably my favourite class, to be honest. I really enjoyed the Frozen Orb Sork this season, but I haven't played since the mid-season patch, but it just struggled. I couldn't even be bothered to spend the time gearing it up at a certain point because I couldn't even get to 100 pit tier without, I had okay gear and I couldn't get to 100 tier. I was just kind of like, this is a bit naff. So I just went on to the Barb. Thorn's Barbs are dead next season. The only thing that might change that is we're getting 50 new uniques and legendary aspects. Or around that amount, and they haven't announced all of them yet, so we need to wait until they've all been announced so we know what builds are going to get buffs through the extra aspects and stuff. Yeah, so we'll see with that. Yeah, free. Nice. Frozen Orb farms 101s in 3 minutes for me right now. Nice. Yeah, since the mid-season patch, I know it's a bit better. Scrunchy Cake seems Bash will be fine next season. Yes, Bash is actually getting a buff, I think. I think it's slightly buffed, but I think that's to counteract the fact that Bleed's getting nerfed. So Bleed Bash will basically... I think normal Bash will be better than Bleed Bash next season, honestly. That's just from an initial thought, though. Until we actually see everything in practice, obviously you won't know. But yeah, that's my take on it. Once the Burning Instinct is complete, I'll try pushing a bit. All right, nice. Well, I'll have to come and jump in and check it out for sure. Check out your build. Sounds like it should be. Sounds pretty interesting. People jumping out. Oh, BRB. Okay. 5 hours ago, I did Zir and we got an Uber in 3 runs. That's 5 hours ago. When is this meant to have been shadow nerfed? Do we know? Do you know what? Let's do a quick search on the forums or something. Lord Zir. Oh no, Diablo 4 Lord Zir would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Zir. Shadow nerf. See if anyone's posted anything. Probably not. No, it won't be anything in here. Especially if it's only just happened. Any chat in here? I mean, they're still selling Lord Zir mats like crazy. So, yeah, I mean, if it has been nerfed, they'll go down in value again, I guess. Yeah, there's nothing in there. Yeah, no hits in there. Great. Miss Aethy, how's it going? Pinching did 60 runs, only 12 Uber uniques. Yeah, that's about, well, that's still 20% drop rate from your runs divided by 4. So that's a 3% drop rate. That's about right. So yeah, it's meant to be 2 or 3%. So that's about right, yeah. Oops. Muster Ruya 41. You got the memo, entering in the giveaway. Yeah, everyone, make sure you enter into the giveaway. Exclamation mark, enter. Don't want to miss out. It's currently at 540 million, but we're gonna we add 50% of trades onto that. And you only need 1 item. I sold a ring last night for like 4.4 billion or something right at the end of the stream. So that was easy. Just need to drop something good, which we'll aim to do at some point. In fact, I got that from the boss runs, I think. But yeah, it's, to be honest, they probably needed to nerf that Uber unique drop rate anyway, because that was just getting a bit silly. Like how many were dropping, right? That was a bit silly. I need to, well, depends what bosses we're going to do. I've got potentially a bunch of Duriel runs already. Where are my eggs? 46. Yeah, okay. I've got a few eggs. Probably saw some more of them. Let's take those out there. Yeah, I need to get some more though, probably. What's the news here? This is a PCR stuff, yeah. Okay. Back to here again. People are just selling things on here at crazy prices. So that's 100. So 5.5 mil per egg and per shard. This is like, look how many this person's got. Like, do you realistically think these people are actually farming this many stones and stuff? I don't think they are. This is definitely an item duplication. It's got to be. There's too many people selling too many of these. I just can't believe that these are all farming that much. It's crazy. It's like, look, this is stupid. Oops. Anyway. Yeah, they need to get on top of that. If there is a duplicate. I did hear there is a duplication method. It's just a bit tricky to do. And if there is, that's why the market's gone completely and utterly bonkers. In fact, from what they were telling me, I do kind of know how they're doing it, but I'm not going to tell it on stream, and I definitely am not doing it myself. I'm never interested in that stuff. Being slow mode. God damn it. Where the hell's the op? What? There you go. Gotta go buy a bunch of eggs and shards in case we do want to do some durials or something. Yeah, it was a bit silly, but I just want my Andy. Yeah, fair enough. Was too late doing them, so I donated all my blood to pinching. Yeah, I sold 1,700 blood, and then suddenly Zia was dropping loads of these, so that was fun, but never mind. But yeah, we'll see if we can get these eggs and stuff. 4.5 mil each. It's crazy, isn't it? Is he adding me? Craziness. Because I used an awful lot of blood up last night. I've only got a little bit left. Only got enough for a couple of runs. In fact, it'll be really. We can just go do one run of Lord's Ear. It'll be easy to tell if they've nerfed it or not, because it will just be down to the amount of loot that's dropping, right? One sec, I'm gonna leave this party, so I'm gonna add this guy. 2 secs, P-Dog. Let me try and get this these items from this guy first. I can't even remember what his flipping name was now. Damn it. Crap. I don't know who that was that just added me. I have to message him in here. I didn't pay attention to who that was that added me. Oops. Oh, there we go. It must be him. Because if we go and do one Lord's Ear and it turns out that the amount of loot that's dropped has changed, then yeah, you can just go do any boss again, right? Right, nice. We got some eggs and shards. So that's not too terrible. I've got a bunch of stones already, fortunately. So I've got loads of eggs, got a bunch of shards. So that's not too bad. Party invite bug, Vietjon. You might need to relog, or just go to your main menu and come back in again. What have you seen now? The thing is, there's so much stuff in that patch notes, I'll never be able to guess what it is you've just read. Sorks using swords is kind of huge. Yeah, exactly. The Azure Wrath and various other things. Yep. Crit damage, indeed. This is what I mean. Sorks are getting some love, which I like. Yeah, no worries, P-Dog. You're good. So we'll get a queue open here. There we go. There we go, he's in. Nice. Alright, I'll be back in a sec, chat. Right, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, let's just go and do ones here and see what the loot quantity is like. Yeah. I don't have an awful lot of bloods. I've been trying to buy some, but no one is getting back to me, which is very frustrating. Wow, people really stretching here, trying to sell them at more. The bloods have gone up in value. These are people that probably realise that Zir's been nerfed, if it has been, and they're just stretching, trying to sell them before people realise it's buggered, and then they're just going to sell for nothing again, because they went from 50k to a million, which is kind of outrageous, really. Get me in, I have a couple of stacks. Yeah, no worries. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've added you, dude. No worries. You're added. I'm down for it. There you go. What we'll do, so we've got this past him, so we've got, oh yeah, here we go, these two are in. Let's get those in. Nice. Yeah, there's a queue there, guys, if you want to join, exclamation mark join. Also, make sure you guys have entered the giveaway, exclamation mark enter. We've only got 15 entrants right now. We'll go do some Helltide farming before we go offline tonight, so we'll hope, or some farming in general, and hopefully get some items we can sell to trade up the value. It's at 540 million, so we'll aim to get it up to, well, 50% of value. We'll try and get it up to the billion mark, or somewhere in around that. We ended up getting it to 1.5 last night, but that's because I was going to cap it at 1 billion, and then I sold that ring for a ring for 4.5 billion in about 2 minutes. It took me. It was crazy. Praise the Caffeine. How's it going, dude? How are you? I see you've just entered in the giveaway. You've got 744 blood. Okay, P-Dog's got the blood. I've got a bunch of stones. It's just blood I was running out for. Yeah, I'll do the first one. I don't mind. We're just waiting on Slay Bob. Just wait for him to TP to us. Oh, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do you want any gold for this? I don't expect things for free. I mean, if you want to, that's lovely, but I don't expect it. Doctor's appointment was today. Okay, well, I hope the doctor's appointment went okay, Crazy Caffeine. Okay, well, I appreciate that, thank you. It's quite likely these are going to become worthless shortly. If Zir is nerfed, they'll go down in value, so... I'll say they were 50,000 or something before, 50 to 80k, and they've suddenly gone to 1 million plus. And that's because, I guess, people were able to farm him, right? But, alright, cool, we're good to go. Let's whack a potion on. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Make the most of using your double health potions, like your anti-venoms and potion, because that is not going to be a thing in Season 5. They are nerfing that. They have fixed the bug where you can use your anti-venoms on top of your other potions. Just so people know. Look at the dot damage on this boss. It's disgusting, isn't it? And... I mean, he's still dropping a lot of loot. But, yeah, it still looks like he's dropped a lot of loot there. But, like, that's filled that much of my inventory. It's crazy. But yeah, we'll do a few runs and we'll see what it's like, I guess. It was. Apparently it's been shadow nerfed now. But yeah, it has been dropping Ubers at a increased rate, I'd say. He's very generous. Yeah, monster irresistible. So I'm actually praying that other people get their drops. I at this point I've got so many Uber uniques. I'm really looking for the GAs only. So, you know, those are, no matter how many you drop, you can roll 10 of them using sparks and still not get a GA. They are rare. So I'm hoping that if there's anyone that's actually needing any, I'm hoping they get them rather than me, I guess. They've nerfed it by 3 items, you say, Prime? Okay, well, it's not too bad. Where did you... is that been posted officially somewhere? I mean, to be honest, we did a lot of runs of this last night, and I only got 2. So it might have been nerfed before today. But I was quite happy chilling. Honestly. And actually, one thing to note, this build is crazy good against Zir. His exponential damage stacks don't apply to me, because I don't really, because he has to melee you. And I'm always a distance in this build. All his distance damage moves don't apply exponential damage stacks to me. So yeah, I reckon I'd wreck this boss in solo. Slay Bob got wrecked. Oh dear. Yusin got wrecked. Oh dear. It's alright, we got this, guys. No worries. We got you guys. You're all good. You're all good. Just how the drops did just now. I used to be it used to be 2 full rows plus 3 or 4 on the 3rd row. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's probably just been nerfed. That's what I mean. If they've nerfed it by number of items, probably. Because if they nerfed the drop rate, they've nerfed it across the board on all enemies, I imagine. I mean, I'm still feeling my inventory way... You know, 2 runs is more than 1 full inventory. It's a bit crazy.
Well struck.
So, I might have to come try my luck. Maybe you will. Diablo Girl. How's it going, Diablo Girl? I love that emote as well. That is awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Well, Vivid Rex has jumped in. Vivid Rex got the cheeky gold last night as well, I believe. A nice little chest nugget of winnings. Got a new chest piece, GA plus 6 iron skin, working on getting it to plus 12, and then I'll be killing it. Sweet. Nice. That sounds pretty good. That's right, you're playing Iron Skin... Is it Iron Skin Bish? Iron Skin Bash build? I mean, you have told me. My brain is kaput. When do you do the giveaway? Tonight, I will do the giveaway in about 2 hours, 20 minutes. Sorry, 3 hours, 20 minutes. Should I take a 3 bill offer? Let me have a look at this from chat. I think so, to be honest, Emil, but let me double check before I say that. I don't like to give false information. The reason is... oh, I don't know, actually. I don't know. It is pretty good, that, isn't it? It is pretty good. Do you know, I don't even need that. I just need unique items, and then we need gauze. Well, a 3GA here, but it didn't have the crit chance against close. They went for 1 billion. Any more 3GAs? A 3 for 60 million. That went way too cheap. What? Oh no, this is Fist of Fate. What the hell? Oh. No, what? I selected gauze. What the hell? Alright, this is messed up. 1 second. 2 secs, chat. Let's try this again. Alright, I want to buy unique items. Gauze, right? I just want gauze, thank you. Now it's showing Fist of Fate as well. That's dumb as hell. What the hell? Well, useful. It's still going to show Fist of Fate, isn't it? For Christ's sake. Alright, we just got to keep an eye on this then. Any 3GAs, gauze, 1 billion. That's a Fist of Fate. Gauze, 3GA, that's no offer. Yeah, I mean, 3 billion's looking okay, to be honest. I mean, it's not a small amount of money, is it? Yeah, maybe. I probably would. There's not really any information to go off beyond that, to be honest, Emil. A lot of P-Dogs saying the same. I'd take it, yeah. Go to Uniques tab on the filter. Yeah, I did that, Via John. It's filtering out it's filtering gauze and Fist of Fate together. It's weird. It's a bug or something. Diablo 4, yes. Rogue for me. Oh yeah, Rogue. Yeah, nice. Yes, Rogue for you. Yes. Season 5 Flurry. Oh yeah, the Flurry build looks like it's going to be good. Yeah, it does. It's getting huge buffs. Yeah, I'd take the sale, Emil. That looks pretty good. Right, run number 3. Good luck in your drops, guys. They're getting rid of all these yellows in Season 5. They'll just drop as gold instead. So that'll be nice. We're trying to pick up items, yeah. We won't have to contend with the actual trash. Just said I'll take it, so let's hope he gets back to me. Yeah, definitely. But how about that Hulk Smash Golem? Yeah, that looks pretty cool. That's just a quality of life thing more than anything. I honestly think Shadow builds are going to get... and Bone Spirit. I think Bone Spirit's going to be very popular next season. That's getting some huge buffs with the Bone Prison across the board, pretty much. And Blood builds are getting some pretty enormous overpower boosts as well. And we haven't seen the final patch notes yet, so it's possible that overpower will also get buffs. We'll have to see. Vivid Rex. I started playing Windshear and it's amazing. Yeah, dude, it's pretty good. I will put my build planner together and publish it at some point. I've got a build planner. It's here. But I'm still playing around with the builds, so that's why I haven't published it yet. This is my version, but there's a couple of versions out there, right? Eye Boilers and Ace of Spades, they're both good. You'll have fun on either of them. I'm just trying out my version. We'll see how it goes. Crazy Caffeinated. It's such a good change. I've died so many times because my golem wasn't there. Yeah, it is, exactly, yeah. There's also an aspects update coming where when you use a particular... When you do something, it's going to... I think it's when you use a skill or movement skill or something. It's going to... it's going to link you and your golem together and make you move an increased amount. It's going to make you move faster for 6 seconds. So it's going to like make it so you and your golem can move between enemy groups quicker, which is going to be really nice for movement speed in general, if you can keep that up a decent amount of time. Lightning Storm Druid. Yeah, it might be alright. I think Druids are getting... The thing is, Druids in general are getting nerfed to the ground, which is weird. the Thunderstruck node is getting absolutely royally nerfed, which is not great. So, yeah. I've done 2 of these runs. I guess one of you's done one other. There's one more run to do. Is anyone else that has it? I was going to say, I don't mind, but yeah, I think I'm not sure what their thinking is with Druids right now. Thunderstruck is one of the only ways. Wind Shear's dead without Thunderstruck at the moment. But this build won't even exist next season, probably. I don't think. Not unless the only reason it might is because we haven't seen all the full aspects yet. But yeah, capping the Thunderstruck node means somewhere along the lines we're going to need extra damage from somewhere, but I don't really know where it's going to come from yet. So, and that wasn't great, to be honest. Chain Lightning is going to be crazy. That's what I'm going to play first next season. At the moment, it's going to be hard to sway me otherwise, I think. The Thunderstruck node is taking a more than a big hit. I mean, to put it in context, they've capped it at 40%, and right now 40% multiplicative. And right now on this build, and this isn't very high. Like, I can get this a lot higher. This is why I know this build will go further. I'm currently sitting at 200% multiplicative, and this can go to 300 easily. That's being capped to 40. That's an enormous reduction in damage, right? For storm skills. It's huge. So, yeah. Storm skills are getting a ridiculous nerf. But there we go. Lightning! I will! Now that we've settled that, back to the slaps and tickles, and maybe some hugs in between. It's a Friday night after all. That was the last for this rotation. Yep, let's have a quick look at who else is in the queue. Alright, let's draw some people here. Random user number 1, Californicated. How's it going? I missed you joining in the channel, dude, but how you doing? And come and jump in the party, dude. And Vivid Ret Rex, come and jump in the party, dude. They may not have heard that because there's an ad running. Fantastic. I'll have to repeat in 25 seconds. Yeah, no worries. Well, you can come and you can join the. Oh, come on, ads. Go away. One's that? That, I believe, is Californicated. So I'm not actually sure who heard and didn't there, because the ads were running. So we'll go again. Californicated and Vivid Rex Rex, can you please join? I might have just cancelled one of you by accident. I'm losing track of who's who in game, honestly. Okay, if that's Vivid Rex Rex, I've got... So there's 2... It's confusing to me, because there's someone else called Shadow Storm as well in the chat. I think, yeah, that is you, isn't it? Cool. Yeah, come to us, guys. And, yeah, people can keep joining. You can come back and join in again. It's not a one-time only thing. Just if you've got materials to contribute, that's helpful. Just helps keep the party going for a bit longer. But yeah, we've got a bunch here. I've got a bunch of Druid runs as well. It does look like Zir's probably not going to drop as much Uber stuff now, so it doesn't really matter what Uber boss we do, really. I enjoyed the fireside. Did you all see they are giving you extra tempering? Yeah. But it's not going to fix the problem, honestly. It's going to, you know, you get a 3 GA, you're going to get 9 tempers or whatever it is. That's something, right? But they have acknowledged that system is not perfect, so they're going to look at that. But obviously for Season 5, they haven't got enough time. Yeah, there's Shadow Storm in terms of Genghis just joined and his main user's called Shadow Storm, right? And then we've got Florida, who's also Shadow Storm 626. So it gets a bit confusing to me. But yeah. Anyway, let's do this. Duriel summons into Dolls and Shackles. No, that's Andariel. Duriel is Eggs and Shards of Agony. I just bought a whole loaf, 450 mil of those. There's obviously the Stygian stones as well, which are pretty expensive to buy right now. Good luck in your drops, guys. Can't pick everything up again. That's a shocker. Come back for the rest of us. I've got a bit of both of the mats. Nice. Awesome. Oh yeah, the skeleton explode build. That looks like it could be quite fun, yeah. Yeah. There's some really fun looking builds actually coming next season, to be fair. I'll give them that. The Barb one, I think we need to see it in action because no one's really ever used Iron Maelstrom, right? No one's used that. I haven't ever used that skill, and no, you never see anyone using it. So they're like trying to push this build where you're using a skill that's not really been used. So it'll be really interesting with the Steel Grasp. So it'll be really interesting to see if it actually fruitions into anything. But to be honest, Barbs are in a pretty good place anyway. They've got loads of builds. So, you know, they don't need as much love as some of the other classes, honestly. Landslide is getting a huge buff next season, so they're going to be pretty good. I think Landslide's performing okay now, but it's going to be, I think that's going to be quite good next season. Hey, Horology Doc, how's it going? Welcome to the channel, dude. Appreciate you being here. Everyone, welcome Horology Doc. How you doing? What class you playing? Let us know what builds you're playing. And yeah, just generally let us know how your day's going. Always glad to have new people on the channel. We're just currently doing some boss runs. See if we can get some cheeky Ubers. There we go, let's reset that. No, I'm just resetting now. Late to reply, came... Oh, you came in with a loaf. Alright, cool, no worries. You're good. Always happy to have another loafer in here. Hey, Shadowstorm66. How's it going, man? How's it going, Florida? But yeah, I'm always happy to have anyone else. Like, I've got a lot of respect for Loaf, and, you know, I always try and jump into his streams where I can. And support. I try and support where I can. We just... Yeah, he normally streams before me, I guess, time-wise. Today I did stream a bit earlier, but that's purely because of the campfire notes. Normally I start streaming about an hour and a half before what it is now. So I guess nearer the end of his streams most of the time. But we met each other on last Epoch, and he's like the godfather of the game compared to me on last Epoch, for sure. Yeah, I'm a bit of a newbie at that game compared to what I am at this one, I suppose. We're just waiting on Genghis. Played Necro, 2 Sorks and the Barb so far this season. Sweet. Nice to have someone on when I'm home from work. I can only listen on the second tab. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Which builds did you play? If you played a Necro, I'm guessing a Golem Answer. If you played 2 Sorks, I'm guessing at least one... I'm guessing that's probably Frozen Orb, Sork, or Blizzard, and Immortal Firebolts. And if you've played Barb, it's probably a Bash build, right? But it might be Whirlwind. Florida, watch the recap of the campfire. Honestly, kind of hyped for next season. Yeah, I know which build I'm playing next season, unless something drastically changes already. That... How do you do that? Do you mean,
Look.
I've got it set to my middle mouse button, but you need to open your remote wheel, and then it's one of your remotes, yeah. There we go.
Look.
But yeah, it's definitely looking very strong season 5 for the Sorks. From initial thoughts, the Chain Lightning Sork looks like it's going to be insane. Like, properly cracked insane. It might actually compete with Barbs. Yeah, we'll have to see. Especially with the recent Veer's Mastery changes as well, so you will actually be able to get enough damage reduction to potentially survive stuff. We'll have to see, because obviously they won't have Immortal Flame Shield anymore. That's just going to be gone. So watch all of these top streamers that are really getting high viewership because they're able to play stupid high tiers with the Immortal Firestalk. Let's see if some of them, the ones that aren't actually that good at playing the game beyond that, will really struggle next season without that. Because they'll be so used to being immune and not actually having to play the game and avoid crowd control and stuff. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that really throws up the meta for a lot of people, I guess. Blizzards and Immortal, yeah, as I suspected. Flay and Golem. Okay, you play Flay, fair enough. Flay is strong, to be fair. Just expensive to build. Iced Coffee, Flurry Rogue next season, and for me, hands down, yeah, the Flurry Rogue, if you're a Rogue player, definitely seems like it's going to be a fun build as well. That's getting massive buffs across the board. There's also Smoke Grenade and... Oh, there was something that was going to... one of the new uniques, it's Smoke Grenade and something. Can't remember what it was. But it's, yeah, Smoke Grenade is getting some massive buffs, and I think that might actually get used in some builds, because it's being changed into a support skill, but there's a unique that synergizes it quite well as well. Yeah, exactly that, Smoke Grenade. It literally, I didn't even read what you said there, Diablo, and it literally reiterates what I just said. Yeah, Smoke Grenade looks like it's going to be good. I'm absolutely glad they're fixing Flame Shield as well, and they're doing it across the board, so it's not just Sorks. All of the... Oh, for God's sake. Can we please reset this? Oh, we don't... Oh, sorry, we have done it. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're making it so all of those big ultimate, you know, big, like, constant, unstoppable moves are not going to be able to be made constant, you know? What would be a good price for this? Good question, because I've got one of those myself. I've got a 3 GA Tusk Helm. Actually, what's the implicit on it? Probably not that much, because the implicit's 48%. I mean, let's put it in context. I've got one that's 3 GAs. Oh no, sorry, I've got a 2 GA one. So yours is a 3 GA, but the implicit's a bit low. Mine's a 2 GA with the attack speed, aggressive resistance, but it's got a 56 implicit. And I've had the maximum offer I ever had was 250, and most of them I get now are like 100. So you'll get something for it. I just don't know how much really. Uniques are a bit underwhelming right now. Next season they're sort of somewhat fixing it, I guess. Yes, RIP. Percent damage is going to be pretty much useless on rings and stuff next season, because it won't double dip for dot damage anymore. Alright, we're waiting on Slay Barb. Oh, he's here. He's here. It's definitely better for the games, yeah. No, you don't want invincible builds. It's not skillful playing an invincible build and then just pushing the highest content. So you're not having to worry about... You're basically not worrying about interacting with most of the game, because you're just invincible to crowd control. You're invincible to damage. So then it's just a game of how do I do more damage. That is it. It's not really that skillful. I'm not trying to make digs at people, but, you know, if we... Sure, people have come up with the builds. I've got a lot of respect for the fact that someone's actually come up with... There's a skill in creating the build to be able to achieve that, for sure. But it's not that skillful to play once you've built it. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So yeah, you know, it's just... It's not good for the game, as you say. So yeah, it'll be good to get those out. If you hear those streamers, they say it's really hard to get the gear to get that kind of cooldown. Yeah. So, I mean, actually achieving the gear, you might need GG gear to achieve it, and they might... But the fact is, and they have come up with the idea to achieve it, so that's fair enough. That's a, you know, a skill, I suppose, in itself, but... actually playing the build does not really take much skill once you've got there, right? Because you're just immortal. So, and the ones that are grinding out that build have been grinding it out all season. Basically not played anything else, most of them. So where most people have played multiple builds and tried a few different things out and are just having fun with that, they've just been grinding that one character constantly to get the absolute GG gear, and that's what they want to do. So fair enough. Hats off to them for keeping at it, but still stand by it. Still not that skillful to play, because you're not actually having to play dodge mechanics or whatever, you know. whatever else comes on. Last chance for starter boots for free. There's okay. There's some starter Warcry boots and some there's 2 pairs of starter. There's a pair of starter Warcry boots here that's got movement speed on it as well. They're going for free if anyone wants them. I mean, Barb's Iron Skin makes you invincible. It does, but it's only for a certain period of time, right? And it's basically up all the time. Okay, fair enough. I take back what I said a moment ago. I've not used Iron Skin in a long time. I think the main thing is that Iron Skin doesn't make you unstoppable constantly, right? That's the problem. Flame Shield makes you invincible, and it makes you unstoppable completely, and it makes you and you can attack during it as well. I mean, Necros, for example, well, it makes you unstoppable for the entire duration. Yep, the purple mythic unique change is great. Because it means when you drop one, it's just that moment of, wow, I finally dropped something good. Like, I remember in D2, you're running along, you know, you're leveling up, you're in Nightmare, and you suddenly drop a pair of unique light gloves, and you're like, holy crap, I know what I've... Because you know what it is. Because the way that D2's geared up is, there's only one unique of each type of item. So there's one unique light gloves, one unique mesh gloves, one unique Shaco, for example, and stuff like this. So you'd end up... So you drop a pair of light gloves, and you're like, oh my god, I just dropped a pair of Mage Fists, let's go! And you know exactly what it is. And like, if you're running along and you drop a purple item, you know it's going to be, you know it's a mythic unique, right? And if it's a chest piece or something, at the moment, you've got a pretty good idea what it's going to be, right? Tyrael's Might. So, yeah, happy days. That's a great change. And it'll just make it easier to spot them as well. I disconnected. You disconnected? Are you back? Oh, he is back. That's fine. We can wait for you, dude. That's alright. I don't even consider playing those builds. The challenge is what keeps me playing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's each their own. If they're having fun, I'm not going to, you know, we're not going to blast their fun or anything. But, okay. This is number 4, I believe. I've cleared T116. It's really hard to work for it. That's what keeps me interested. That's fair enough. That's really good. Well done. It's higher than I've got now. I've done a 115, I think. Or, yeah, something like that. I've done higher with a group, not in solo. Good luck in your drops, guys. Yeah, his Uber drop rate's definitely gone down because no one's added it yet. We had loads last night. Yeah, that was the last, yep. My Iron Skin isn't up all the time, and I also don't rely on Iron Skin. It's like an OS for me. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah. I think it probably is possible to get it up permanently, but it's, yeah, no worries, California cases, you could. I'm just going to quickly go sell up some stuff. But yeah, there shouldn't be builds where you can just be infinitely invincible. Like, it's just bonkers, right? It's the same problem last Epoch suffered from in some ways. They had builds where you could generate so much ward, you're basically invincible.
Fair trade.
Well, I suppose it's kind of different, but kind of the same. So that's 8 runs, no Ubers. Yeah, exactly. I'm running low on bloods anyway, so I have to go to Duriel soon. Next 2, in fact, we'll get in Lock P Dog's already Bryn, and so is Master 41. So we'll get Caffeinate and Prime in next in the essence of being fair here. I've got enough for at least a couple more runs here. So if people have got the materials for the runs, that would be handy. I don't think anyone's spoken up, Emil, so probably just trash them. Okay, did I reset? I can't remember. I might not reset, guys. Now let's try it. Prime is giving me something. Ooh, he's giving me some bloods. He's giving me lots of bloods. 6, 8. I can't carry that many. I can only take 6. Give me 6 stacks. I haven't got enough inventory space. Thank you. Or 4. That'll do. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 4's fine. Yeah. Thanking you. Appreciate it, dude. Did you want any gold for that, dude? You know me. I'm not expecting stuff for free, but obviously it's up to you guys. But for all 40 million, okay, cool. We'll sort it out when we get to the altar. Let's just run up. I'll give it to you on the altar. Bargain. Prime's a cheap date. I like this. Gives me 4 stacks of blood for 40 million. Cheap date. Nice. It's a party. Wheel here? Okay. Alright, let's do it. The dot damage is outrageous. Well, good luck in your drops. Oh, it's reset. So I was just looking at my microphone. I think something's wobbling. I don't understand why. Weird. I've done something to it. Oh, there we go. That's better. It is no longer wobbling. That's what we like. Good. Cool. Problem solved. Let's do it. Oh yeah, Iron Skin grants unstoppable and damage reduction. Okay, interesting. I see. Wow, okay, yeah, well. Wouldn't be surprised if... Well, they might be changing that though. They haven't shown all the changes they're making to everything. They've only shown the changes they're doing to the PTR. I wouldn't be surprised if that potentially gets changed to the unstoppable thing, but we'll see. But I suppose... Even if they're unstoppable, they're not completely immune to damage, so maybe that's why they left it. Oh, this is number 2, right? Yeah. I need to come back and pick my gear up and me loose up. Too much on the floor. Got an Uber Skies. Nice. I think Prime just got a Starless Skies. I nearly died 3 times in this pit because Iron Skin was on cooldown, so it's not sure. It's sure not making me immortal. My gear isn't GG though, yeah. Well, it sounds like you can have it up all the time. Eee, Prime just dropped a Starless Skies. Nice. Good times. It's our first Uber. So I'll give it a cheeky reset. Counter-offensive is the big ticket item, I think. I need to do that again. I didn't go through. Make sure we all click that, please. Thank you. IT port me in nowhere. I have +4 counter-offensive ammo, but I'm not sure I'm not using it yet because I'm rocking defensive with Selig until I can fix my resistances. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. The counter-offensive will give you quite a big damage increase, I think. Right, and this is what, number 3? I haven't really played with it too much. I could try it though, I suppose. Why not? It won't do anything in here because we're not killing anything. Works quite well on the hell side though for clearance and all that. No, it's 4 runs, Prime. So I'll do one more. Nice. Fit John just got a Tyrrell's Might. Good stuff. I was going to go unload my items and then I'll TP onto one of you guys. Oh, we got an Andar's Visage as well. Nice. Alright, well, we've had 3 in the last 3 runs, so that's good. Good stuff. Yep, last one, yep. Don't think it's nerfed. Well, I don't know. This just feels the same as doing Duriels, I guess, in a way. Or how Duriels would have been. Nice. Good stuff. Have you dropped all of them yet? I actually dropped all of them. I finally got my Andes, so I have actually dropped them all now. Oh, still haven't got a grandfather's drop. Fair enough. You never know. You might get one still. There he is. Yeah, fair enough. And we just dropped another Tyrell's Might. Is that a new one? So you've had 2 Tyrell's Mights. Nice. Yeah, I'm not convinced it is nerfed, really. I think it's just RNG. I mean, I only got 2 myself last night, and I did a lot of runs. So, you know, if that's 2 Tyrell's Mights, and that's 4 and 4. Second one, yeah, so we just got 4 Ubers in those 4 runs. I was hoping for an Andy. Yep, we all hope for all the things. Unfortunately, RNG doesn't always play to our favour. Yes, yes, yes. Right. Next 2. Thank you, guys. We have got... Californicated, come join again, and Lock P Dog. Feel free to join up. So yeah, if you got mats, please bring them, because otherwise these runs aren't going to last that long. I've been trying to buy more materials and stones and stuff, and honestly, people just aren't getting back to me. I've got enough to do another 19 runs. Well, I'd need more bloods, but I've got enough stones to do 19 runs. Which, if I'm funding everything, that's basically 4 rotations, maybe 5. So that's P Dog. It's Californicated. You hear? Okay, if he's not here, we'll pull someone else for the time being until he's maybe back. Let's pull someone else for the time being. I'll tell you what, it just pulled Prime. I'm actually going to pull a Mill here, though. Mill, come jump in, because Prime's only just jumped out. And I saw you join a Mill, and you haven't had a run yet. So, Mill, come jump in. We'll get Prime in on the next one. Emil, do you want to come and jump in, Emil? Oh, thanking you for the bloods. Have to restart my game, no worries. Not yet, Master Ria. But depending on if Californicated's back, then you'll be on the next one anyway. Beware, I'm a little intoxicated. That's okay, it might help your luck. You might get more Ubers again. Hey, Shadow Priest, how's it going? He's joined the queue and he's entered. Good man. I was waiting for Emil to restart his game. Well, while we give him a second, I'm going to go grab another drink. So bear with me 2 secs, guys. Sorry, chat, I'm back. I did hear that. Oh, there we go. Oh, he's in. He's good. Good. Mr. Beyblade himself. Mac Daddy, how's it going? Yeah, everyone, make sure you've entered into today's giveaway. It's at 540 million right now. We'll try and trade that up before the end of the stream. Cool. We all here? Let's do it. Okay. Are you going first? Am I going first? Or cool. Andy's Poison Visage build. Oh yeah, I'm using Andy's on this, on my wind shear. Seems to work alright. Now they fixed it. A 1 GA attack speed ring with lucky hit. That'll probably sell. It's got willpower in it as well. Get that snipped. Oh, it's only got 1 to envenom. Might stick that up still though. Envenom is highly sought after on amulets. Right, okay. Leave. Let's see. After Rota is done, mind if I steal you for testing my builds to see if we can start doing Lilith carries? Yeah. Yeah. There'll be some time tonight to do that, Florida, definitely. I mean, I wasn't a million miles away from being able to just solo it, to be honest. I just didn't have quite enough damage. Nor did I have the patience to sit there and do it. And relearn the mechanics properly. I've managed to increase my damage a little bit since then, so that's good news. I'll teleport into one of you guys. I'm just going to dump these up on the website. Maybe, you never know, maybe one of them will get hit. Maybe one of them won't. But we shall see. Would Tyrell's Might and or Doombringer be beneficial to a Visage build? Yeah, it would depend on the build, I guess. That's another 3GA Rage of Harrogath. You lucky sod. Look at you raking in all the money. Grizzly Rage is now... Well, skill 24. 48. Sorry guys, I'll be right with you. If you want to play a build with Doom and Visage, there's my build. There you go. It is possible, it seems. There we go. I will just... Damn, nice. I need a good Rage of Harrow. I think he just sold one for 3 billion, or is looking to anyway. What's it to be? I might as well sell these bad boys.
Dark days well struck.
There we go. Teleporting to you now. Mine is plain. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that is pretty nice. I'm going to have to close this queue for now. Because I don't know what we're going to be like for mats. After that many. Are we all here? Yeah, let's do it. He has got at least one particularly good Rage of Harrogath. Number 2, indeed. Emil's going to link them in a party chat, so I'll show them on screen when I can. There we go, right. Guys, we got number 1. It's a 2-stat Rage of Harrogath. You got not a 3. That's the other one. The 3-stat one. Oh no. Oh no, he has got 2 3-stats. There we go. So this is the first one. So it's got the GAs on the thorns, the physical crit chance against elites, and the 21% damage reduction from bleeding enemies. And it's a 34% implicit. And the second one is Thorns, crit strike. No, that's the same one, right? That's the same item. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Have you actually got 2? Because they look like the same item to me. Yeah, I just got you, Monsieur. He has a 3GA and a 2GA, yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. It's the same one I have, two with 2GA in there, sold the other one with 3GA. Oh, right. Fair enough. $400 for the ring. Sounds good, I think. Should one set. 2 secs, guys. I might have just accepted that too early. No, that seems alright. Yeah, it seems fine. Right, I'm going to just drop and join. Just wait here, guys. I'm just going to go sell a ring quickly. It's probably time sensitive, to be honest. That's actually selling higher than I would have expected it to. So I'm just going to go and sell it now before I potentially lose the buyer. Is he here as well? Where is he? Oh, God's sake. I hate this bit of the map. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Oh, there he is. Oh, is he teleported to me? Huh. He did as well. Suppose I'll use this opportunity to sell this stuff. There we go.
Be wary of bandits.
Damn vultures.
The other one I had with 3GA on, I sold it for yeah, nice, 9.5 bill. Very nice. Good job. Very good job. You coming to me? Oh, he is coming to me, yeah. Yeah, I've closed the queue just for the second, Johnny, just to make sure we've actually got enough mats. If we've got enough at the end, I'll open it up again. There we go, right, I'm just selling a ring quickly. There we go. I literally found this a second ago. Yeah, 400 mil. That is what it is. Thank you. Easy.
Thanks.
Right. Remove friend. There we go. Nice. Easy peasy. Right, let's join back. So that now means the giveaway is now 740 million. So anyone who hasn't entered the giveaway, make sure you have. We're going to pull that. I'm going to pull the giveaway in just under 2.5 hours. I'm going to end at 3 AM my time today, or around that time, because I've got a really busy day tomorrow. I just don't want to be dead for it. I'm just going to TP to you guys. And yeah, feel free to add me up. Okay, nice. Yeah, got your request. Just got you in. Nice. Good luck with your drops, guys. Gonna have to sell a few things to get that to that gold pile. A bit low right now. How the hell are you low, Florida? You sold a crap load of stuff. Yeah, that'll sell that crit chance lucky hit ring. For sure. You'll get a decent amount for that, I reckon. Spamming the bug. I think it's been fixed, to be honest, Crazy G. But how's it going? How are you, Crazy G? We did spam it a bit last night, yeah. I mean, it's not really dropping me anything, but I don't mind. Last one, yeah. Is this me? You up to selling it? You up to selling it for me? What, me? Yeah, I'll have a look how much it's worth in a minute. Alright, let me go and quickly unload. Wait, Zir is fixed? We don't know, but he has dropped us. We had one run where we got 4 Ubers in 4 runs, but we've also had a load of rotations where we had none, so yeah. He's not dropping them like candy like he was before.
Be wary on the road.
I don't think. But, you know, you still got your chance to get your stuff. Been trying to get my gear for Flaybarb. Yeah, Flaybarbs are really expensive to make because of how strong they are. It's just the market, isn't it? Right, let's have a quick look at these rings. Filter, sold, item, equipment, not elixir. Rarity, legendary equipment, ring. Crit chance. Lucky hit as well. Well, a ring very similar to what you've got right now sold for 9,900,000 apparently 1 hour ago. I mean, that sold way too cheap. But even so, these aren't selling for as much as I thought they would actually. If you had the 2 GAs, they would have. I mean, this one here has got the crit damage as well, and that rolled 300 million. It might be worth putting it up, and you never know. Someone might come back with a sensible offer. I'll put it up for you, and we'll see. Another Rager Harrogath with a GA. He's just rolling in them. Yeah, let me put this ring up and see if 95, yeah, and we can see if it's gonna sell or not and see what numbers you get for it. Trying to sell GA Flay Pants. Ooh, what other stats has it got on it? Right, let's reset this. That was the last one of those, right? So we need to get the next two in. So that was a meal and lock P-Dog. So if we can get Prime... Californicated, are you back yet? I'm going to take maybe not. Okay. So that's... I'm just going to port random. I did say Master could join, but we're going to get all of you in, and we're going to get through them as quick as we can here. So Prime, if you want to come join in, and MacDaddy, if you want to come join in as well. Meet me in Kyovajad and I'll trade the ring. Okay, more side. Yeah, okay. Oh. Well, we need guys. We need... One sec. Let me go get this ring off of Emil. Where are you? Yeah. I'll see what I can get for it, if anything.
Anything very well, and good fortune.
Right, cool. Yeah, Prime and MacDaddy, if you want to join. Yeah, Johnny, we'll open it up again. If there's enough mats, I'll let you know as soon as I can. MacDaddy, are you there? Alright, cool, yeah. Feel free to just jump in, dude. I saw you added me, so... Oh, there he is. Nice. Good. If you've got materials to bring, please do. It really helps. It helps get the party going. It means more people get a chance to get in on rotations and such. It's not a necessity, but I do only have 17 runs left, so they'll only go as far as they go. I've tried buying a load more tonight, and honestly, I've just given up trying. Maybe lucky Prime is the lucky charm. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, I didn't even need to do anything. You guys just absolutely ruined it. So we'll get that reset. It's one thing I meant to change it earlier, actually. Don't know why it does this. Oh no, we're good. Nice. Appreciate it, thank you.
Farewell, and good fortune.
Now the outbreak's over, I can answer your question, Monsieur's at all. I don't think you've missed an awful lot. I don't know how much you've not been here for, I guess, but yeah, there was one rotation where there was 4 Ubers dropped, and the rest is there's an awful lot of stuff on the floor here, as you can see. I mean, that on the floor right now is probably about 50 million gold's worth of stuff. It would just take ages to pick it all up and sell it all, right? But yeah, yeah, other than that, no, just chilling, just doing some bosses. So that's run 2 of this rotation. We'll get all the rotations in that we've got left to do, and then we'll see what materials we've got left then. Man, oh man, homemade jerky really hits the spot. God damn. Nice. I'm a little bit jealous. You're making me hungry. Yeah, we're just chilling. Just chilling. Cool, we're all here. Number 3, yep. Oh, nice. Thank you very much for the run. Druidy boy, indeed. Yeah, I know. I'm playing off meta. I tend to do that a lot. I tend to play off meta a lot, but depends. I tend to play builds that just interest me, I suppose. Whether it's meta or not doesn't really bother me too much. I have done the whole pushing the top pit thing before. Or, you know, the top tier stuff before, like in Diablo 3 and all that. But, yeah, I play these games to have fun and play builds that just seem fun to me. So I can have a good time, you know? That's the most important thing to me. It's pretty fun, this build, it's not bad. Yeah, I'm going to reset it and then I'll TP to one of you guys. Exactly, the most important thing is that you have fun when you play a game. At the end of the day, you don't need to be playing it to the absolute highest tier to have a good time. You can't really compete with these people going to the top right now anyway, unless you're playing one of the bugs broken builds, because they are basically all running off of bugs or being broken builds. So, you know, it's just how it is. I'd love to push in a 4-man group. Yeah, so we did a bit the other day. We went to 1-2-2 or something. Prime, you want to take my spot as carry? I think Prime will probably be okay with that. I mean, I can carry these on my own, but it's better if we've got 2, because then we can just nuke it really, really fast. Nice. I'm going to TP to you guys now. Hey, Prime got a Harlequin's crest. Let's go. Nice. Oh yeah, no worries for you, John. One of my 2GA Rager Harrogath, I can't even link in the chat because a bunch of other stuff comes after it. Okay. What other stuff's coming after it? We'll just give Viet John a second. Cool, here. Oh. Oh, thank you for the runs. Appreciate it. Two-stat helm. We'll have to see what that's got on it, I suppose. There we go. Impairment reduction and healing received. I mean, that's almost the biggest amount of junk I've ever seen. Good job, Blizzard. You gave me the ultimate troll item. In the toilet that goes. I'll whisper it to you so you can see him also. Yeah, no worries. Oh, right. Yeah. Lol. Yeah, you've got some weird link going on after that. That's definitely gone a bit bonkers. I think we got one. Was that the last one or we got one more, haven't we? I thought we had one more. Yeah, that's weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. We need to reset, guys, I think. Yeah, I thought we had one more. A druid and her merry band of barbs. Come back again. I actually do want the gold. I've closed the queue just for a second, P-Dog, just so we can make sure we can get through everyone and have enough mats, and then we'll see where we're at. We're just about to finish this rotation, so
anything else?
We can get the next two in. Okay, right. Next two. Thank you very much. The Prime's actually Prime staying in, so yeah, we will have three. Yeah, next two. Sorry, yeah, next two. Californicated, are you back yet? And you're already in Lot P-Dog anyway, by the way. But yeah, Californicated, are you are you back yet? Let me know if you are. No, that's all good. Shadow Priest, come and join, dude. I'm going to guess that Californicated's still not back, so in that case, I'll just drag another one. And Lock P-Dog, come join. Oh, yeah, that's alright. I appreciate that, Virgil. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, dude. Let's make sure we reset this. How are we doing for bloods? Oh yeah, we're good for bloods. I got 17 runs. We should be good here. I got this one. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Good luck on your good luck on your drops, guys. Good luck. Hey, Prime just got a 1GA grandfather. Let's go. Prime has absolutely got the luck for Ubers tonight. What the hell? It rolled on all stats, but it's still pretty nice. Yeah, GG's. Nice. Nice. Yesterday I rolled a 1GA all stat Chaco. Today Prime rolls 1GA all stat grandfather. Yeah, man. Pretty tasty. Pretty tasty. Good luck, guys. Ooh, I definitely just got money, chat. I just got money. I think. A GA attack speed amulet with +2 venom and max life on it. Pretty sure that is what Boiler's plate goes for. Is it Boiler's plate? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what he goes for on the pulverized build, maybe. That's going straight up. It's a shame that's not GA on the Envenom. That would have been very big money if it was. But yeah, the single 1+1s in Venom I put up recently, that wouldn't have been worth much. I might just not bother selling that in the end. But this one, with the GA attack speed, I'd expect that probably will sell. Let's get that up. There we go. Good. Anyone here need a Lilith carry? Have you tried doing it solo yet? What did you get now? It was an amulet with a GA attack speed and in Venom. It's the main one that they look for in a lot of the Druid builds in Venom. But attack speed on it as well as GA and a max life roll. It's not terrible. Did we reset? Let's just reset again, just in case. I'd be surprised if I don't get any hits on that pretty quickly. I can smash a solo and test it with a buddy. Can do her with one person in party. Nice. Cool. I mean, me and Gorsh nearly did it with 2. But, only the one time. I don't know. We somehow just got lucky and got through it, but... yeah. Yeah, we can go test after we're done with these. Shouldn't be... well... won't be too much longer, I guess. They waited outside, yeah, fair enough. Oh. I am very full again. Sell those items then. Hey, Druid, how's it going? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Good to see you again, dude. Just doing a few more bosses.
Arms for the light. Be wary on the road. Farewell and good fortune.
Just getting on, nice. Did you see the season 5 PTR patch notes they've got? And all the stuff that's coming up for season 5? Hey, we got one, guys. We got one. I dropped a cheeky Shaco. Let's go. Not that I need it, but we'll take it anyway. Loot Goblin. I believe if they changed the Druid's crit multipliers to just general damage like in Venom and boons, Druids would have much better builds like Andy could be a possibility. Yeah, I agree. Rabies would feel better. Windshear would compete, I think, with higher builds. So I'm doing a Windshear build right now, Loot Goblin, and I'm using Andy's, and it works pretty well. I haven't cracked the build yet. I need to get the build way more cracked up. I haven't mastercrafted anything to 12 yet or anything, but yeah, I agree though. They're too much. They're too much trick of all trades, master of none at the moment. I need to reset. Sorry, guys. So they're nerfing Thunderstruck into hell for season 5. It's getting capped at 40%. I'm currently running 200 on this build at the moment, and it can go up to 300 plus easily. So yeah, that's a little bit sad. That will affect Storm builds quite a bit. Plus 4 to Maul. I don't think that will sell, but to be honest, Maul builds generally just don't really perform at the moment. Landslide's getting a big buff next season. And I'm sure there'll be some other bits and bobs as well. Windshear is going to be all but dead because... why was it? Oh yeah, because Thunderstruck. So that pretty much kills the build. Yes, but your damage from Sood is way more than Andy's because the multipliers... yeah, yes and no. Depends how you built your build. I've got damage over time here on my weapon. That should stack the Andy's proc here because it's damage over time. So that will get an extra bonus there, and I've got damage over time here as well, and so on and so on. So yeah, the extra multipliers in the Paragon board and stuff, sure, they're not going to stack it, but it's still extra poison damage. So I've got the Andes on for the attack speed as well, more than anything. Because I don't need attack speed on all my rings. I won't need it on either of these rings by the time I built the build properly. So yeah, to be honest, I was just giving it a go. You know, I wasn't expecting it necessarily to be a silver bullet and just be amazing. I was just like, screw it, I'll give it a go and see what happens. But yeah, Thunderstruck is the biggest multiplier, really. And that's getting nerfed into hell. I mean, that's 5 times less than what I've currently got. So my build would just be doing significantly less damage, just because. Yeah, the Andy's a nice addition. Feels decent. Actually procs a ton with my landslide pool druid, making 101 pits. Like, yeah, nice. Landslide is getting a really nice buff in next season, in season 5. Like, they've got 2 or 3 big things happening, which should give it some nice damage increase. This landslide, I reckon, is going to be yeah, landslide's going to be a pretty good build in next season, I reckon. We'll have to see what the others have done, how the others perform based on all the uniques, because they said there's 50 uniques and legendary aspects coming next season. So we're just going to have to see what the rest of those are when they announce them all. We've seen some of them, but we just haven't seen all of them, right? So we'll just have to see. But I'm probably going to play Sork first anyway next season, I've got to be honest. It's my favourite class anyway, and there's a build that's already taken my fancy. That Chain Lightning build looks like it's going to be very good, to be honest, on the surface of it. Oh, I need to go sell. I've got way too much loot on the floor. Right, what number was that, guys? I'm losing track of where we're at in the count of runs and stuff.
Can I help you? Arms for the fair trade.
Oh.
We all make mistakes. Raise the father.
Does anyone know what number run that was? Because I've lost track. I'm just going to sell that, screw it. Okay. I want to say that might have been number 4, to be honest, but how many have I done? 1 sec. I had 17. I now have 14. I've done 3 runs. P-Dog's done 1, so yeah, that's the 4th one we just did. Because I had 17, I've now only got 14 runs. So we'll get the next 2 in. Oh, I got a hit on something. May well be that amulet. It is. Let's find out. That seems a bit low to me. It isn't a GA, but they are highly sought after, these. Sold. Oh, I want sold. Legendary. Amulet. Envenom and attack speed. Envenom. And attack speed. Yeah. Even with 1 envenom. Yeah. It's way too low. Oh, we go. Here come the offers. Right, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I need a lot more for that amulet, to be honest. I'll sit around and wait until we get it. Right, so next two people. Californicated, are you back yet? We can pull one other. Master Ruya 41, if you want to come jump in. I'm guessing Californicated is not back yet. So, Monsieur, if you want to come jump in as well. Oops. Party invite bug. You might need to go out to the main menu and back again. I don't know. It's not for both of you, actually. Either that or the party's bugged. Yeah, P-Dog, if you're okay, if it's okay, can we clear space for the next two people? Yeah, no worries. Make sure you've all joined the giveaway today, guys, as well. Oh, it might be us. Okay, it might be me that the party's busted. One sec. I'll need to do it to myself. Yeah, make sure you've entered today's giveaway. Enter exclamation mark enter. We'll pull that in about 1 hour 45 minutes or so. And that's currently at 740 million. Let's see if we can get this amulet sold. We might do eventually. Here we go. We've got. That's crazy. That guy must really want it. Lol. Would sell to him. 150. I'll look at that in a minute. Let's get you in. Let's get Fox Prime in. I couldn't invite you there, Prime, for some reason. Party invite. You might need to go do it as well, Prime. I think something's gone wrong with the... something's gone a bit funky with the party invites. So you might need to leave to your main menu and come back in again. And no, you're absolutely... Yeah, I assumed you were Demon Monsieur. No, you're welcome. No worries. You are welcome. We're going to have to run down there, aren't we? Yep. There we go. It's a bit unfortunate. We're going to have to do the run down there again. Never mind. There it is. Right, there we go. I'm just going to run down to the entrance now. Oh, you guys already down here. Okay. Cool. Right, number 1. We'll just see what the situation is with materials, potentially. Oh my god, my cat's brought in another dead mouse. You are kidding me. 2 secs, chat. I've got to deal with that. Give me a moment. Oh dear, oh dear. I'm not joking, that is mouse number 6 in a week. My black cat is the nicest, soppiest cat, but he's like a mouse terminator. You got an Uber helm, Immort, did I? Don't think I did. Did I? Well, I don't know. I don't see one. Saw helm and only 2 helms dropped from him. Yeah, well. Maybe there was more loot in there. It'll go to my box, right? I'll have a look when I go back to town. I got a bit distracted there because, like I say, my cat brought another flipping dead mouse in. He's brought in from outside, so I don't know where he's finding them all. I'm not kidding. He's done 6 in a week. So if there is a family of mice somewhere, there won't be for much longer, because he is like a Terminator. He's literally brought it in, put it on the floor, meowed at me, and walked away. He's brought it in as like a present or something. Oh dear. Oh well, I'm being traded. Ooh. What good is my... Ooh, bloods. Ooh. Ooh, and some stones. Ooh. Amazing cat. Yeah, no, exactly. No mice for me. Good job, that cat. But I've gotten so used to it now, I just bag and tag it in 30 seconds. You know, just like rip little guy, put him in a bag. And, you know, take him off to little mouse heaven, I suppose. He's already there. So I have 3 sparks. Do I destroy the Andariels I got craft? Well, the thing is, Andariel is starting to get more popular now. If you craft that down and you don't have another one, you suddenly need another one. You're going to be stuck in the situation you are with a grandfather now. So, you know, it's a tough one. Depends how desperate you are for the grandfather, I suppose. You could just level up another character and do your Iron Wolves quest line and probably get another spark completing that. Alright, let's go sell stock quick. Right, 2 secs, chat. Just trying to sell Emil's ring here. Got the rest of my loot. And then we'll reset. Yeah, it's the it's a seasonal quest line. You do a character and then you go to the Iron Wolves camp and you just do Hell Tides and you can get one. You get one in the last reward there at the end. So that's a way to get stuff at the end, maybe. Yeah, I didn't get an Uber helm there. It's alright.
Well struck.
I mean, I got a Shaco not that long ago. Yep. Will you sell for 280 mil? Nice. Are we ready? Are we ready? Round 2. Oof. There. Poison. Good luck, everyone. Did we do the count? I'm a bad support. That was number 2. We've got 2 more. I believe. Emil, if you're here, I'm selling that ring for 280 for you. It's pretty good for that ring, to be honest. That's a lot higher than I was expecting to get. I managed to get it up from 150 for you. So I'm just going to, after this run, maybe just drop and just go and get that from him. See how quickly he adds me. Those afternoon/evening power naps that are supposed to be half an hour, but end up being like 4 hours, make you feel like you wasted the day. Welcome to my world. I love a nap. Especially where I work all day and then basically stream all evening. When I sleep, it tends to be very short, but really quite fantastic naps. No worries. I'm just not sure it's worth hanging on for much more. I did try and see if I could get a bit more, but yeah, you know, that's more than I was expecting to get for it, honestly. If you get the attack speed crit chance combo, then you're in the real money.
Well, raise the
Let me pick that ring up so I don't forget it. That one, right? There we go. So let me double check it's the strength one, right? Oh shit, I forgot to put the number in it. That's the one I already sold. That's the one I sold for 400. I thought that was the one I was trying to sell for you. F. I'll put a number in it. Whoops. Alright, cool. Where are we going? Never mind. Scrap that. I'll keep an eye out for you, Emil. Yeah, it's because I had that attack speed with lucky hit chance. Attack speed's really highly sought after on rings, so I'll put it back in there. We'll get it sold. I'll say I wasn't expecting to get 280 for it, to be honest. But we'll see. You never know. You never know. Did we reset? Oh, actually. Let me go pick up the rest of my loot. Forgot to do that. Hey, Soul Levels. How's it going, dude? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, always the way. Geo attack speed crit chance would have been worth a bit, yeah. Right, there we go. Let me just TP out and we'll get this reset. This will be number 3. Nice. We'll just give you Sind a second. Okay, cool. Let's go. Number 3. Hey, we got an Andariels. Prime's got another one. Prime's absolutely raking them in tonight. Good job. Sell these.
Be wary on the road.
$5 million. Bit low, sorry. Christ. 5 million. That's like that's offensive. Let's give view send at a moment. Hey, Venomous, how's it going, dude? How are you? Yeah, everyone, make sure you've entered in today's giveaway. It's currently sitting at 740 mil. We'll try and get it up a bit more. See if anyone gives any sensible offers. Hey, Thingy, how's it going? You coming, supposed to you Sind? It's our last run. Oh, he's here. Nice. Let's do this. Get to the carpet. So happy I finished masterworking my whirlwind. That's nice. Did you get the Did you get the masterworking you wanted? Oh yeah, you're almost maxed out in your Dust Devils there. 99%. Huh. You got a perfect roll. Damn. Nice. A very good crit strike damage roll. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Not bad. Well done. Looks good. Yeah, GG's guys. Thanking you. Hey, Female Fatal coming in with the raid. How's it going? How's it going? How are you? Nice to meet you. And anyone that's coming in with you, welcome in. How's your stream go? Everyone say hello to Female Fatal here. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Let's give her a shout out here. Female. Where are we? Let's go check out. I'm going to give you a cheeky follow. Oh. Interesting. Can't actually... Sorry, unless you've got a time machine, that content is unavailable. That's interesting. Well, not sure what's happened there then. That's... Well, I'm not sure what's happened there. I can't actually click on that link. But, oh, it's got X before. Oh, my bad. I've typed it in wrong. IR Noob channel. IR Noob. There we go. It's that one here. There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Just giving you a cheeky follow. Nice. It looks like she's been. It looks like you've been streaming a bit of Diablo recently. Awesome. I'll have to jump in and check you out sometime. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Everyone, make sure you contribute your points to the "Come Make Me Dress Up and Humiliate Myself on Stream" fund. You click on that little orb at the bottom underneath the chat and click on that, and at the top there's a little option for it. Right, we reset, so we need to... Right, so we've got... How many runs have I got left? Let's have a look. I've got 9 runs worth of stones left, so we can definitely get one more rotation in. Let's have a look. Californicated, are you back yet? Because we drew you. Before I do anything else. Okay, I guess not. I'll open the queue, but bear in mind I have only got 9 runs worth left, so it's kind of first come, first serve, I guess, at this point. Okay, lock P-Dogs in. Johnny Sweatpants, are you... Before anything else, Johnny Sweatpants, are you here? I don't know if he's still around, because he tried to join a few times. So I don't know. If you're here, Johnny, then... I'll make space for you to be able to jump in. There's no, just to make it clear, I don't actually have the resources to do like loads and loads of runs here. So I'm just, I want to see if Johnny's here. So, is he online? He's away. Okay, can toss a few stones in. Okay. We can get a few more runs then. Like I said, I've only got 9 myself, so if other people can throw materials in, then we'll be able to make a few more runs. But okay, so we've got Lock P-Dog in. Californicated's not replying. So let's get Mac Daddy in. Come and join up. I'm probably just going to close the queue for a second, just to allow again for us to get through the people. Yeah, we've got blood, I think. Yeah, I've got a couple of... Well, I've got a bunch of blood. Although, by the time I've done 9 runs, this blood will all be gone, to be honest. So, yeah. It's alright. I think we do 2 rotations and then we'll be done. So I might, after this run, ask all 3 to drop so I can get the remaining 3 of you to join, because you guys are definitely going to be strong enough to be able to do it anyway. And then we'll probably just call it there for now. I've done a lot of boss runs. That'll take us until about the 2 o'clock mark. Well, you know, the hour, on the hour. Then maybe just go farm the Helltide for an hour or something. That's okay. We've got enough for the 2 rotations morning. Right, cool. Let's start. Yeah, that is a nice drop, that sword, Emil. Nice, nice. I'm going to sell my items first quickly.
Farewell, and good fortune.
Things in. Leave that. Let's reset the dungeon. Right, there we go. On 2.
Arms for the light.
Right, I'm just going to TP down to one of you guys. If I can. Oh, you're all here as well. Okay. Alright, one sec. Hey, Demonic Banshee, how's it going? Oh, I'm only down there, don't worry. Still at work. Fun. Yeah, I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. I'm only probably going to be on for another hour or so anyway, so I'm quite tired. And I've got a long day ahead of me. On Saturday. Well, it's already Saturday for me, but yeah. But we're cracking on. But I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. Hope work's not too taxing for you. Just give Antithesis a moment. There we go. Yep. Inventory full again. It's the only problem with that game, of course. You do actually just drop too much loot. Just fill up your inventory so fast. Crazy. Hey, I was away from computer work machine. No, oh, that's no worries. I've been calling for you, Californicated, but I guess you were okay. So in the next rotation, we'll get you in if you're actually able to. If you're able to now. I hope the work emergency wasn't anything too serious. Was that number 2 or number 3, guys? Ooh. That might be valuable. Interesting. I'm going to keep that. I might be able to make use of that if I can get attack speed off here. Get quick shift and nature's reach. That would be pretty filthy. 3 for sure. Yeah, I thought so, yeah. Cool. Oh, let's just reset. Sorry. There, but yeah, I just got a GA Nature's Reach amulet, which I could use myself if I rolled quick shift onto it, and then max life is on it as well. What's it got? Yeah. Need to get more attack speed across the rest of my gear, so I can take attack speed off one of my rings and my amulet, but which is achievable. So I'll probably hold that one for myself. And then place RNGs, I suppose. Hey, Prop Customs, how's it going, man? How are you doing? You good? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I don't know if I kept my old ring. I'll have to have a look. If I did, I might be able to try using this amulet. Probably brick it, but... Another 4 G8, that'll definitely sell. That can go up immediately. Ooh, 1 bill. There we go. See if he comes through. This is what I wanted, a 1 bill for this amulet. That's what I was waiting for. See if he adds me. If he does, we're selling that. Another Andario's Visage. Let's go. That's like 16 runs for me, no Ubers. Yeah, I know. I've only had the one. I've had the Harlequins. Yeah, I've done a crap load of them. I've only had the Harlequins, right? So, I feel your pain. But I did say I'd rather you guys get them than me. Debilitating Roar. 4. 2. There we go. Nice. Right, reset. I'm going to quickly go and sell again. I want to have a quick look to see if I kept my old ring. If I did, I'm going to try rolling this amulet. I did a bunch of these and no luck on things from it. Yeah. I mean, we've had a bunch of stuff drops today. I mean, I haven't personally had a lot, but I mean, Prime's had a whole bunch. He's had quite a good luck. Quite a good luck of the draw today. Did I keep that old ring? I mean, I usually do keep my old stuff. I hope I did. I probably didn't though. Probably was like, oh yeah, it's definitely better, and just got rid of it. I'd need attack speed on it. With willpower and max life. Probably sell that now though, because I've got a best one already. That is annoying. I think I did get rid of it. Damn. I would have swapped back to my old ring. Tried rolling this amulet, because that amulet is pretty nice. Not gonna lie. Oh, cool. One sec, guys. I am going to go make us
Dark
some
days of
gold for the
honor.
giveaway.
Praise the Father.
Hopefully. I will join back 2 secs, guys. How the runs going? Yeah, not too bad. I called you out a moment ago, Johnny, to see if you're around for some runs. So we'll try and see if we can get you in if you want. Just about to try and sell something here. Yes. It was this guy, right? I think. Shadow Dragon, is that right? Adding in, so yeah, Shadow Dragon, yeah. The guy's got money. This is pretty good. This is a good price for this. Given it's not got the GA on the Envenom. If I had the GA on the Envenom as well, this would have been very, very big ticket item. This one I've got here probably is worth a fortune. It's just annoying. I can't really sacrifice any more attack speed right now. And I sold my old ring with the attack speed on it. I think. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. Oh, yeah, no, I needed it with lightning resistance, didn't I? That's right. Otherwise, this would have been fine. I could use this. Don't think I've got any more, have I? Lightning resistance, nope. $1 billion. Yeah, no worries. That is the item, 1 billion. Let's go. Boom. There we go. Nice. I knew that would sell. Told you.
Thanks.
Everyone offering me 100 millions, laughing at my... one second, Steve. Blimey. That came fast. Sorry, chat. Yeah, everyone laughing at me, saying, oh, it's never going to sell for big money. I'm like, yeah, alright. I know what I'm selling, thank you. There we go. I knew I could get that for it. Just got to be a bit patient. Right, cool. Well, chat. That puts today's giveaway up at 1,200. Well, 1 billion. 1.24 billion. So that's what the giveaway will be. 1 bill, and that was an AMI. So make sure you've entered. Make sure you've entered. Cool, right, I need to join back to that party. Sorry about that, guys. There goes to join party. There we go. I've closed the queue for now, California Casey, but you're already in it. I'm going to get you in. We've just got one more on this team, and then we'll get you in. Okay. And then we'll get you in on the next rotation. I just sold an amulet that had plus... It had a greater affix attack speed on it, and it had a +2 envenom, which is it's probably the most highly sought after, one of the most highly sought after skills on an amulet. Yeah, well that's the thing. I'm worried I'm going to brick this amulet. If I can roll +3 on quick shift, well +2 on quick shift here before masterworking, and then have the Nature's Reach with the max life, this will be better than what I've currently got. I just need to make the attack speed back up somewhere. I suppose I could just use I could just use lucky. Do you know what? I could just use the attack speed potions, honestly. And I'll just keep this amulet handy for if I need more health. But I'll do more damage with those two on. But yeah, I might just do it. I might just do it, to be honest. Watch me be sad and brick it. No worries. No worries, my daddy. You're good. Right, let's get back into Kyojad here. I'm going to really loathe the tempering system. I have bricked so many items it isn't even fun or exciting anymore. Yeah, pretty much. They are bringing some improvements to Season 5, but it's very minor. You're going to get 1 extra roll for every GA on the item. So 3 GAs, you'll get 3 more rolls. But that really doesn't fix the problem. You're still probably going to brick items way more than you'd like to. But they said they're aware and they're looking at different ways to do stuff like that right now. So it's just not going to come straight away. All right, so you've been right. Californicated, if you want to jump in, and Florida, if you want to jump in. I'll tell you what. Actually, at this point, which character are you on, Florida? Oh, you're on that one. Prime, is it okay if... well, actually, where are we at? One sec. Yeah, Prime, is it okay if you drop just for these last 2 rotations? Because then I can get one of these other guys in. And then... Actually, no, Prime, you can stay in for this one, sorry. But on the last rotation, what I'll do is I'll get Florida to stay in. And then, because he's got some stones and stuff as well. And we can get these last 2 guys in. That's what we'll... Actually, let me think about this 1 second. No, yeah, no, sorry. 1, 2... Yeah, no, sorry, I was right the first time. Yeah, is it okay if we, if you drop, yeah, drop, just, it's because, no, sorry, it's because, Johnny, do you want to come join? It's because Johnny Sweatpants, he was trying to join earlier, but I had it locked. If Johnny, if you're around, dude, come join in. Yeah. Because then then that means that me and Florida can do Druids and Morning Stars, and then we'll probably just end it there for the runs for tonight. Yeah, I've got a bit of bloods. If anyone's got any exquisite bloods, bring some of those with you, please. I've got 80. I've got basically enough for 3 more runs myself. So, just bring bloods and then we'll be good. I've got stones. Well, I've got enough stones for 6 runs. We've got enough. To be honest, we've got enough stones. We just need the bloods. So, yeah, if people could just bring a stack of blood or something, then we're good to go. Yeah, that'll do. Nice. Thank you. Alright, let's go brick this rat amulet. Because I'm just sure that's what's going to happen. We want to temper this bad boy, and we need the distant damage on it. That is the most. So yeah, fingers crossed, I guess. Close. Damage. Close. Distant, and it's rolled okay. It's not amazing, but it's okay. But the Nature's Reach on that will be insane. That's not great. How many rolls? We haven't got many rolls left, that's the problem. 2. 5. I think we'll leave that. It's actually slightly worse on the temperings than what I've got, but the thing is, if I rolled +3 quick shift on this, having the +3 Nature's Reach as well is enormous for extra damage. So, and the Digitigate gate is just a little bit less movement speed when I move, so it's not the end of the world. And I'm pretty sure the damage to distant difference there is only going to be, it'll be at like 155 or something instead of 164, so it's not only marginally off. So that's actually not too bad. Just need to roll quick shift on it, which is going to take a bit of time. Yeah, so we got Johnny in. Californicated, are you here? He was here for a moment, but he said he had a work emergency, so actually this might work out that we do have a spare space. Look at my whispers. Okay. To sell or try get the right tempers. Yeah, to be honest, those aren't that expensive in the grand scheme of things. So depends how much. You don't really need the gold either. Let's be honest. You've got loads, right? If I would have known they would be valuable like that, I wouldn't have sold them. I had like 800 plus blood. Yes, I was the same. I sold like 1700 at Peanuts, which is fine to one of our viewers. I'm not salty about it. And then suddenly they just went crazy. But they're going to tank in value again now because it's not paying out the Ubers like it was. So, you know. Okay, well, Californicated is actually not responding properly now. So, Morning, do you want to come jump in? So this is where the fun of games begins. You've got to roll quick shift on this bad boy. Yeah, trying to get +2 quick shift on this is going to be quite expensive probably, and I probably won't have enough of these resources to do it. Be a long time trying to roll this. That's the problem. That's why people pay so much money for amulets that have got the right stats on them, because they're such a bastard to roll. It's going to cost me hundreds of millions to get this unless I'm lucky, really. Right, I'm going to do... Sorry, I'll be with you 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to do 20 rolls. It's 100 million. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, hey! Oh well, we'll come back to this later. Make some more money. Well, I've got loads of money, right? But where do I put these days? I don't even know. All the stuff I want to use, I'll do. Oh dear. Yeah, I will get it eventually. It just takes time. That looks really nice. That portal does. I ran almost 2,000 blood like 2 to 3 weeks ago. Yep. Druid, you're in next. One more rotation. We're going to get you in, dude. Yep. We're here, guys. Just TP to us when you're ready. So yeah, we've got 4 runs, Druid, and then we're going to get you in. And we'll have 1 spare spot for someone. So if there's someone here who hasn't joined and hasn't had runs yet, then we'll try and give them priority to allow them a chance. Just give Morningstar a second. Yeah, Z is definitely not pinattering Ubers like he was, for sure. But he's still okay. He drops a lot of loot still. My game is still lagging. Oh, that's not good. I mean, we can carry this, right? We just need you to turn up so you get your drops. It won't let me port to you. Eh? Why? That's weird. Something's obviously gone funky then. Maybe try leaving the party and restarting your client or something. I don't know. Not really sure what else to suggest, to be honest. I mean, it might be okay if you just restart the client. Maybe it's just got itself in a bit of a twist. I just can't play with other people for some reason. Yeah, that's odd. I don't know. I really don't know why. Could be something to do with router? He's well, his crossplay would have to be enabled, otherwise he wouldn't be able to join anyway. He wouldn't be able to join the party if our crossplay settings didn't match. +2 heavy-handed. You're in the billions there. +2 heavy-handed with attack speed, I mean it. Blimey, yeah. Yeah, that'll go for a lot of money, Emil. Okay, well in Druid, do you want to come and join us while we're waiting? And then we can do another rotation afterwards. Yeah, it could be something router related, Morning. Also, it might be worth checking your router security settings as well. I don't know, maybe there's some setting in there that's causing some weird throttling or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell without, you know, being in a networking console or whatever. Looks good. Druid needs better they do. The Druid transmogs are sad face, just like most of the rest of Druid stuff, right? I mean, every class has got really sweet looking skins, and then Druids, it's just, I mean, they're okay. They're just not amazing, right? That's not too bad. That's at least got the effects on it. So that one's not too bad. That one looks pretty good. But then you got this one, which looks not bad, but it's nothing particularly fancy. And then you look at the weapons, and there's a bit like, you know, I suppose that's a totem, right? Yeah, but even so, right, they're okay, I suppose. And like,
It stirs you, yes?
I mean, that doesn't look too terrible. It looks alright. But the weapons are really, you know, bland and boring. And then you go to this character here, and he just looks ace, right? Or this one here,
Sound selection.
again, looks ace. And then you've got shiny weapons and everything. You know? And I go down. Where's the Druid? Here we go. This one's pretty cool. Oh, this one's not bad. But again, the weapons are a bit bland. Honestly. Yeah. And this is meant to be one of their better ones. I don't personally like this one very much, but it's not bad. The weapon, that weapon looks pretty cool, I guess. Yeah, the weapons are pretty cool. But yeah, Druids could use some love in that department for sure. Alright, let's do this. Hey, Jagged, how's it going? I'll inspect you on the next one. Sorry, I saw that after I started the boss. So of course Druids look stupid in general, it's why I refuse to play the class. Fair enough. I am a big old fat white lady, to be fair. Well, I'm not fat, I am festively plump. Season thoughts, bro. Yeah, okay, we've been over this. I watched it live and I went through the patch notes on stream, which took like an hour. The patch notes are really long. But yeah, season 5 looks like it's going to be pretty good. Actually, I mean, depends when you were in my streams this week, but any of you that have been in my streams a fair amount in the last week or so have probably heard me say what I think season 5 might entail, and I wasn't a million miles wrong. I said like they're probably going to go all in on class stuff, which they're doing quite a lot with. I am definitely playing Chain Lightning Sork. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what I'm starting on. That looks like it's going to be very good, to be honest. But yeah, personal highlights. Chain Lightning Sork looks great. Obviously, being able to farm the bosses without going in and out of dungeons, that's a massive win. I do like the looks of the new endgame system, because to me that just screams out pretty much what they had in Tiny Tina's Wonderland, their endgame farming and progression system, and that actually was really good. It actually worked really well. Yeah. Those are like my top 3 things, I guess. And I mean, there's loads of stuff, right? Rogues are going to have some really good builds, and Necros have got some nice builds coming in. Druids, to be honest, Landslide's the only one that looks like it's alright, but Storm builds are just getting shafted. Barbs are in a pretty good place anyway. They're getting their weird new build and a few buffs and stuff here and there, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be all classes using weapons. Yes, they can't. It's not all classes can use all weapons. It's all classes can use some more weapons. So there's still going to be some weapons, like they specifically say. Druids can use one-handed swords, but they won't be able to use two-handed swords. Same with swords. Sorceresses won't be able to use two-handed swords either. They can use one-handed swords though. So there are still going to be some restrictions, just not as many. I think it's got to sew up. It's almost like they don't know what they're doing. No, yeah, it literally does. It is almost like they don't know what they're doing with Druids. It's like they're like a trick of all trades, but master of none, right? They're trying to make them work in so many different directions. They're just confused. I mean, Landslide looks like it's going to be pretty good because they're just getting some enormous like damage buffs and stuff. But yeah, Druids is a bit of a strange one. Like they're chopping one of their main damage nodes out from under their feet, and then they're giving them loads more damage. Damage reduction. It's like the main problem with Druids right now is not survivability; it's doing the damage, right? They need more damage to complete the top end. I'm calling my ISP. I'll see if they can get someone out today. Yeah, I can't wait 5 days to get a new router. Yeah, fair enough, Morning. I would do that because, to be honest, is it just that game or is there other things that's issues as well? They also self-damage buffs. Yeah, exactly. Buying polv items, by the way, Mort. Okay. Tell me what you're looking for and I'll keep an eye out. I've probably sold or salvaged loads of stuff. I did just sell a +2 Envenom amulet for 1 billion, which would have been nice for you, but you know, rip. Unfortunately. Do you know what? Those might be you. Quick question, chat, for those of you who are rogue connoisseurs. Would these pair of pants here with max life and with GA max life and GA dodge chance be good for them? I did have a +1 Envenom amulet as well, but I might have sold it to the vendor. But I'll keep an eye out for them. Scrunchy Cakes. Wish I could find another build that's as easy and smooth as Bash. Even Heartseeker doesn't compare. Yeah, well, Bash just the thing. Scrunchy Cakes is. Barbs are so strong right now that even though the build might play just as easily, it probably just isn't going to feel as strong. But the Bash Barb is one of the strongest builds in this season. Adds like an all-round build, so yeah. Gonna need to check price for ammo. It'll be worth a while. It'll be worth a bit, yeah. Whirlwind is better than Bash. Yeah, you could try Whirlwind. In terms of ease to play, as long as you've got your Ubers, you're good to go, yeah. If that dodge were armor, I'd be all over those pants. I mean, you can, yeah, I suppose so. You could roll armor in place of willpower. Yeah, fair enough. I'll have a look on the website. In fact, I'll do that now. I'm not actually sure if that would sell. No idea. It would only be good for rogues, really, because they're the only ones that really use dodge much, aren't they, really? Pants. And we've got GA, max life, and a GA dodge. There we go. Yeah, not huge. Didn't think so. Maybe get 100 billion for it or something. Probably worth trying to sell it, I suppose. Cooldown amulet. Yeah, I've got a couple of cooldown amulets already myself, but I don't know. Those are a bit hit and miss. They should sell, but they don't always. Like, not very quickly anyway. There we go, right. Oops. Yeah, I can only imagine mourning. One of my absolute pet hates in life is when technology just doesn't work. Like, genuinely, I get so frustrated. And I'm quite a chill person. It takes quite a lot to really get to me. But it's just, I just don't have patience for technology just not working. It really winds me up. Right, let's reset. What number was that, guys? I hope you guys are keeping track, because I'm getting tired. So multitasking's getting slower. Bash, the best all-rounder. Yeah, Bash is pretty good all-rounder. Whirlwind's really good for speed farming. 3, yeah, okay, cool. How's the drops? I mean, I've had a Shaco. Prime had a whole load. A bunch of people have had a few things. So it's been okay. We've done quite a lot of runs.
Raise the father.
Yeah. I'm hoping other people get them more than me, honestly. There we go. There we go. And I'm trying to call them, and my call keeps dropping. I'm going to go postal. Oh dear. Sounds like you need a punch bag today. Just a vent. Right, let's do this. You're always on when I'm sleeping, lol. I get you at the last moment of your streams. Yeah, so to be honest, I do normally. Well, I'm not going off just yet, but I do normally stream later than this on the Friday night. But I started a bit earlier today because of the campfire, and I'm going suit fitting at 10 AM. Well, I've got to be there for 10 AM my time Saturday morning, so 7.5 hours. It's for my sister's getting married, and I'm going with her other half, my dad and my brother and all that, to go suit fitting. So I really shouldn't turn up completely ruined to that. Yeah. That's just how it goes with time zones, though, I guess. It's just a bit unfortunate, but in a posh voice, indeed. Yeah, you've got to make the effort, right? No worries, Judy. You're absolutely welcome. Sorry if you didn't get any Ubers, but yeah. Sometimes you can get them every time, sometimes you can't. It just is what it is, I suppose. Okay, we can do one more rotation here, I think. Let me just double check. Californicated, are you here? Say fancy in a posh voice. Fancy. Come on in, we can see. You can come join. Just come join up, we can see. I'm guessing Californicated's not back from his emergency, so... Yeah. Yeah, Wiggity, just jump in. Can you convert gems to other types like in D3? Not yet. But maybe that'll come one day. We shall see. Yeah, this'll do. We'll run this party for the last lot. And then that's probably enough boss runs for today. No, you're welcome, Wiggity, no problem. Let's do it. Did we reset? I can't remember. Let's reset. You want for Thorn Barb? Let's have a look. Good question. I can't remember. Keep it for now. I can't remember what stats I've got on mine right now. But yeah, maybe. Hey, Exceptional Fart Particle, how are you? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. If it says travel unavailable, that probably means that that means they're in the midst of traveling themselves. To stop you both like trying to travel to each other literally at the same into the abyss, right, basically. Into the never. Oh, I'm glad you're well. I'm glad you're well, Exceptional Fart Particle. Awesome. Trading. Ooh, what are you giving me? Oh, he's giving me an amulet. Nice. Yeah, I think it might be better. I just honestly can't... Oh, okay, he's giving me those. Ooh, stones. Yeah, this could be interesting, actually. How many bloods have I got? I have got enough bloods for 3 runs. 27, 54, 81. I've got exactly 3 runs worth. Has anyone got enough bloods to run the 4th one? 27. It's in this party. I probably have more bloods than my other characters, honestly. I just can't be bothered to log out on them. Yeah. 3. That's not 27. No, I need 27. Oh, is that all you got? I might have to jump on my other characters to go grab. I've got stacks on my other characters, I think. I can check when I dump loot. Yeah, no worries. Alright, cool. Yeah, we can figure it out. Yeah. Cool, let's get this one going. Johnny Sweatpants, 3 greater than 0. That is true. 3 is definitely greater than 0. Oh, we've got number 2 there as well. Ooh, it's definitely greater than 0. 0 is not our friend. Now you only need 24. That is true. Math. My tired brain doesn't like numbers right now. Ooh, 2-stat ring. Come on, give us a good stats. Holy... I think I just nailed a pretty decent ring. I just rolled a GA, chance to make enemies vulnerable, and a GA crit damage ring. I have a feeling that's going to be worth something to someone. Stick that up right now. Let's just see how fast to get offers. If I get offers quickly, then you're like, yes, that's worth something. Yeah. I know the vulnerable itself is worth quite a bit. If you get, I've got attack speed on it as well. I've got nearly a max roll attack speed on it, non-GA as well. So, so I think this might be worth some decent money. We'll stick that up. I suppose I'll have a look at my gear on the floor now, right? Staff chest. Neither of those were any good. I'll just grab the rest of these then. Oh man, this drops so much loot. Painful. Right. Always look at the 1 GA. I've got another 1 GA ring here as well for vulnerable damage with max life. I mean, these can sell, that's the thing. Oh, you got bloods, have you? This would be very nice. Hey, there we go. Problem solved. The 3 and the 25 solved the problems. Very nice. Thank you very much. I just need to go unload my inventory so I can actually pick up the rest of my loot. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Let's put up this other ring as well. Oh, I want that ring, you lucky. Well, you've got gold, Emil. You got quite a lot of it. In fact, you've probably got almost as much as me. Or maybe more at this point. You probably will by the time I give away the giveaway. Gold. Giveaway to giveaway to giveaway. Well, we can use that for sure. Haha, big brain. Well, I wouldn't go that far. The brain is not so big. Right, let's get this next run going. Oops, let's just do those. Good. Buy off the bro, Mort. I should probably do my research as to how much it's actually worth, to be honest. Right, let's reset. I've only had one Uber tonight, but I've had some pretty good drops. I managed to sell some things. I got an amulet I sold for $1 billion, so that was nice. It's a shame, because I could have... That would have been good for your pulverized druid. It was actually quite decent. But there we go. I'm down to 7 bill, bought some new whirlwind gear, but it all bricked. Ugh. Yeah, not ideal. Emil has gold and doesn't price check his own stuff. No, he tends to give me his items to sell for him. I've still got a couple of his items to sell for him, but they just haven't gone yet. I'm going to have a serious inventory clear out at some point, that's for sure. He blew all of his luck yesterday. That's true. He finally got his Ubers yesterday, chat. Finally got his Ubers, and he got like 3 very quickly, back to back. As much as I want to buy that ring, I know I just bricked the thing. This is the problem, isn't it? I'm the same. I don't like buying things for really... I don't mind buying 2 GAs and paying 500 million maybe, and then you brick it and you're like, okay, cool, whatever. But buying things for multi-billions or whatever and then bricking it's just flipping painful. I'd rather sell it to someone else who's just duping the gold anyway, and then at least they won't feel so bad when they brick it. Another 2-stat ring. Come on, be a good one. Oh, it's not so good. Lucky hit and spirit on kill. Wah, wah, wah. That's a shame. I was like he's starting to poop me rings. Never mind. Yeah, spirit on kill is pretty much worthless. Unfortunately. Same here, probably would brick it. The optimism is high, I can see it. Wow. That says a lot about the game's system, doesn't it, really? Everyone's just like, I would buy an item, but what's the point? Dear oh dear, savage. Let's just quickly unload my gear again.
For the light.
Oh, let's dump these rings in here as well. Oh man, look at this. My ring inventory is getting too full. Oh, too much. Yep, I'll come to you guys. I almost want them to just disable trading. I mean, if they did that, well, yeah. If they actually find a proper exploit, they will disable trading. Because that's what they did in Season 1 or wherever it was, or pre-Season 1. Might have been Season 1, but anyway, there was a lot of exploit. It might be, yeah, it was Season 1, it must have been, because it was people bringing stuff from Eternal Season. And they were just loads of dupe bugs everywhere. Being able to duplicate items and gold and all sorts. And it was very obvious when people did it, because there was a huge influx in gold in the market. A huge sudden influx of people that suddenly got loads of all of the boss mats, even though they're really hard to farm. Especially back then. And yeah, the prices just fluctuated like wildly. Yeah, pretty much. It's frustrating when you have to buy items when there's clearly some type of gold duping exploit. Yeah, pretty much. It's got a cooldown reduction amulet with max life on it. Don't know if I can bother to sell it. I've got 2 of these already in my inventory and they don't really sell that fast, annoyingly. Well, not any hits on that ring yet, but I'll leave it overnight. I probably will. Right, I think this will be the last one. If my math is correct. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Blimey. Maximum life, overpower. Yeah, the thing is, overpower damage is just a bit underrated this season, isn't it? It's just, you know, it's a bit underwhelming. It's not really being used in a lot of builds, so I'm not sure that's really going to sell for an awful lot, but you can try. You know, you might be looking at 100 million or something, maybe, if you're lucky. I've already got 2 of these. Yeah, exactly. He don't even put overpower on his stuff, and his entire build is overpower. That's the problem. The overpower stat is just not. It's not attractive enough right now. Right. Yep. This will be the last run, because it'll be it for the Bloods. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. I just dropped some Andariels. Bom 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 bom. It's not as good as my current one, but it's an Andariels. If I could give it away, I would. Sorry if you guys didn't get any Ubers. No worries, Wiggity. You're always welcome. I mean, in all those runs we just did, I got 2. I got a Shaco and I got a Andariels. And I don't know how many we did, but I mean, I ran personally 70 stones, maybe more. I was given a few as well. So we've done elite. We did. Oh, Johnny got an Andariels as well. Nice. Yeah, look at that. GG's. We got double Andariels in that one. Sweet.
Arms for the light.
It was all worth it in the end. Right, okay. Nice. Well, we were planning on potentially going and doing some farming today, but that's actually taken quite a long time. So I'm thinking I probably won't, because I am actually getting quite tired. So what I'm going to do... Yeah, actually, you wanted me to inspect you, didn't you? Let's have a look. What am I expecting you for? What do you want me to look at? What am I looking at? Just the first. What, the weapon? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, it does look good. Yeah, it does look really good. Yeah. That's what I mean though, right? Barbs have got really good transmogs and stuff. And druids just don't. At the moment. One of the best ones they've got is the one that came with the season, that's this. But it's still a bit underwhelming. But yeah. I'm going to leave this... Oh, I'm going to... Didn't want to do that actually, but never mind. I'm going to leave that party. I'm going to... So yeah, guys, anyone who hasn't entered into today's giveaway, make sure you have. We have currently got 30 entrants. Exclamation mark enter. I'll give you a few more minutes. 100 million. Yeah, we'll sell it for 100 million. That's more than I sold the one before the fall. Sweet. Check the mace inspects me. Didn't have to re-roll at all. Damn. Nice. GG's. Wow. And you got your triple... Yeah, you got your triple... masterwork in it as well. Nice. So how many times did that take? Did you literally get the triple masterwork without having to re-roll? Is that what you're saying? If so, that is absurdly lucky. Like crazy so. Wow, this is getting way too busy. I'm getting rid of this. This is never selling. That probably will sell at some point. Could theoretically. No. Man, I've got so many things here. I don't think that one's realistically ever selling because the other two stats just suck. Let's put that over here. Yeah, I didn't have to redo the masterwork. So wow, he got his triple masterwork in his mace into Dust Devils all in the first go. That's crazy. That's so lucky. There we go. Stop. And he wants the chess piece. Nice. We'll put this towards the giveaway, the next giveaway. That one's nice. That one's a nice size already. Do 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 do. $550 billion, yes. There we go. Let's just go and get this sold. Transfer. Where is he? Oh, he's here. I would. Make us trade. The cuts the +2 cuts a bone amulets. This I've got it up now. This was actually something that was given to me by Bleached Bone Pyro Coyote. He gave me a bunch of items when I can't remember. I gave him something, or maybe I sold him something. I really can't remember. He came and gave me a bunch of items, and this is one of them. So yeah, it's +2. It's got a GA attack speed on it. So I have had some offers for this in the past, but nothing significant enough. Oh, never mind. RIP. The GA on Rec reduced. Yeah. So yeah, so I've had some offers on that before, so that might realistically sell at some point. I need to go through this and cull some stuff at this point, really. Like that's just not going to sell, I don't think. I've had these for so long. Even that, I'm just going to get rid of it. I can't be bothered. They're not really the ones that people look for. This is where I need to just get... I've got a +2 exploit amulet here, which didn't sell. +2 brute force, but again, this didn't really sell, but I'll leave it here for now. I've got a whole load of stuff. I've got another +2 cut bone here with max life. That's got no GA on it, that one. Probably just get rid of that one. I've got 2 cooldown amulets. I've got this brute force one here. That didn't sell. Then no brute force amulets selling. Yeah, I've got all sorts of weird stuff. I actually forgot I had that. Interesting. Oh well. Yeah, I've got all sorts of bits and bobs, right? That one have to take first offer. Or max. Max rec. You might need to elaborate. I'm not getting... What do you mean by max rec or REC? Huh. That's sold today. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. It's a rip on that, unfortunately. But anyway. Cool, okay, well. Let's see. How many people we got in here? 34. Alright, guys, you've got 1 minute to enter if you haven't. Exclamation mark, enter. It's up at 1.24 billion. So, yeah, we'll just do a quick clock on that. So make sure you enter in, or forever hold your breath. No, you're okay. I was just trying to, you know, when you get to the point where you're looking at something like, I'm not sure. And also, I forgot to say, Silly Man, good to see you in the stream. Thank you for being about. Appreciate it. And Celtic Tiger, how are you doing? Anyone that's just jumped in, I'm afraid I will be jumping off shortly tonight. But anyway, I appreciate it either way. I'm just going to chill for a bit after stream and maybe actually try and get some sleep tonight. Okay, well, that's long enough. Okay, cool. Well, it's up to 36. Pretty good number. So we will close the entries. We need Wheel of Names. Oops. Cool. Right, shuffle up. So no one thinks I'm rigging it in any shape or form. All right, cool. I think we're good. All right, guys. So for 1.24 billion in 3, 2, 1, let's do it. Lock P Dog. Are you there, Lock P Dog? Unlucky. Unlucky, Florida State. Unlucky, Florida State. I thought at one point it was going to land on you, but you got shafted. But Lock P Dog, come claim your prize. So sad. I was about to do double it up. I was about to double it up for the next winner. Never mind. Never mind. It's all good. It's nice to see a few different people winning. 1.24. Oh, no, that's a 9, not a 0. Oh dear. There we go. Good job. Nice one. Congratulations. You're welcome, no worries. Hopefully that helps you temper out a few items or mastercraft them. Yep. Yeah, I thought Florida had it as well, to be honest. It was pretty close, it was pretty close. Alright, nice. Good. Okay, let's go have a look, see if there's anyone. I mean, there's a lot of people playing Elden Ring today, isn't there? It was 400,000. Look at this, 474,000 viewers for Elden Ring. Absurd. That's crazy. Absolute madness. Let's go see if there's anyone to raid in the old Diablo world. So yeah, is there any friends here? Let's have a look. Maybe we go to 8. There was someone I wanted to raid, but he's probably gone off, hasn't he? Yeah, he has. That's a shame. We did Red Volknut last night. Hello, Cat. I'm coming off in a minute. Don't you worry. Has anyone got any recommendations for raids before I just go ahead and choose someone? I'm guessing from the silence, maybe not. So that's okay. There we... I think I'm going to go and raid over to Spooky Luna again. She was quite chill. I quite liked her stream. We'll go show her a little bit of support. Yeah. So that's what we'll do. So I think... Yeah, I'm going to call it a little bit early today's stream because, I mean, I started a bit early, as I said, but, yeah, I'm actually quite tired today. Get some Zeds. So, yeah, guys, appreciate you all for being here. Thank you so much. Sorry for any of those of you who had to listen to me read through the patch notes for about an hour because they were so long. Maybe next time try and summarize a little bit, but... or a little bit better, but yeah, thank you for all being here. Anyone who's in the channel who hasn't hit my follow or subscribe button, please consider doing so. I'd love to see you again, and it really helps me out. My Discord's available with !Discord. If you've not joined and would like to join, it's there and it's available free to everyone. And you know, you can message me over valuations on items and or just message me, whatever. I respond normally pretty well. Yeah, pretty well, like as quickly as I can. And yeah, as I say, we're going to go and raid over to Spooky Luna. She's quite a chill streamer. Last time I was in there. Yeah, if anyone wants to come and show some support for a bit, go bump her numbers up, make her evening, then I'm sure she'll greatly appreciate that. I'll probably sit in there for a little bit myself while I just chill off stream afterwards. My next stream will be Sunday because I've got a lot on Saturday this week, so I'm just going to take the day off. I think get some sleep tonight, take the day off, and come back on Sunday around a sort of normal time, feeling re-energized for some more blasting. I might be on off stream before then, so if you see me then, just feel free to send me a message. Maybe we can play off stream for a bit. But yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, guys, it's been a blast as always. I appreciate you all and all the games and the fun. Have a good rest of your day wherever you are, morning, afternoon, evening, and yeah, until next time, keep safe everyone and chill. Yeah, I'll see you later, guys. Appreciate you all.